Yes. And I'm live. Hello, everybody. It's Serval Skull. Good morning, good afternoon, good whatever you are. It's the last day of the LV Nopen. That's the Las Vegas Nopen, a pretty charitable event to mourn the passing of a Las Vegas not-so-open. So, to kick things off, we have a pre-recorded interview coming up at you, starring a gentleman named Magikarp Used Fly, who has recently transitioned from League of Legends YouTube fame to tabletop fame. And Paul Murphy chatted with him this past Tuesday. Let's kick it over to Paul in the past, talking with Magikarp Used Fly.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to... I'm not even sure what this is. Is this a station break? Is this a station identification? I'm not even sure, but I'm joined tonight by Matt. Matt, people may know you as Magikarp. How are you doing today?
Dude, I am doing great. This is it's almost a dream come true. You know, you guys talking with, doing stuff with the LV No and everything like that. It's cool. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, man, it's a pleasure. So you recently got, maybe in the last year or so, gotten into 40K, and jumped in with both feet. I want to talk to you a little bit about that and see, how your journey's been.
Yeah. So, I started about like a year ago. I'm pretty sure that my girlfriend's really mad at me because all I do now is just like lay in bed and just like look up, like different types of lists that I can run and everything like that. But like ever since I started, I've just been hog wild into the hobby. Just like it just takes up like all my time now.
I've enjoyed watching it because, you're coming at it with enthusiasm that I think some of us long-term fans have had. Were you a fan of 40K or the miniature hobby and stuff before that, or did you just kind of wake up and say, you know what, this is for me?
Yeah, so when I was younger, I used to live in Okinawa, Japan, and over there, the thing that I would do is a hobby with this thing called like Tamiya 4WD, like these small race cars, right? And that was kind of like my first take into going into, hobbying, right? And then after that, I tried to pick up like some small toy, like, like some small model cars.
Yep.
I picked up some 40K stuff as well, but I think I
Just
was
because
just
the
too,
models are so cool, you didn't. Okay.
yeah, yeah. But I think I was just too dumb when I was younger, so I didn't know what I was doing. And then eventually, like last year, one of my friends, Bricky, was like, "Hey, we should do some type of 40K video." And I was like, "Hey, you know what? That sounds like a good idea. I've always been interested in it anyways, and now that I have the means to join the hobby, it's just been a wild ride. It's been
That's
so
it.
much
You
fun."
start going down the list of like, okay, so we need this. Wait a second, we need that and this
Yeah,
and that.
yeah.
So
It's
what?
like,
So when I said you
I'm sorry.
jumped in with both feet, as like you started with one thing, what did you start with?
Yeah, so we knew that we had to start with some type of army, right? And we knew that we needed for clickbait for the video, we knew that we had to start at 2000 points, right? Um I basically looked at my local LGS, saw all the codexes, and I just like picked the one that I thought was the coolest with the coolest cover, and so I chose Tyranids. And
Yep.
then yeah, and then that I just fell in love with them. So it was a good pick for me. I was happy.
You go big bugs, little bugs? Like, what's your preference? You still
Oh,
play them?
dude. Oh, yeah, dude, they're my favorite army. I love playing them. I have, like, 6,000 points of them. Um, I like both of them. I just like the general idea of running them.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of fun, both small bugs and big bugs. I love big bugs right now, but the small bugs still have a good place in my heart.
In the pre-show, we were talking you were gonna hit your, local gaming store and pick up some paint. That is what we all tell
Mhm.
our wives and girlfriends, like, "Hey, we're just gonna get 1 pot of paint. It's all gonna be fine." But you're actually going for a whole, you're getting the paint, but you're starting it for a whole 'nother army. What are you playing now?
Yeah, so right now I'm picking up some, Chaos Demons. That's the one that I'm working with right now. Um, I recently did, Quins, and I'm done with them, done painting them. There's only, like, a couple models, so, it wasn't too bad. And now I'm going into Demons, looking at, like, all the stuff that we don't have available at the office with all of us. So, out of the list, Demons were one of them. I thought that they were cool, so I picked it up.
Yeah, has your
And
whole crew
yeah.
taken to it? I mean, are they also? I mean, it seems like really enjoyable, or it seems like they're
Oh yeah.
really enjoying it on the channel. You have a channel called Dice Check where you
Yeah.
do like full battles and some commentary and banter back and forth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, we all love it. We have like a group chat and we just constantly like talk to each other about it with like different updates, stuff to run, scheduling like when we can play like certain games and stuff like that, what we can talk about. Um, it's just exciting because it's like there's so much content that you can make about 40K that hasn't been made yet. And so we're super excited just to like start up like as much as we can.
Oh heck yeah! Are there any rivalries developing between people in the crew?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. We're all trying to like play our best, right? Or like play fluffy. Like we can go either way.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, there's definitely like a little bit of some rivalries of trying to figure out like who's better at certain things. Who can run
Sometimes
like
the
an
dice
army better?
just make
Yeah.
that. You know, it's you've set it
Oh
up
yeah, yeah.
perfectly, and the dice just betray you every time. And so now this person is your nemesis.
Yeah, yeah. Like we have someone in a group called Demeki, and like he just rolls fives all day. Like every single day, he will roll box cars and just fives every single time. So whenever, like with old Death Guard with disgustingly resilient, like he would just roll fives all day, and it was so frustrating to fight against him.
He should play Necrons as well. He may have a future in
Yeah,
frustrating
yeah, but
people.
so do some reanimation protocols.
Man, that's awesome. So, how's your hobby journey been? I mean, coming into this, you assemble them, you paint them and stuff, and I know we mentioned just getting some paint, but how have you experienced that? What's been your impression of that coming in at the pace you've been?
Yeah, so I love hobbying, I just suck at it. So
It's not a race. It's
yeah, yeah,
cool.
yeah. Yeah, as long I love painting and hobbying, doing green stuff, molding things, creating like a story around like my models, creating a story around my army and everything like that. And it's so much fun to me. But I'm just not very good. But as long as like I'm better than the last time that I did it, then I'm fine. You know what I mean? Like as long as I'm getting better for myself, then I'm happy.
That's it. You know what they say is that or comparison is the death of happiness. You've
Oh
really just
yeah.
got to be cool with yourself and what you do, and you can spend as many hours as you want with your models. I mean, that's kind of one of the great things about this hobby. Do you find yourself like? Do you read the novels?
Yeah, uh so when it came to lore, I've never been like a big lore guy, right? I'm more interested in like gameplay and hobbying, right? Um but when it came to 40K, when I started with Tyranids, I didn't like the Tyranids lore very much because there's not a lot of characters that you can attach yourself to.
So many
But
only X's and Z's you can read at one time before you.
Yeah, exactly, right? But then after, like, picking up other armies, I've just been in love with the lore. Now I'm just, like, reading up everything about it. After I learned about, like, Gazgul's lore, I was like, "Oh my god, this" like, when I first started, I was like, "Oh, the lore's not that great," and then I read Gazgul, and I'm like, "Okay, never mind. I understand now. I
You read
get
the
it."
Beast storyline?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
orcs are cool. Orcs have a storied history and evolution of stuff through 40K, and it's really cool. Do you play orcs as well?
No, no. One of the people in our group plays orcs, and eventually I'll probably like dabble in them and try them out because all of our armies are basically like a collective army, so we can
Yep.
kind of just like run whichever ones we kind of want. But it's just kind of scary, learning a new army and then having to perform and be like, I know what this does. I think.
You think good enough,
Yeah,
but that's fine.
yeah,
Let him paint all the boys and the
yeah,
leaders and
yeah.
stuff, and then you get to
Exactly.
play with them. So
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
good arrangement.
It's like they're commissioning the work for me, and then I get to play it later.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. As far as like hobby goes, it really is a journey. I mean, there's things you can do in the products nowadays. I think you actually picked a good time to get in because the things are accessible and they do a little bit better than maybe struggling with some of the stuff in the past.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard so many horror stories of like seventh edition and below because like we started at the tail end of eighth edition when all the codexes came out, right? But like now there's just so much stuff coming out like all the time. Every single month there's like two new cool things that are coming out, whether it's like models for Age of Sigmar or models for like Warhammer or Blood Bowl or anything else that they're creating. There's so much stuff that they're putting out nowadays, and it's just I can't my wallet can't handle it.
Well, I'm digging this enthusiasm, and that's the thing. It's like the stuff. It's going to be there waiting on you. You don't have to jump on it right now, but it is. I think we're
Yeah, but
kind of
I
compelled
want
because
to.
I know they look so good. There's
Yeah.
like I find myself staring at armies and like, you know what? I could play that army, you know, that
Yeah,
because of
yeah,
that
yeah,
one
yeah.
character model or something.
And then you get a huge pile of shame, and you're just like, "Oh no, this isn't
Oh,
good."
we got to dig ourselves out. That's it. But that's one of
Yeah.
the good things about staying indoors a lot. We could dig ourselves out of some of this other stuff.
Yeah, I wish I painted more during, during lockdown, but, uh,
Yep.
yeah.
No, you have a similar story where we are kindred spirits here in
Mhm.
this case, man. So, what are you looking forward to next? I mean, you said demons and stuff, and you're building collective armies. Is there anything that you guys don't have yet that you get your eye on?
Yeah, I definitely wanna work on, Chaos Space Marines, just because they just look so cool, and like, going into Chaos has made me so happy because of all the different ways that you can run them, because you could just soup them with anything. I didn't really realize it that much when I first started because, like, souping sounded very complicated to me, but but now that I'm in it, I'm just like, "Dude, I wanna run, like, Corn, I wanna run, like, Chaos Space Marines, I wanna run, like, DG with demons. There's so much stuff that you can do, like K-Suns, everything like that. And it's like the whole world is like opened up. Like my eyes have just been opened.
With chaos, there's a couple of very satisfying things when you get to fight twice with a full unit of berserkers. It
Yeah, yeah,
feels good, you know. At the same
yeah.
time, when you get to surprise someone with a flock of obliterators, I don't know what their plural
Mhm.
term is, but we're going to say flock of obliterators. Yeah, it just feels good in your dark heart.
Yeah, yeah. I feel accomplished. Even if I don't win, I feel accomplished. And that's the best part.
Awesome, man. Well, man, this has been great talking with you. Can we check in with you again sometime, maybe? Because I mean, I really want to continue to follow this journey with you.
Oh yeah, definitely. But if you guys ever need me, just contact me. Yes. There you
We'll
go.
take that. Oh,
Just-
we'll take that.
yeah.
Well, listen, and really enjoyed having you here at the Nopen. We know the broadcast is going to be cool. We're going over several days. I hope you're tuning in. I hope you've locked in your bracket. If you haven't already, we have a challenge bracket. Go and pick your favorite list or players or pilots of that list. And good luck.
Yeah. 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 Looking forward to it.
Well, dude, man, thanks for coming. Hey, oh, is it? We're not live. Okay.
It's a falcon.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to coverage from the Las Vegas Nopen. My name is Paul Murphy.
And my name is Adam Camilleri. Good morning from
How is
wherever you may
everybody
hail.
doing? Yeah, so you just catch that video with Magikarp Beautiful. How cool is it that new fresh folks are coming into the hobby? I'd like to be curious if anybody in the chat, is this your first experience or with I guess a live stream like this? Are you new to Warhammer 40,000? Have you never been to a tournament before? Like, I want to know what everybody's got going on, what brought them here, and I'm really excited to be here with you and the team today, Adam.
Me too, man. Last day of this epic adventure. We're hopefully looking our Sunday best for this the finale of this endeavor. And yeah, I just want to give a great thank you to everyone who supported us so far, all the amazing people in the back who've made this possible, and the dreams, the people who had just dreamed something and manifested something this crazy into existence on such short notice. This literally was thought up of being constructed in like at the start of the year. So literally like 30 days ago,
Yeah.
people were like,
Wouldn't it be
we
cool
should
if we
do
did something? Yeah.
yeah, wouldn't it be cool if we just like did something for, that instead of the LVO with the LVO not being on? And then bada bing, bada boom, here we are, ladies and gents.
Las Vegas Nopen. Hopefully, it's the first and hopefully the last as we all get back to normal. Hopefully in the future.
Yes.
But hey, want to talk? We got the last of the semifinal qualifiers this
Yep.
morning. And then we'll move into the finals later on this afternoon, evening. It's going to be a great ride. We have some amazing, talented players, some streamers you have not seen yet, and we got our first taste of what it was like to transition a list from the architect to another pilot last night.
We did. We had two examples. One of them being actually phenomenal, and the other one being fine. It is a struggle to pick up and wield these things that were designed by somebody else. And look, some people are less experienced with some armies than others, and that's one of the things we're finding out. We're finding out how easy it is to pick up something that someone else has constructed, because people are built and build lists for different skill sets for different reasons to accentuate different things that they enjoy about the hobby and about the game. And so yeah, some things are just harder to wield than others, and that's interesting to design philosophy when people go in to doing something like this in the future. Should it be done again? Will that become a consideration? How well can somebody else use my list? Because everyone wants their list to go the distance.
Nice. So here's some people here. They jumped into 2017, going strong now, jumping forth between Age of Sigmar and 40K. This is pretty cool. So over the course of this broadcast, we're going to see some amazing games. We're going to eventually crown a champion list in the finals later on this afternoon. I'm jazzed, and we got lots of stuff.
I'm so keen to jump in. Maybe we'll chuck up our bracket, see what we've got going on today. We've got one more game, one more set of games for our round 2, and then man, straight into the semis and straight into the final round, man.
Yeah, I'll say most people's brackets, by all accounts, are shattered. We will be checking in with 40K Stat Center's absolute the brain behind that, Peter the Falcon, later on to see just what percentage of people got kind of close, because I don't know anybody that's going all the way.
I don't know anybody yet who hasn't dropped a game in the bracket. And as far as we knew, when we had the stats, well, of course, the Falcon chimed in with some stats. Who would have thought? He told us that about 350 people had chucked in predictions for the bracket, and only 4 people had got it right coming out of the first round. That's ridiculous.
So we are doing this stream for charity. So last night, even after we quit broadcasting, a couple folks kicked in for the charity, and this is something if you can do, please. We're doing a charity for first responders and people on the line, PPE for folks on the front line. Go to LasVegasNopen.net and click on the charity link, and you will see a way to donate if it's something that you can do. We are currently sitting at $5,352 USD. That's amazing. That's just a testament to talk about how amazing this community is. Joining us here on the streaming, just kicking in what they can for a good cause.
Yeah, exactly right. And behind you guys on the screen now, you can see our bracket as it sits right now. Last night, 2 of our round 2 games were completed. One of those being my boys, the Art of War Down Under lads. That's Eric Lathuris playing into Liam Hackett's Possessed. And yes, the Grey Knights went the distance. The Grey Knight got the W, and here they are in our semi-finals. Atop straight up them, they had the 3-headed Hydra. That was TJ's list, playing JT's list. Confusing there. So many letters. Which one is which? So that was the 3-headed Hydra, that being Magnus, Morty, and the Unkillable Lord of Change, playing into a very heavy, very killy, very shooty MSU Dark Eldar army. And the Dark Eldar went the distance there.
It did. So I was going to make a joke and say that the Grey Knight list, as I think the folks say, is fire. And then the name is Pure Fire.
Yes.
But it is. That list is actually tore up a stout unit of a army of mostly possessed last night. But that game, how exciting was that game? I mean, really. So we looked at the table and said, okay, he's going to get bled the whole way. And he did, right? But then
yeah,
what
he
happened?
Did, man. He got smashed, but then he made every possible move to get points. And by the end of turn 3, he had held his opponent to 8 points, and he was sitting squarely on 49.
No, he was like 60-0 or something like that. It
was 49 to 8. But yeah, you say what you want.
-3. That's how. But then the Lathuris' list, Pure Fire, had to if there was one less round in that game, he would have lost, even though his opponent had no models left.
He timed it to the last. He timed his run to the last possible moment in order to not get absolutely smashed if he overextended against the Possessed. And what ended up happening, he won by 6 points, 61 to 67.
For the first time ever,
finish.
I was rooting for an army that had no figures left on the table.
Me too. He had 2 characters left, and Eric was still down by 15 points, and we're like, oh, this could be the upset of the season, because no one thought the Possessed had much of a hope in that game. Everyone thought, the Possessed have all the downsides in this matchup. It's hammer and anvil. They had to deploy away from each other. The Possessed got so much line to cover. But then Eric deployed so far back because of that, because we're one unit of Possessed into they kill his paladins in one go. They take out a lot of purifiers if they're unbuffed. So he deployed so far back that he gave up the whole board. He ceded the board to his opponent, and his opponent just went bang, 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 bang. Here's my huge score. Run away. And yeah, it was great.
Oh my goodness. It's kind of like a metaphor, again, staying with our fire theme here. The candle that burns the brightest, burns the fastest. He needed a little bit more. But think about it, just with a tiny bit of luck, he would have pulled that off. I mean, and that's impressive to see two high caliber players playing stout list. Yeah, nice. I want to know if is anyone was surprised by any of the list here. Is anybody that's been watching are they going to incorporate some of these list ideas into their own play? And look, and like we heard from TJ last night when we brought him on to talk about, the idea of transitioning a list to another pilot. He's like, man,
Hmm.
and now TJ's a great player, but he said, I've played this particular list like 15, 20 times.
Yes,
And so,
exactly.
you can't just take it and go. So I'm curious as to how people are going to work in little things. Are they going to wholesale lift and shift things into their list from things they've seen here? Or how did some of these architects just they think they may have got it wrong and they're going to just bust
Mm.
through with their own tech for the next one like this?
Yeah, agree. Yeah, I really agree. If there's
I don't
another
know if
one
you
like
lost me or
this,
not.
and God forbid, hopefully there's not. Hopefully we're doing this in person thereafter. But yeah, these lists might get a lot more simple. One I do really like, I do like Brian Pullen's list because I feel like that is a list that can be picked up and wielded to quite great effect by the vast majority of players.
I see
And we're
what
going to
you're
see that.
doing there. I heard what
What?
you're saying. That list needs skill. It needs grace. It needs precision.
Look,
You
there's a
got to
lot of
understand the ins outs.
there's a lot of moving parts to get it going at its absolute peak. But if you don't get it going at its peak, it's still like 30 super smashy boys you can just throw down someone's throat. At the end of
I'm
the
just
day.
giving you a hard time. I thought you were jabbing me saying that anybody can pick up the Blood Angels and run with
No, no,
it.
no, 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 no. At the end of the day, a lot of people know how to play a conventionally aggressive archetype. Getting the most out of something of that ilk does take a lot of skill, does take a lot of nuance and practice. But to just throw Sangard into people's face, probably not that hard. Doing
Listen, okay,
having the
the
right,
movement
having the
phase
right.
is actually now. Look, I know this, but the movement phase is actually the most complicated section of the game.
Oh, for
Positioning
sure.
your close combat in the okay. It's just let me say, anytime you're moving a model, anytime you're touching and manipulating and moving a model, that is actually the thing that takes the most skill of I think of anything in 40k. Where you're talking about consolidation, where you're talking about pile-ins, where you're talking about the actual movement and positioning and understanding the terrain. Those are some of the more nuanced things in Warhammer. But yes, it
Mm.
is ultimately very satisfying to pick up a 10-man unit of golden armored angels and put them right in front where the time to do the action.
Yeah, for sure. Now, so our games for today. First and foremost, we are going to be watching our two opening second round games. They're going to be setting up our finales of our semi-finals and then our finals. But for your viewing pleasure, we're going to be having I Can't Believe It's Not Blood Angels being wielded by Stephen Boxwell. The author was Stephen Box, being played into Always Be Charging, which is Brian Pullen's list, being played by, I think, Joey Coles. So that's going to be an interesting one because Steve Box is the Blood Angels player between the two of those. But
Maybe they
he might
switch. Maybe they
Maybe
flip.
they switch. Maybe they
Yeah.
switch because they both could at both either of those lists. So it would be interesting to see which one takes which. I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to get a very high level, high class game there. But I'm guessing you're tipping the Blood Angels, my friend.
I could not do that.
I guess I'm going the sisters then. I mean,
See
yeah,
what I did there?
I
It's
got to give you.
not Blood Angels, and it's not Omer's blood. It is Blood Angels.
Yeah.
And
But
so yeah, hey, look, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here all week. We actually have been here all week. They just
we
shut the
have.
cameras off. They turned it back on, and we were still talking. They were like, "Hey,
Yeah.
hey."
We didn't actually sleep. We haven't actually stopped as of yet. I was talking off the screen. If anybody knows the fluff of the dragoons and the Onaga and the walkers for Admech, they're actually perpetual motion machines, and they're actually just walking around the barrens of Mars. That is how the Falcon and Val find us in our natural state. Paul and I just sit here on Skype and just dabba 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 dabba, just talk. And then they wrangle us in to do a show. They're like, "Get in here!" They net us up, chuck us into a green room, and just do a show. Here we are, Paul. We're just gonna roll with it.
There we go. Production. The chat it's squished. I can't see it. They're on that. Oh, so are they teeing up? They teeing up over there in Vanguard Tactics. What a sharp studio.
Paul's doing his sorry. Mr. Box is doing his hand talk thing. He's doing a hand talk. My
Chat
name
is
Steve
fixed.
Box,
Thank you.
and I talk with my hands. Hello.
I say I've got a
little
set
bigger than
of the Vanguard Tactics premium aluminum dice, and those things are slick. I'm actually a bit
Yeah.
of a dice collector.
Ah.
Yeah, I used to be like in the early. And we'll talk a little bit about tournament rituals over the course of this broadcast too. But I used to be like just like super focused on the little brick of dice. I have my 36 dice,
Mm.
and I have to keep this 36 dice brick, tight together. I can't lose one, But then at some point, about 10 years ago, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take random dice. I'm not going to worry about this brick anymore. I'm just going to have a dice bag of whatever it is, and I like getting people's club
Mm.
dice and special sets of dice that GW releases and stuff. But I like to pick them up, and I got a set of his Vanguard Tactics dice, and they are pretty slick.
There you go. Okay, we got Hellstorm Wargaming, who are going to be piling our second of our bracket games today, which is that one is Mr. Siegler's Silver Tide
Yes.
playing into what's the other winning list there?
We don't have to guess. I think we can go. If you can follow along with the brackets also if you go to LasVegasNopen.net.
Yep.
And it looks like he is going into
In saying that, please go over to Las Vegas.
This is Tanks list. It's the Emperor's All Star. So this
Of
is
course.
this is
Sisters and Custodes.
Sisters and Custodes. Yep.
Yeah, please go over to LasVegasNopen.net, buy some merch, donate some money, get involved with the raffle. There is still time in the raffle, guys. The Gleam raffle is not done. It's not finished. You can still go over, engage in that, get yourself some sweet tickets to win our grand prize, in addition to a bunch of other things, which is a $1,000. That's 4-digit shopping spree through Frontline Gaming. So jump on and get involved there.
Oh, and thank you, William, who kicked in a few bucks to the charity a few seconds ago. So that's awesome. But the raffle completely free. That's one of it's the Gleam sponsored by or the whole thing sponsored by Frontline Gaming. But specifically that Gleam is a chance to win an amazing shopping spree from Frontline Gaming. And all you got to do is support some of the stream and content creators helping out with this broadcast.
Exactly right. Some stuff hopefully you were doing anyway. By no means putting you out in any single way.
Well, this is the way that you might not know where all these people exist, whether it be on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. As for instance, hey, if you're working on any hobby projects today, tweet me at warmaster_TPM. I want to see the pictures. What you got going on with your stuff? What are you doing while we are sitting here jibber jabbering about Warhammer, watching these competitors slug it out?
Yes, exactly right. From where do you hail? What are you doing with yourself today? What have you got going on? And what are you excited to see? And who is your tip? Who is your hot tip to take it all away and win this bad boy?
If you are, if you are in the chat, I think on Twitch, you can use some exclamation point commands or whatever that takes you to things. So like bang bracket on 40K Stat Center on Twitch. You can go to bang raffle, bang charity, bang list, and stuff. You'll see everything. It takes you right hot links to exactly where you're at. Okay,
exactly right.
So here's where you asked me who I think is going all the way. There's a couple of things here. So my bracket is shattered. So I don't know. I'm probably not the best person to ask because we had some upsets in the beginning, and this is certainly an anything can happen type event because we've got the complication of list architect moving into pilot, moving down the line across continents. Like who would have thought? There's so much to think about here. When is it evening? When is it morning? Who's in their prime? Who knows, right?
Oh,
So,
dude, yeah. So many factors go into this.
If we go with the idea that the Art of War team will be the players of the final, and if there is the Art of War list designed by the defending champion, ITC champion, and Las Vegas Open champion, Richard Siegler, still in there at that time, then that's my pick. Do I think that list makes it into the next round? I actually don't know. So I'm going to fall back and say Blood Angels 100% all the time.
Well, so my pick, as we were talking about this last night, my pick before we'd seen the full bracket come down for our round 2, I was picking Mr. Siegler's list to go all the way because I thought it was the outlier. I thought it was the one that stood out from the rest as the one that was the most well constructed to go into what I thought was the heavy Sisters and Space Marines meta. I thought it was very well designed to combat that in a lot of different ways. Things like the always fights last being the counterpoint to the big smashy things from Blood Angels, the Repentia from Sisters, etc., etc., and then the counterpoint being the fact that he's just so good at wielding those 60 Necron Warriors that he can just get so much done. Look at these boys. This is some clever stuff these guys do on their stream. We have some high quality content creators here for your viewing pleasure. Terrain keywords on the look. They just got it coming up for you. There's no questions, and no ifs, no buts. If you're watching at home, you'd be like, this is what they're doing. That's what they're playing.
I love that. That is actually pretty spectacular. You mentioned how well the Necrons pair up against things like the Sisters and stuff. So
Mm,
multi-meltas have been, I mean, they've been dominant, right? It's like how many
yeah,
multi-meltas can one get into a list, and how do you get special rules type onto that? But you put a multi-melta up against a Necron warrior, you're like, oh well, yes, I hope you were very proud of yourself. You have killed one warrior who still may just come right back on the table. So
exactly. I think we got our disembodied overlord going to be joining us momentarily. You going to be jumping in or a headless one?
we gotta warm up the drone. We gotta
You gotta pray to that machine god. There he
Oh, there
is.
I am.
Oh, we got him in
I was gonna
stereo.
say, I was gonna say that screen with all the terrain, that's a big flex. That was a big flex.
Big
That's all I
flex,
wanted to
wasn't
say. I don't have arms, so I'm impressed by large flexes.
it? You need to do a facial flex.
I love it.
Uh,
So
yeah. Look at this guy. He's pretty good looking.
Can we get him on? If they would stop the turntable, we get him on the chaos on the Necron Lord.
Oh, so
This is the highest quality
This is
commentary that we've got.
Paul and I are the easily the least quality content here. And that's saying something.
oh, look, we're
Anyone
nothing
else
without the
get
CPI
motion
special
sick? 'Cause
effects.
I am.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness! Look, what are you doing to people? But listen, terrain, like we've actually done, Adam, a whole segment, like a 2 or 3 week discussion about terrain and
Did
how important it
did.
is, and how communicating that what the keywords are to both players on the table, so they know there's no surprises, and it adds that element of the game. That's one of the ways you add variance and excitement to your game. Is different types of terrain, firing lines, different, I guess, things that can impact how an army plays. Like there's a certain degree of difficulty that can be a challenge to overcome by armies that aren't good or hampered by terrains. Like if you can't fly over it, then then that's something. If you can't shoot through it, that's something.
Mm.
Sometimes some armies need it to be able to hug it around and scoot in to get that kind of impending fear of being overwhelmed by the hordes and stuff. Like terrain is
Yeah.
the third player at the table is where I'm going.
Yeah, exactly right. There's that little Bernie Sanders that's been 3D printed by Hellstone Wargaming that they place jauntily upon random terrain pieces. There's so much like a little, I don't know, flavor that each of these content creators brings that I've found really enjoyable to unpack. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be very keen to see how well these Necrons get played this game. There's going to be an interesting one because, of course, Tank has his list available. Should he wish, he can play his own list again. We've jumped over to Vanguard Tactics actually. Or are we still with Hellstorm? We're over to
Looks like
Vanguard.
Steven Box to me.
Yep, unpacking his list. Maybe we should do the same. It's on screen. Let's read it out.
So
Here we
these
go.
lists, these are not new lists. These are not the list will remain the same from competitor to competitor, from pilot to pilot. The only thing that may change is that in the instance where a competitor does not have the exact models, part of our floor rules is we are allowing either proxies or stand-ins, but it has to be the same thing. Like it has to be the same footprint, same profile, and everything else.
Same silhouette, same size model, same size base,
Yeah.
but reasonable proxies are acceptable.
Yeah, so as you see that may be the case. So, but the lists are exactly the same. There's no sideboards, no edits, no nothing. The list have to move through as they were written by the architects.
Oh, guys, you didn't need to check the list up. I was just gonna point to the models on the screen behind us, which is gonna be fun. Like, there's Celestine. This is his Canoness.
Just giving people a break from us for a second.
Yeah, this is his Canoness. That's one of his HQs. Over there's Celestine. She's looking quite pretty. She's doing a great job. She'll kick your ass. Above that, we've got 3 units of Repentia, as you can see.
This is a great choice.
But HQ,
we're not in control of what they're doing.
He's got HQs. He's got a battalion of Bloody Road, a Canoness, a Celestine, and a Missionary to fill those out. Troop squads, 3 units of Battle Sisters, and then in elites, 3 units of 9 Repentia and 3 units of 10 Zephyrim. Wowee. To fill it out, the final 2 choices, 2 units of Retributor squads. I'm calling these Suicide Sisters at the moment because I feel like that's what they're built for. 4 Multi-Melters and 2 Cherubs in each one, and 2 Rhinos to keep those expensive gals safe, or to sling Repentia in should he need. Very well-rounded list. Paul, what's your hot takes?
Yeah, I dig it. So, Rhinos, they're back. Like I don't know how
Mm.
many you need because they're not the same points as they were, but they're a little bit of an investment. But they give you so many advantages, protecting some of these T3 things, or in the instance of the Grey Knights, allowing you to position yourself to get those massive smites off where it's appropriate. And we talked about how important terrain is. Rhinos give you rolling terrain.
Exactly right. Blocking lines of sight, especially, is especially potent, especially important in today's day and age. When you have density of terrain, so every time you can add a bit or control a bit of the terrain in the line of sight, in addition to having a good density, it just becomes even more potent.
It's
Jumping over to Brian Pullen's list.
it's like
Sorry, go.
those old cartoons. You see where they're behind like they have a picture of a bush or something or whatever, and they're hiding, they're rolling behind it. Or it's that's that you can do
Mm.
the same thing with rhinos, and you're not afforded that by something like an impulsor or anything that flies because things can just shoot right under it.
So HQ choices for Mr. Box being played by Joey Coles. There's his big old HQ, one of your favorite boys. There's Dante right there. He's hanging out. Straight above my head, just straight above my finger, is his Sang Priest. He's been upgraded to be Selfless Healer with all the other good jazz that you wouldn't leave at home. Across the other side, on the other side of Dante, is his Sanguinary Ancient, who had a great baller turn last game, pulled down a Shield Captain who was on 2 or 3 wins left, went in, just laid waste to that good lad. But jumping into the rest of the list, Commander Dante, Sanguinary Priest, of course, just told you about that. Troops, he has 3 units of Intercessors. And then for Elites, he has a Judicia, a Sanguinary Ancient, with Hero of the Chapter, Rights of War, and the Wrath of Baal. 3 units of Sangard, a 10-man, 2 9-mans in Carmine Swords and Angelus Bolt Guns on all of them. So 0 axes, 0 fists. Maybe you got something to say about that in a moment, Paul Murphy. But the last piece of the puzzle is 5 Plasma Inceptors.
I do like to pack a couple of fists on the guard just in case. Sometimes, like you have the advantage. So there's a couple of things here. So he has the Judicar in the list, and I almost think that's a little bit overkill. But maybe it's not overkill because he's not packing the fist on the Sanguinary Guard. So there's a little play there. I think he's deciding how he wants to interact in the assault phase, and that is a choice. And look, this list is obviously made. I love this list. Taking Dante Dante is a truck. He's got the ability to reduce incoming attacks on him in the form of a -1, whether it be with close combat or shooting. He hits like a freight train. Like, what's not to like? Solid choice. The Sanguinary Priest is an auto include. I know we talk about different definitions of what auto include is, but let me tell you what the Sanguinary Priest does with the Red Grail and then a stratagem, which is a low cost investment. With a jump pack, you're positioning exactly where you need to be. You can be the Assault Doctrine on turn 1. Get yourself out of position, no problem. I have an extra attack over there for my Shock Assault and my Assault phase. So Savage Echoes turned up to 11 with the Sanguinary Priest. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, agree. And apologies, I said the Sang Priest killed the Shield Captain. Wrong Sang Priest. That was the Sang Priest of Mikey Herbert's list, which didn't make it through, unfortunately. Looks like we've had turn 1 go down already.
Is what got in there, I think, and got him. And, yeah.
True.
I
Apologies.
think
All starts with Sang, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. I am gold. Oh, look at me. Whatever.
I have an eidetic memory when it comes to Sanguinary Guard heroes out there doing their work.
Looks like we have started the top of turn 1 for our Battle Lines game from Hellstorm Wargaming. On the right of screen, you will see a huge density of Necron boys, all blobbed up with the Silent King down, hiding behind that line of sight ruin. Like we said before, he can be obscured. He is technically himself under 18 wounds, despite combined being well over with his 2 men here in addition. To the top of your middle screen, we've seen that a couple of Sangard have a couple of Custody Guard have pushed up in defense of what looks to be a Rhino, possibly full of Repentia. I can see a little Repentia model on top of that. Looks like a semi extendy turn, not a full aggressive turn here by Tank. He's playing a little bit defensively and ensuring that his explosive units are the ones being protected and insulated by his far more durable units in the 3+ invulnerable save Custody Guard. Let's give you guys a quick insight into those lists. Well, we can. We've got Richard Siegler's list up first, the Silver Tide of Doomy Doomness. He's called the Silver Tide 2 Ophidians Aren't Real, that being Ophidian Destroyers, which the models have not yet been released. I like those models, though. They're a nice middle point between what the old race used to be, the first edition race, the ones that came out, they had the skeletal heads and then the race construct bodies, and the new hotness and what the race looked like now. They're nice middle point, the merging of the minds. I think they got a nice little homage paid to the originals.
Oh, the beautiful thing is that we talked about the diversity and what a Necron army looks like, and what your options are, and then how you can your modeling choices like that has been really expanded. I mean, tenfold as to what the modeling
Yeah.
choices and stuff were, and so it's going to be interesting to see how generals continue to change them and shift them as they play. But how cool is it that they actually have the option to now?
Me too. I agree. Absolutely cool. So for Mr. Siegler's list that's been wielded by Mikey Herbert, as you guys can see to the right of screen, 2 Crypto Thralls and a Chronomancer in his no Force Orc slot. And then for the HQs, he has another Chronomancer. Both the Chronomancers here have Entropic Lances, one of them having the relic for the Veil of Darkness. Of course, don't leave home without it. It is so saucy.
Yep.
He has a Lord with a Staff of Light, Resurrection Orb, and a Voltic Staff, another relic. And then he has a rarefied nobility, Inspiring Leader as a Warlord trait. Troops,
So,
3 units of...
one second though, we talk about the teleportation. So anytime you can redeploy or do something that you
Oh.
would not normally do, or not be afforded the option to do mid game, is incredibly powerful.
It's so powerful, dude. It's so powerful, and it's so important for Necrons to have that X factor, a little bit of mobility, in what is otherwise it's
Yeah.
called the Silver Tide for a reason. It's slow, it's methodical, it's plodding, but then having that little bit of explosive redeploy is really important.
It
Troops,
catches people out all the time. Yeah.
it does. Troops, 3 units of 20 Necron Warriors, all with Gorse Reapers, the new hotness, the new gun, 12 inches, strength 5, -2. What's not to love? Elites, we have 2 Crypto Thralls and 10 Sword and Board Lich Guard. I love these guys. These guys can hold down a whole half the table by themselves. They are just that durable, and they do pack so much more of a wallop than they used to.
Yeah.
To
So
round
in the
things out,
opening round, they those Lich Guard, they actually held pretty much off the what was it the other demon played by Mark Perry from being able to get into the Silent King, basically allowing the Silent. He gave his 2 fronts there, all the warriors, and then the Lich Guard and a couple extra warriors held off the front, the advancing plow of chaos that allowed the Silent King just to do what the Silent King does, which is score a lot of points and force multiply your army.
exactly right. Now, the last elements of this list, 2 units of 5 Canoptic Scarabs and the big old SK Silent King himself.
Yeah, he's silent no
Yikes.
longer. Wreck and shop, and I think this is so. As we understand in the chat, as Mikey says, he's not a Novak player. He's not sure how to do that. But I'd like to argue that in this instance, the Novak rules of being better in close combat are just essentially a bonus. Like you don't. It's not the X factor. I don't think in this list. I think that when it becomes relevant, and it will, it is just simply a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now, to jump over to 2 tanks lists, so we don't give you guys only half the picture. So Tank Roberts, Mixed Imperium, it's called the Emperor's All-Stars, starting off with the Battalion of Bloody Rose Sisters. As a HQs, he has a Canoness with a Null Rod, Chainsword, Beacon of Faith, Litanies of Faith for the Waller trait and the Relic. As a Missionary, missionaries are quite good. 3 units of just 5 Sisters of Battle in the troops, 2 units of Death Cult Assassin, and 3 units of 8 Repentia to round out the elites. Any hot takes there, my man?
Yes, I think the Repentia are something that is you can look at them on paper and think, I don't know if this is going to get it done. But yet they always perform consistently. Like they have some tricks and stuff in the army that allow them to get where they need to be, and when they do, they just absolutely dish out the damage. Now there are a few things in the game that have the damage reduction, like as we've seen, but that's so few and far between. You're pretty much always going to get work done if you have the Repentia.
Exactly right. So for heavy support, 3 units of Retributors, 2 Multi-Melters, and 2 Immortal Cherubs in each one. These are true Suicide Sisters. They will jump out. They will essentially shoot with 4 Multi-Melters per squad, despite only having 2 listed on their sheet, because they get the double shoot with 2 Cherubs. And then they got 2 Rhinos to either sling and keep Retributors safe, or, like I said, sling Repentia into your lines. To round out this, lastly, he has a Patrol of Shadowkeepers. Starts off with Trajan Valoris, Shield Captain on Dog Jet Bike, Captain Commander, Indomitable Constitutions for the extra wounds, 10,000 heroes, so he's bought a Waller trait, which is Superior Creation for a 5-up Feel No Pain. He has the Relic Auric Aquilus for rerolls to charge and a 3+ invulnerable save, and a Misery Coordinate on top. And then the troop choices in that patrol, 2 units of 5 Custody Guard, all with Sword and Board. Now, we talked about that last time.
Yep.
That in a microcosm, that is just a bunch of hearty golden boys that every single model in there has a 3+ invulnerable save. Very interesting skew there.
Yeah, so what they can do is you could plant them somewhere, and they are going to just staunchly defend and make you points, ideally. Or if you need the little extra push, you throw them up there and get them because they're basically the Emperor's finest. They will do a lot of damage and be there for many rounds.
Yeah, it looks like we've transitioned over to the Vanguard Tactics game. You can just see the tanks list for your perusing pleasure up there. Just going to quickly go through the secondaries being picked by both players. Mr. Joey Coles, he has picked Engage on all fronts, Oath of Moment, and what's the last one? Is that the mission objective? It's being a little cut off on the left hand side there. I think it's assassination. Yes, it is. I think it is assassination. Now that I'm seeing it written on the it is.
Has
Yeah,
to
for
be.
sure it is
Has to be.
assassination.
Yep.
What are you thinking, Paul?
So assassinate has been something it's almost, I think it's kind of your default. It's like, well, he's got some characters. Let me go over there and kill the characters. But
Yeah.
as we talked about before, it's almost like a trap because once your opponent knows that they need to be complicit to you getting points, and they can choose not to be.
Yeah, exactly right. They can just be like, "Oh, you've given me the chance to deny something. Well, I guess I'm going to do that." And yeah, especially in games where people don't have a lot of impetus, don't have a lot of reason to use their characters. We saw it picked by Mr. Siegler in his last game, which was really good because he was playing into or Slanesh
Slaneshi.
demons.
Yep, yeah.
There's no way there's no way the Slanesh demons can beat the Necrons without using their greater demons. That's a good
Yep.
time to take assassinate. When you're picking into like sisters and whatnot and things of these ilk, when all they can do is they can just take a secondary role in that game. And like even Celestine, who's actually is legitimately a lot of points, you can just take a secondary role and be like, I'm just going to buff people plus invuln, reroll some rerolls and send them in, rather than going in myself. On top of that, against things like sisters, you can just regen your characters, as in like, oh, you died, CP, miracle dice, now you're back.
Well, the difference between assassinate and thin their ranks, assassinate has to be at the end of the game. Are they alive or dead at the end of the game? And Celestine can come back, so you could even be. So again, it's just look. I like assassinate. I think it's great that it exists. And you're right, when you're playing into a list that absolutely requires their characters, like or they've invested a lot of points in their characters. Like you can look at it as a greater demons also invest a lot of points, but those things have powers and abilities that are critical to how the game will play out. And so anytime you can assess that, assassinate might be the right pick. But the only person that has really paid off for has been Siegler against that Greater Demon Force. And so I'm going to be curious to see how it plays out for them as well. Because
Yeah, me too.
they both have it.
They both have it, so someone's going to get disappointed, for sure. And we saw how cagey these gentlemen were willing to play in their last game against each other. It was really a game of inches, being that was the custodes of Joey Coles versus Mr. Box's sisters, which is now being wielded for you on stream again by him. But to the right of screen, of course, to the back end, where closer to the V, looks to be the sisters. That means the Blood Angels will be in the foreground for us. Should we get a top down? Looks like they're just doing a bit of a recap, getting their I's and T's crossed and dotted.
So we've had a couple people ask, can you view these games on their host channels? Absolutely, yes. Go and watch them on their host channels. What I'd like for you to do is have us up on two screens if you can. That way you can listen to us opine about these strategies and from a distance cast our opinions on maybe what they should do, but also bring you reports on what is actually happening. But yeah, support these content creators. You can see all the games that we're broadcasting. You can actually see them on their host channels, I believe, going on at the same time.
I do want to let you guys know that I did make a mistake. I've just gone to our table boss document and seen what our good man on the ground has got to tell us. And Joey Coles, I had a feeling he took the mission secondary and it wasn't assassinate. He did.
Okay. Okay.
So for those who don't know, this is the mission for today is Battle Lines. It's Dawn of War deployment, and the secondary is it vital ground.
That's what it was.
Yeah, if you hold either of the mid board objectives, you get 2 points. Hold them both for 4 points. So it's a possible, I think it's 8 or 5. Yeah, there's a lot of points up for grabs. But holding your opponents is naturally something that's not done very often. So most of these people fighting over the 2 middle ones. As you can see, there are 4 objectives, 1 in each deployment zone, 1 to the top middle and 1 to the bottom middle of screen. And if you hold either of those, you get 2 points at the start of your next command phase. And holding both, of course, it yields 4. So it can pay quite some good dividends if you have a hearty board control list. His opponent, Mr. Stephen Box, playing the sisters, has taken Deploy Scramblers, Engage, and Assassinate. So he took Assassinate, and Joey Coles did not.
Thanks for that, chat. I really do love the real-time feedback from the chat. It helps us when there's a tech issue. It helps us when there's an information issue. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay, and just to wrap up, and when we come back to Vanguard Tactics, the Blood Angels went first, mate. Do you think they wanted to in this one?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll always be charging, right? That's the name of the game.
That's the name of the list.
But Class is saying the sisters are going to crush the BA into ketchup.
Into ketchup.
The secondary guard will be gold in ketchup.
I was about to say they're mostly gold. What will gold do to ketchup?
Fancy. That's how fancy they are. It's
Right, yeah,
refined.
fenced
It's
it
a
up.
special kind of tomatoes only grown in a certain region in the Baltic, I think.
It's the kind of ketchup they give you when you order filet mignon. You know, it's not your rump steak ketchup.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. Don't let
Uh,
anyone shame you into eating steak in a way you don't want to.
Mikey has Mikey Herbert has a sign on the back of his T-shirt that I believe says Val Heffelfinger's #1 fan.
Heck yeah.
That is hilarious. Thank you for that, Mikey. I love how they're always adding flavor to their stream. They're very, very funny, interesting gentlemen.
There is a lot of competition for
know,
that.
Guys, I like that flavor too. Mikey and I, we go way back to when I mailed him that shirt earlier this week. Look, this doppelganger Val Skull is really creeping me out, man. Do we have to have him here when I'm here?
Coming in for a smooch, man.
Get
He's
out
coming in
of
for
there.
a smooch. He likes you.
Yeah. Anyway,
It's
yeah,
like
Mikey's great. And
He's
Georgie,
your-
if you're watching, how you doing?
he's your satellite. You are like
Hold on.
Earth, and he is like your moon.
You know what?
Little Val.
I am like the Earth and the moon together here.
We have to send you to bed. You keep this up.
I told you we have been here all day, all night,
Yeah.
and this is what you get. This is how it goes.
You
Delirious
guys
morning
probably
Val.
have like a game you want to watch. Like I've said many times, I don't even know what this is. I just think all you guys are really nice people, and I like hanging out.
That's pretty nice. I'll forgive you.
Get me out of here.
I don't know what you did, but I forgive you.
Please leave.
So we're talking about the multi-meltas and the Repentia and stuff. So those actually do make short work of the Sanguinary Guard.
They
I mean,
do
like,
indeed.
they deny all the advantages of what the Sanguinary Guard bring. The Sanguinary Guard are they're not Primaris, so you can't use transhuman on them. So when multi-melters are
Correct.
getting fired at them, you're basically winning on twos. And if you're firing at lots of multi-meltas, you're going to get lots of damage through. And multi-meltas don't care about your 2 wounds. I mean, like
Correct,
basically,
man.
I mean, it's a walk in the park for them. And the Repentia with their multiple damage weapons and decent APs, decent enough to where if they get to the jump on these golden boys, that they will put a lot of wounds on them, reducing their strike back capability. But I don't think in the matchup of the Repentia versus the Sanguinary Guard will come out on top no matter who charges. But it's one of those situations to where you've then weakened that unit to where they then become susceptible to even Stormbolter fire.
Yeah, spot on. Now, what is interesting to just a quick call this game and an update on some of the secondaries from our table boss. So we know Tank has gone first. It was very easy to see. Tank's secondaries: Domination, Battleground. Battleground, I believe, is the mission secondary, and While We Stand, We Fight, which, of course, is one of the biggest plays of the list that he has. That is really why he's brought that contingent of Custodes, because Trajan and the 2 Custodi guard squads are all packed those 3+ invulnerable saves. They're all his While We Stand, We Fights. They're so hard to get blood out of a stone, out of that golden 3+ invulnerable save stone, that, yeah, it's very reliable to take While We Stand, We Fight on. And we're starting to see that being a shift on the While We Stand, We Fight. It used to be, can you take easily protectable, healable, bring back to life characters? Cool, you can play While We Stand, We Fight. Now it is, do you have a hearty bully unit that you can that isn't the most killing thing in your army, e.g. that your opponent doesn't need to focus on, and can you make it durable enough without sacrificing the whole rest of your army to keep it buffed, and therefore you can play While We Stand, We Fight. I think Tank's done a very clever thing in the way he's constructed his. I do think he's moved very appropriately. Even if I didn't know what his secondaries was and I saw his movement, I'd be like, he's probably taken the mission secondary and he's probably gone Domination, because he's spread very hard to the top and bottom of the screen to his flanks in order to get some presence on both of those objectives very quickly, but he has split his army into 2 homogenous halves already.
You think that's the right thing to do? Do you think he's trying to cause some confusion, some a forced flank, as it were, for his opponent?
Well, I think Mikey's out-deployed him in some cases. I think Mikey maybe wanted to go first, but I think Mikey has out-deployed him in some cases. If you see, Mikey's deployed more to the bottom of screen, with a weaker flank being held off and being defended by those scarabs, because the scarabs are quite hard to chew through, especially if he's going to give him a 5+ invuln from a chronomancer. But he can invest the overwhelming majority of his army to the bottom of the screen, put 60 warriors onto that, and as soon as he does, there's very little the tank can do to get it back. 60 warriors does not go down to anything easily.
That's fair.
On top of that,
even in the onslaught, just the absolute massive attacks, massive bodies. there were warriors still on the table at the end of the game between Singular and Barry.
Exactly right. And on top of that, there's probably about somewhere in the region of 25 to 30 across a couple of different squads. So you only killed about half of them. Naturally, I think you probably ended up killing like 70 of the damn things, but they just keep popping back up, don't they? So yeah, I do like Marky's deployment. He's deployed a bit of a deny flank. I think they're already done with their first turn, and I don't think Mikey moved enough for my tastes. I would have liked to have even advanced
Well,
one of his squads.
what we saw with Siegler, again, even in the face of all that assault, he still he moved up once. I should say he definitely pushed out. He said, I'm going to extend my territory to my full movement and create a larger bubble, give him a little bit more to work with, a little bit room to work with, utilize the spacing of the models and everything to prevent those big demons from getting through his line. So there are no big demons on the other side. So
No, correct.
maybe that's changed the thought a little bit.
Yeah, we've already seen this score come in for Tank at the start of his turn. He's gotten 4 for battle lines, 3 for domination, and yeah, he's looking like he's going to be taking a pretty hearty lead. He got a 15 on his turn 2 for the primary. This is why Mikey needs to get on his bike. We saw what happened with the Possessed in this mission, taking a similar swathe of secondaries. They just ran away with the score, put up massive amounts of points in the first 3 turns, clocking in over 50 points in 3 turns of scoring, and then putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent to get a lot done. And this army doesn't have a gate. It has 1 gate in the Veil of Darkness. Doesn't have double move from Edict Imperator or whatever it's called. It can't be as dynamic as the Grey Knights can. So that's what I mean. I would love to have seen Mikey get on his bike a little bit more and get moving and shaking.
Well, I agree with you on that, but it maybe he's thinking that because there are so many elements of this other list, that he needs to see how he's playing, what he's thinking, where he plans to go. So he didn't want to overcommit to one thing or another.
Yeah, exactly right. I'll just give us the stream of consciousness from our table boss. Tank doesn't think he can comfortably get engaged or deploy with all the Necrons on the board, so he deployed all of his small units off. So small units to block off the Veil of Darkness. Mikey felt Tank would need to sit in the middle and hopes to mow through his characters. Tank wins the roll to go first. He called out he'd roll a 6, and he did. Mikey thinks Tank being psychic is cheating. The Custody Guard and Trajan advance onto the middle top objective with the Repentia Rhino in tow. A second guard squad advances onto the bottom objective with a second Rhino in tow. Shield Captain hides inside the bottom middle L. Symmetry is important, apparently, for Tank, and Tank scores 3 for domination. In Mikey's turn 1, he has the protocol Sudden Storm for +1 to movement. Don't think he might have taken advantage of that as much as he would have liked. Mikey pushes forward with the Warriors, looking to get range on the Sisters midfield. Siegler is in the chat, feels that this is Mikey's games to lose based on how aggressive Tank pushed up. Mikey should be pressuring either top or bottom, but after yesterday is being cautious. Mikey's using the Lich Guard as his screen. May be a mistake, but Tank is wary of how hard everything is to kill. Yes, I would have liked to have seen Mikey invest, like, let's say, 70% of his army to just blobbing up and moving down onto the bottom. He's already deployed across from the bottom. Just move, get onto it, go crazy, mob that objective, deny it to his opponent, and start ruining his score for domination. Take domination off the table. Don't let him get any more points for it in this game.
What we said with how Necrons can do all this fancy stuff and all these new fancy models. We're looking at a Necron list that visually looks very similar to old Necron list. What are old Necrons list good at doing though is being somewhere and never being shifted. So yeah, you move in force. You don't give any sweet targets, any clear targets to your opponent, and have them come and have to deal with your whole force in every way, which is difficult for an army that has lots of little different units. Or if he's concerned about you jumping out somewhere, you've now gotten him to commit part of his forces to doing something that may or may not happen in the game.
Dude, exactly right. And a life playing of a Necron player is a life of grinding, and you got to commit to the grind. Unless you're playing like a huge Canoptic Praetorian skew, your explosive power isn't there. You got a very high quality of power, but you're still a grindy army, and you need to commit to that grind early, especially against things that are as durable as all these 3+ invulnerable save Custody Guard. So as soon as you get into that grind and just start grinding into them. Grind into them. They might kill 2 of you. If you kill 2 of them, one of your guys will come back. One of their 2 guys won't. You will win the grind. But you got to start grinding early, especially into things that are as durable as a lot of the things that impact here. On top of that, as soon as you bloody the nose of these Custodian Guard squads, we've seen how prone Tank is to running them away. Because there is why stands we fight. Get him down to like 2 or 3 dudes left. He's going to be very reluctant to want to commit them further, especially if you're holding that holding back that Silent King, like, hey, this guy can sweep in, finish off this unit whenever you want.
That's an
Tank's gonna
excellent point.
get on his bike. He's going to run those guys back to his back line, and those objectives are going to be so much easier to take down later.
That is absolutely an amazing point. And with this stuff where the custodes, the stuff he just can't, like the extra damage. Yeah, you're going to kill a warrior. I mean, so he's less likely to commit them, I think, to that, or the less to get the benefit of having all that extra stuff. And so if he does bring them up there, they will be ground down by one thing or the other, and that cost him big points, causing him to, I guess, think about long term how he's going to win the mission. So we talked.
Yeah.
They were talking about how Mikey did not like how Tank might be psychic. So when you feel like your opponent is just in your head and kind of living in your kitchen, as it were, it can make for an interesting game, and that may have caused him to be hesitant. But I think he's rightly understood that Tank has to be hesitant because he can't give up these points while it's not a good trade, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hope Mikey is old enough to know some X-Men get out of my head, Charles stuff that he can throw at Tank.
We talk about that veil of darkness, or the ability to gate or teleport later on the thing, how powerful it is. It has caused his opponent to change what he brings into the force. He's like, oh, I've got to defend these areas, and so I don't get to play with some of these pieces. And what will potentially be the main engagement will be what will be the battle defining engagement.
Yeah, what I don't like here is that Mikey's turn 1 caused no change in the state of play. So first turn, Tank hooped up in 2 homogeneous bricks, unit of Repentia and unit of Custodian Guard with some support here, same thing at the bottom. And then Mikey did nothing to make him use any of those resources. So the status quo of turn 2 is exactly the same for Tank. This might as well be turn 1 right now. And that's what I think Mikey needed to do. He needed to make him, force him to commit, or even to make him put the Custodian Guard outside of their little L's, so they're actually at least shootable, or make him commit at least 1 unit of Pencha to go into the front of his squad, try and pick up the Scarabs, or go into the Lich Guard. But I'm sure Tank is savvy enough to know that going into Lich Guard with Repentia ain't that great. It's not the worst. It's probably better than going into 20 warriors.
Well,
20 warriors that are chronoed up with a 5+ invulnerable save. They're not going to die to the Repentia. In fact, you're just going to let him reposition a bunch of his army.
Yeah.
But at the same time, sitting back and doing nothing is just pretty much doing what Tank wants you to do.
In this instance, though, I think that when you have Repentia, they basically get no benefit from charging into warriors. I mean, look, they will kill a couple, but then there's just enough weight of attacks to come and kill all the Repentia. You might as well throw them into the Lich Guard. It may take you 2 tries, but you might as well do it.
Well, so 10 Lich Guard, they're fully buffed Bloody Rose Repentia. They can possibly have 4 attacks each, but I think they're more likely to have 3. So 27 attacks, hitting on 4s, re-rolling. They're probably going to get somewhere in the region, and if they've got exploding 6s as well, somewhere in the region of 20 to 21 hits, or when it's all said and done. And then they can be wounding on 2s because they're strength 6 and can go +1 to wound. So you can have something like 18 wounds going through on these Lich Guard, but then they got 4+ invulnerable saves, and so they take maybe they spike maybe they can go to 3+ saves as well. I can't actually remember if they can go 3+ saves still, or if they're 3+ just from shooting. But if they got 4+, you still probably leave like 1 or 2 left, and then he reses a bunch of them, and it was much of muchness. You traded for nothing. But if you can multi-melt or a couple of Lich Guard down, then 1 unit of Repentia can go bring the whole unit down, I think. Siegler would know better than I would. He would have all of that sort of.
I'm checking on it right now. Has a 4+ invulnerable save in addition to add 1 to the armor saving throws made for the bearer. So that would give them a 2+ armor save.
Yeah, 2+ armor save, and they got a standing 4+ invulnerable, I believe.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Daovin, shout out to X-Men, 90s X-Men cartoons. Man, my biggest. I had this question yesterday. Who had better villains, X-Men or Batman? I started that in the chat because those are my 2 favorite animated series as a child. The Batman animated series, the original. That thing was so crazy because they drew the whole series on black backgrounds, which is why everything's so dark and has that beautiful gothic aesthetic. And then there was, of course, the X-Men series. And that series actually tackled a hell of a lot of like political issues.
That's the thing with the X-Men. They're my favorite. They're my absolute favorite.
It was a great growing experience watching through that and experiencing all the ups and downs. Because man, there were some times where you were shedding a tear, like this life these guys have to live is so unfair. And other times you were just like, kick your ass, muties, kick their asses.
You've settled it.
Hold you back.
I'm starting an X-Men podcast.
Yeah, for noobs. Let's transition over to Vanguard tactics and see how they're going. We've had quite a few notes from our table boss. We'll see how those are progressing.
Yeah, so if you're just joining the stream, we have well, of course, the view of the tables, and you can actually go in. Like I said, you can view these games at their host channels, but stick here with us or have us going up at the same time. But we also have we have a mechanism we call our table bosses. Those are people that are reviewing the games, jotting down the relevant notes, putting them in a document for us to view and for us to report on to you.
Exactly right. So the way when we jump from game to game, we come in with the up-to-date hotness from that table straight away. So Joey's won the role to go first. But Steve has deployed his entire army 24.1 inches away, making a first turn charge next to impossible. But with the +2 to move, +2 to charge banner that Joey has, that Brian Pullen put in his list, it is technically possible with an 11, but it's probably not, more than likely not going to happen.
No, you
Joey
never want
moves.
to be 11 charging. You don't. That's
No.
not how you want to be living life.
That's not a play you commit to. Joey moves and advances up the board to try and position for turn 2 charges, and then just passes the turn. Steven is moving up, but staying outside of Joey's 63 intervention range. He then decides he's going to go all in and try to punch Joey as hard as possible. He feels as if he doesn't hit the BA now, he will get mulched. I suppose that is the counterpoint there, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, that's very true. So let me tell you, when I say you never want an 11-inch charge, but sometimes you have to do an 11-inch charge. But so one of the reasons you don't want to is because you can potentially provoke Overwatch. And if you only have one charge to make, Overwatch is now. It's a stratagem, right? So you can't just do it at will. You have to be choosy when to do it. But if you only have one charge to make, and they can only do one Overwatch, well, guess what? If you're doing a risky charge, you might even take some casualties. It could be insult to injury on that, and try to avoid it if at all possible. But at the same time, if that's the best play to make, then rock up and do it. You got to reroll. Go for it.
Right. Exactly right. You got to reroll, commit to it. Go for it. Now, this is an interesting one. He's got 3 units of Repentia he's just pulled out of his Rhinos. It looks like he's going to be committing all 3 units this turn. I'm not quite sure if that's something I'd do, because the issue is that you commit all 3, one of them gets to fight, one gets interrupted and killed, and then the other one gets to fight. So you're only really going to be fighting with 2 of them. But maybe he knows that. Maybe he's like 2 out of the 3 of these guys getting to fight uncompromised is enough.
I think you need 2 Repentia squad per unit of Sanguinary Guard. So you have, in that situation, you have to commit the 3rd to get that off, right?
I just think about that. How cool is the juxtaposition between this game and last game between these 2 gents, Paul? Remember the last time they played?
Yes, I do. Where I was, move, get out there. Like, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
And now they're like, calm down, guys. Jeez, chill. What's going on?
But that's the difference. Oh, what a game makes, right? And then also when you're in there, when you are the general and you're looking, you are surveying the field, and you know that the capabilities of your army and how you want to do it. And that game's still like, look, we're of course cheering for the aggression and the action and stuff to happen, but that was the right call for him to make. And I think, like you may have just rightly pointed out, that yes, how the cadence of a charge would go, especially in a situation where you have 2 dedicated assault units. For the most part, and I think you could firmly classify these as dedicated assault units. Is that if 2 of them are going in, you're going, and one of them goes because they get elect and take their priority to go first. Then and you have anybody left, and you will have people left in this instance because they have a 2+ armor save, giving them an advantage. Then they are going to interrupt on the other main squad to reduce their ranks, to preserve them having any models left, or else they don't get to play with those figures. So that's how that interchange will work. It's it's not you go, I go. You set up the best laid plans, but early in the game when everyone has CPs to burn, that's exactly what's going to happen. So you have to commit that 3rd.
Is that Dante? So cast your gaze to the middle of the screen, guys. It looks like of course, there's a blob of Sanguinary Guard there. It looks to be a Golden Boy and another Golden Boy. It looks to be 2 Golden Boy characters there. So I'm assuming that middle squad is being supported by the Sang Ancient and Dante. Interesting that he split up onto all 3 objectives as well. It might have been possibly better for him to have them all bunched up in the middle, all benefiting from the Feel No Pain bubble, because the Repentia being 2 damage every time you roll a 6 on a Sangard to make a Feel No Pain save, it messes with the metrics. It messes with the amount that they're likely to kill. Because what you've seen right now is the top squad's getting a commitment from unit of Repentia and a unit of Zephyrim, and the same thing might be happening to the middle squad and the bottom squad. So 3 into Repentia, 3 into Zephyrim, and they could be all getting double dutied up here. So this could be over. Like, this could be absolutely over, or the terrible thing could happen, and what the interrupt kills both of those squads from the Sangard, which is possible, especially depending if one of or 2 of these squads is in the assault doctrine. An interrupt here could be backbreaking, or he could get his back broken. This one's going to be pretty much decided now, I think. Which lack of chill is amazing. Right?
that can happen because you have assault. You have to get up there, and so with the momentum and then going in the turn sequence and when they happen, you can't not give him the charge because you also have to charge.
Exactly
Uh,
right.
so
Yeah.
there are things you can do here. Like, look, the Wings of Fire now works where you put your one unit back up in reserves for one turn. Maybe that's something to think about for you find yourself in this situation, because then you run into the same gate thing that's happening in the other game, where then he has to dedicate forces to blocking you out. What he's done now is allow him to position his entire army about how he does the most damage, and there aren't the tricks, right? But you mentioned if that is
Yeah.
Dante, and if that is the characters, the suite of characters are also explosive. Each one of these characters has the potential to gut a squad. So he may be
Absolutely.
just hoping for just a slight bit of luck for that 2+ armor save to hold out and have some folks left to then be able to swoop in with this counter assault, which are the one-man armies of the BA characters.
Exactly right. So what my fear is here with him going for him committing to all three blobs at the same time is that the one that interrupts is going to be fine. The way you counter that is because Mr. Box has so many punchy units, you double and triple down on single squads. So if you in a perfect world with the terrain not being a factor, your Repentia go into one squad. Then that's it. So not your Repentia, your Retributors pop all their cherubs and dump every single multi-melter shot they've got into one squad. They probably don't kill it, but they probably half kill it to two-thirds kill it, e.g., diminishing it below its capacity to
Well,
kill, say,
you
10
got to
Zephyr
think
in one turn.
that every hit is a dead Sanguinary Guard. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pretty
Yeah,
much it.
yeah, it's true. But things can happen.
Yeah.
But then the middle squads and the bottom squad, or the upper squad and the bottom squad, which are the ones with the without the saying ancient, they get double and triple invested. So, e.g., even if the guy interrupts, he doesn't wipe out enough to keep himself alive, and you've guaranteed that both of those bombs will be picked up. Because I'm of the opinion one of these bombs is still going to be there. One of these units, Sanguinary Guard, is going to make it through this, either because of a flub on rolls, or because they interrupt and wipe out enough that they can't be diminished past their kind of critical mass.
I think that we will see some vestiges of each one of these units. I don't believe any of them are going to be totally wiped out. I think we will see one or two. You can save them in the morale phase if you need to. I think we're going to see them be there in a diminished capacity, but then I think we're going to see the power of the Blood Angel characters come in and save the day heroically, like they are apt to do.
Well, in all reality, this middle squad is being invested in by Celestine, and Repentia, and a Rhino. The Rhino, of course, is there because, surprisingly, your Angelus bolt guns that you've toted so high do a lot of work to Repentia. Like a unit of 10 Sanguinary Guard, which was what I believe is the middle squad, 20 shots with Dante re-rolls, they're going to kill like 3 or 4 Repentia. That changes a lot of what's going to happen there, especially with that squad being supported by what I believe is the Sang Priest. So the Rhino goes in first, so he doesn't overwatch, and then the Repentia and Celestine go in. But I think that squad's going to be just fine. I think there are options there for a 6-inch heroic intervention, either by either character at the back, due to having jump packs. They can get in there and do the biz. Actually, I'm not sure if they can. I'm not sure if you can fly in heroic intervention. I'm not even sure about that. Someone in the chat will correct me. But
you just move, so you do need the space to be able to get there.
So definitely the Rhino can be heroic intervened in as long as within 6 inches, but I'm not quite sure if you can get around the lip of that squad at the top to get into the Repentia at the top, whichever character is there. And if it's the Sang Priest, you don't want to do that, especially into Celestine or something like that.
Let's also remember the Unbridled Ardor rule, where if you're even close to a Sanguinary Guard unit, then they can use that to heroically intervene, even if you do not charge them.
Correct. Absolutely right.
And I believe the Ancient qualifies for that.
Yes, I do. You'd know better than I would.
I'm going to check. I'm not going to guess.
Oh, good man.
I mean, I will just guess, but I don't have to.
But I'm going to check too. I'm going to guess and I'm going to check. I'm going to double down. But yeah, this turn is going to be absolutely vicious.
As predicted, the Sanguinary Guard Ancient does have the Sanguinary Guard keyword. And the only reason I was thinking about that is if we had some situation where the Rhino, you wanted to engage him, maybe protect him from a little shooting on the next turn or whatever. I don't think that would be the case or when it would ever be appropriate. But knowing what you can do on those fringe instances where it happens is great.
Yeah, looking to the bottom of screen, that unit in there is much diminished. Was that a full unit of Sangard? I don't believe it was. Has he got one unit of Sangard he hasn't committed yet? Or has he been holding back or is in reserve? Which is possible. He could have a Wings to fired it turn 1 as well to make sure it closes the distance a little bit better than others. Just going to check with our table boss.
Yeah, see if there's any notes in the table boss.
Yeah. It's going to be a bloodbath. Steven starts shooting into the Sangard with Retributors, but then realizes he might mess up his own charge range and stops. He charges a Rhino in first to base the characters in the back. He's charged the Rhino in. It doesn't look like he's moved that as of yet. This could still be in the shooting phase. We might be a little bit delayed there. The table
I
boss
think
is
he's
giving us
engaged there. He's on
real-time
the corner of that
updates.
building there and engaged.
Yeah, possibly, but it hasn't done what he said he was going to do and engage the characters at the back, which I'm assuming is Dante, and that's probably to stop Dante doing the
I
intervention.
don't
once he
know.
goes in
You
the
do.
front.
I don't think you want to ever put anything in Dante's way.
Well, in all honesty, he probably didn't need to charge Dante. He probably, if he was going to get intervened into anyway, he could probably have just charged into the front squad and gone a bit more postured up just to deny more of the Sangard being able to make base contact. Because you want to
activating the Rhino. He's activating the Rhino.
Here he goes. Let's see where he positions it. I'm very keen to see. He's going into the character at the back. Interesting. Yeah, that might not be Dante, but Dante might be the other golden boy directly above him, in which case if that is just a Sang Priest or the Sang Ancient, there's not much to fear there for the Rhino. He can take some wounds, but it's not going to be he's just another Sangard.
It won't be 11 wounds or whatever it takes to beat it down. But Dante could deliver that damage, and so I probably would not just feed him a free one.
No, I would not feed him a free Rhino. Wow, he's gone all the way to the back as well. Interesting. Has he got engaged on all fronts? He does have engaged. That'd be why. He's getting over that table quarter. That makes more sense. He's not only basing the characters and pulling a bit of polarity, he's going to the back of the squad in order to get to his engage points. We're going to jump over. We're going to go back to Hellstorm Wargaming as soon as we can hit a transition in the production booth, see how things are progressing there. He is still positioned at Rhino, jumped back a little bit. I suppose he just needs to be at the half. He doesn't need to be any further than that. And he wants to base as many Sangard as he can to force their attacks to go there. And then when he goes in, he wants to go straight into the top of the Sangard unit with the Repentia, e.g. half the squad has to pile into the Rhino, half the squad has to pile into the Repentia. Should he interrupt, it'll deny him a lot of attacks.
Right, but he can also pull his casualties from over there on the Rhino. So I don't know if it's actually going to deny those attacks if he's thinking that way.
Well, that would lead me to believe he's not going to attack with this squad first, if that's what he does.
Yeah,
he's going
fair
to
enough.
attack one of the other squads first, and so that if the interrupt comes back here, he is losing like possibly 2, maybe even 3 Sangard's attacks. Yeah, he's going right to the top. This is what we call a pincer, and he's doing exactly what I thought he was going to do. Yeah, go straight to the top, and with the polarity of the 2 units, you have to pile into the closer. So, e.g., the guys existing in the middle of that squad may not be able to pile in whatsoever, and therefore be unable to attack. And he's putting himself outside of 6 of the heroic intervention as well.
Dr.
Well,
Ortegon
at least he's attempting.
He's painting eyes and nails on a bunch of grots, and then in tribute to Adam, we're not going to be downloading any app for the course of this. But I will tell you, I have used the Warhammer 40,000 app a lot through this to quickly look up unit stats and details. I've got several books around me, and also this tablet, which has made things pretty easy.
Yeah, fair. It has been good.
Yeah.
Looks like we are. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious to how this assault phase plays out, but I think there's a certain positioning that's going to happen, and then there's going to be. I want to see the aftermath of this. We can check back.
Yes, same. We'll come back in a couple of minutes, and we'll see what's unfolding here. So, notes from our table boss. Top of turn 2, Necron Protocol is Eternal Guardian, which means he can always set to defend and hold steady from charges, e.g. he can Overwatch on 5+ should he be charged. Tank moves his Retributors up to get a line of sight on the Silent King. He's content to leave his guard on the objectives in the middle for domination. Moves his Rhinos to avoid either of them getting blown up, because I believe one of them took 6 wounds from one of the Minhirs in the last turn, which I forgot to cover, unfortunately. Tank pops a strat to give his Melters 36-inch range. Tank realizes he moved the wrong Retributors, and Mikey lets him fix it. Good show, gents. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's another complication with you playing another list. I mean, or the pressures of playing on stream and whatever. But that's also sportsmanship, tablemanship. A little bit of that give and take is always appreciated.
5 damage goes through from the Retributors through use of a Miracle Dice and kills a Minhir, and 2 more damage is done to a second one. At the end of turn, Tank scores 3 more for domination. Bottom of turn 2, Mikey only scores 5 on primary, Tank being up on a big lead early with the aggressive play. Mikey realizes he needs to overwhelm one of these sides and begins to move everything to the bottom objective. Pretty much word for word exactly what I said he could have done turn 1. Changes his mind a bit to make room for the Silent King, advances a squad of warriors directly into the midboard to start picking off sister squads. Silent King plans to charge into the Shield Guard and Captain on the bottom of screen and starts reaping Golden Boys. Remaining Minhir destroys the bottom Rhino and it explodes. Shield Captain takes a mortal wound, as does one Custodian Guard. One of the Repentia inside dies. So, e.g., that Rhino exploded. It's pretty cute. bit cute, not bad. Putting the Silent King up this early, unprotected from what I assume would be a revenge Repentia charge. Mind you, he could get some warriors down there and get some shots into the Repentia if he does. He might have had them lined up already. He's changed his sign, by the way, Val, if you get a chance to read that one.
Wardrobe is working overtime.
Yeah. You'll have to save yourself, mate, next time it comes up. Val just said he literally just subbed to Mikey's channel, so whatever he said better not be mean.
Oh, no. All good spirits here.
No way.
All good spirits. So
Yeah.
listen, what you said there a second ago with like making room for the Silent King. Silent King is a big model. Comes with a lot. He comes with other models. He has his other models orbiting the big model. Like
Yes.
and then practicing how to maneuver big units or big models is something that you should do. And that you can get those games in get it in through reps through actual games, but just become comfortable with it on your home table by yourself. Those are some things you can do to improve your game. Just being comfortable with how to move these giant models around in your own time.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's important to know how to wield these things appropriately. If you're going to be investing a quarter of your army's total points into a single model, you need to know how to use it.
Yes.
Interested to know, he has got a couple of warriors that could be in range to shoot into the Repentia. I think it's quite important that he diminishes that squad slightly if he can. Of course, the staff of, I think it's the staff of stars from the Cryptek little character on there, has got like 8 attacks. If that guy can line up shots on the Repentia, I don't think he can. I think he's already moved. That would be a big boon, because what I'm fearful of happening here, the Silent King goes into the Custody Guard up against that wall on the objective. He kills 2 or 3 of them and then dies in return to a Repentia charge. The good thing there is the Repentia would fight last, which is good. The Silent King would get to have a say before the Repentia even get to attack. So there is the option there that he gets a first swing in, cuts that unit in half, and then is unable to be killed. But
I thought we were floating in space here for a second, but no, that's their dice tray.
That's their dice scan. We're able to get our head switched to the bottom right just so we can see these dice rolls. So, update again from this game. Remaining min here destroys the bottom right, yet we exploded.
So, with the Rhino exploding, we play a game where you play enough games where the improbable happens quite frequently. It's like things only explode on 6, but we've seen several explosions over the course of this tournament so far.
Do we have? We've seen explosions are a big deal, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, explosions are a very big deal now, especially as you can't reroll the 6s. I think that's actually a good change by G-Dub, because nothing ever truly exploded unless you rolled the 6 into a 6.
Or you
unless
wanted
it was going to hurt your opponent.
Yeah,
exactly right. Or it was going to hurt your opponent more than you.
Yeah.
Then you're like, yes, give me. I remember just driving hellhounds down people's throats, just trying to get them blown up.
Yep.
Like charging smash captains with hellhounds. Just be like, the easiest way to kill this guy, 2 of these things explode. Let's do
it. Whenever I'm looking, in the stratagem section in a new codex, I always say, like, do I have any way to force an explosion? Do I have any way to force an explosion?
It's pretty cute, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, because you create this catch-22, for your opponent, to where it's like how do they interact with this vehicle, and anytime that you can force your opponent to make different movement decisions than they're used to, or different target priority decisions than they're used to, you have an advantage, and that's just one of those kind of little fringe cute things that can make a big difference in the outcome of a close game.
I don't know if you missed that, Paul, but the Silent King just failed his charge into the Custody Guard.
Well.
He rolled. I think he needed like a 6 or a 7. He failed on the first roll, re-rolled it into a 4, and failed on the second also.
I'm going to say that is not what you want to see.
I'm going to say that's a yikes.
Yeah, that is one of those to where you're like, man, I had this. The way I drew this up in my brain had me clearly charging in here and clearly murdering these custodians.
I do not know. So for the life of me, I don't know why Mikey hasn't put anything on that bottom objective, even just tagging 1 or 2 models onto it, just to take it away from his opponent. It just just to stop him getting vital ground points at the start of his next command phase for having to hold in the 2 middle. He's got some scarabs on there. He looks like he's got a scarab toe in onto it. So all you need to do is get maybe 2 or 3 warriors to take it away from tank. But yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know why
he's trying to keep the bodies of his warriors together to cause intimidation. And to exactly, he's playing psychological warfare to get him out of his head. And to establish that huge presence and staying true to the theme of the Silver Tide.
Well, the issue is, as soon as you go into the bottom of turn for tank, he's going to go up to 50, a minimum of 50 on the scoreboard. He's going to get another 15 for primary. He's going to get another 4 for vital ground, another 3 for He's already got the 3
Oh, I
Culmination.
didn't say it
So
was
he's
a
gonna
good plan. I just said that
and he's
he
just
had a
said,
plan.
"This is the philosophy, Adam. Might not be a good philosophy, but here we are."
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a total guess, by the way. He could have just he didn't see it.
yeah, just didn't see it. Um, Someone just told me those aren't scarabs on the bottom objective. If those aren't scarabs, what are they?
Tiny custodian guard.
The teeniest, tiniest, cutest little custodian guard. Surely those are scarabs on the bottom middle objective, yeah? Surely.
Oh
Surely
no,
I'm not
that's a
asking.
question. It was a question. So yes, I think those are
Okay.
scarabs. But what you're saying is that they're not enough to add up the model count to gain that objective to swing a point
Hmm.
score. I think that's what you're suggesting, Adam.
Just take that one off his opponent. It would have just
Yeah.
denied him 2 points straight up. Any time you can deny points, he has to stop the reckless and rampant scoring of Tank. He needs to
So
stop it now.
yeah, there's a couple things here. Like he was expecting to get that charge off to take away one of his key components of because while we stand we fight. Again, if they're not standing, they're not scoring. So that's what he's hoping to do right there. And so maybe he was counting on that as a little bit of extra insurance and didn't think he had to be careful in everything about where he was moving. And so that might have not registered for him because in his mind he was already going up some points. And so he wasn't
Yeah.
he wasn't searching for any others. And I think that maybe that's what happened right there.
I'm trying to see his Lich Guard. I can see what looks to be a diminished unit of Lich Guard. They're just sitting askewed, so they've got the main Necron line. There's just 3 models just here. I believe those are his Lich Guard, and they could be trailing off in some other directions. Those are the only ones that look like they got sword and board. Looks like he has made a charge, though. Looks like he had made a charge with the Warriors onto that objective. Good job, Mikey. Right call. Get him onto that. Take it away. It
I
doesn't
bet
matter if you're
that's
going to
it.
lose.
That's the
You're
threat assessment. So he's like,
gonna,
okay, now I'm in a situation where I have to do points. Let me see about this. And heck, maybe that's as far as they could have moved. I mean, maybe it was in a situation where that was as far as they could have moved, and so they were counting on closing that distance in the charge phase.
in all honesty, I think he's double charging this objective. He's leaving room at the top for the other squad to go in, double charge it,
Yeah.
attack into it. Give like I said, bloody Tank's nose, make him want to fall back from this one. Make him put 2 squads there, so when he commits the repentia, they don't do a hellacious amount of damage. Have both of these squads chronomanced, so with the 5+ invulnerable save, so he can't even a full unit of repentia won't kill him. I think this is a good play. I think this is starting to look up for Mikey, and good job.
A lot
Maybe
of
we
the
should
advantages of
see.
the repentia, getting a save in general, which you don't normally get the save, but getting a save in general is the only advantage that they have going into this next combat because the
Hmm.
warriors don't care about their chain blades.
Yeah, exactly right. We should transition, see how the absolute mess of a game by and it's not a mess because of the players, it's a mess because of the way they're playing it. It's over on the Vanguard tactics screen. Love it.
Well, so what he's saying, we have 2 units here, or 2 armies here that want to engage, and
Mm,
what you mentioned with the bolt guns or whatever, the Sanguinary Guard do have some relevant shooting in this particular engagement because of
exactly right.
the
Yep.
low armor save, low toughness of the opponent, and so maybe you would have wanted to bait some of that out, but at the same time, I don't know that he had the luxury of doing that because of the things like the rhinos.
Mm. Yeah, he did. Yeah, agree. Just a quick tables update here. The Sangguard at the top of the board are being made to fight last by a Calexis Assassin. The only real interrupt that Joey has is at the bottom of the board. The Repentia go in at the top, and Steven bases every single model he can. In order to do so, he has to pull the squad away from Celestine, losing the 5+ invulnerable save. The Repentia in the middle charge and wipe out the squad that Steven does not have, and Steven does not have to engage Dante. The Sangguard on the bottom interrupt. So that's where we're at right now in the
Yep.
state of play. So we've
So
got an interrupt happening at the bottom. Dude, the unit of Sangguard in the middle are gone.
yeah, well, that's what they were talking about. I think we were counting on them being gone. But what we
Mm.
have is all those characters right there that are going to avenge them in short order.
Yes, probably true. But has this denied enough of the board presence for the Blood Angels that it's going to be mop up duty for the sisters? I'm not too sure. I think you're right. I think there's enough explosive power still here that each one of these characters can go and account for most of, if not a whole squad of sisters. And then I think the polarity still sits, and the driver's seat is still Mr. Box with the sisters, but it's not as probably done as it looks like on screen right now.
So with that interrupt, if he happens to get lucky and kill all of them, I mean, I guess there's a reality where that could happen, depending on how he's spread things out, and then a little bit of lucky with the saves. He could technically kill every single one of those there, freeing them up to also start moving north and do some of that support for the squad that's obviously in deep up there.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the one up top is dead as hell. It's dead as hell. If it's fighting last, it is dead as hell. Unit of Zephyr, full unit of Repentia, that thing is going to go squish. But at the bottom, this could turn the tide a little bit, depending on how diminished this squad was. It didn't look like a full squad of Sangard down there when we looked last, but we'll wait for it to be revealed by our table boss. Um,
I do like the position where he has those characters and kind of keeping them tight together because they are going to. I mean, they're positioned in a way they can get anywhere on the table. They can go to
yeah,
support any
yeah.
front, and so you can make a value judgment at the time when we get there.
Well, it's obvious that this bottom unit of Sangard is going to do a bunch of work on these Repentia, probably possibly even wipe them. I'd say these characters either need to stay where they are or run down to the bottom to create a more stable frontage down the bottom middle objective. And then they're kind of sitting dead even. They're kind of 2-2. Now, what the issue will be, there will be a very strong position by the sisters at the top of the board. They'll sweep into the back lines for the Blood Angels and start coming down that top flank. And so he's probably going to need something back there to shore that up, but I'm not sure what he's got left that's going to be able to stop that tide of Repentia and Zephyrim.
Quickly, I want to talk about the Gleam again. So the Gleam raffle is we're going to be giving away some things throughout the day from that, and then eventually leading up to the grand prize. And we'll do all that, draw that live. But you don't have to be present to win. You just have to be there and enter to win. And each one of the things that you click on and follow and stuff like that gives you some entries into that. So please do that. Frontline Gaming is putting on giving an amazing grand prize, but some prizes have come some other things, including the Falcon Stat Center and some other things like Army Painter and stuff that are going to be joining us a little bit later. And then also donate into the charity if it's something that you can do. We are currently at 5,470 USD going
Incredible.
for this fundraiser. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in, doing that, supporting our stream partners, and if you're in a position to kick it in just a tad bit for the charity.
Yeah, please do if you can. If not, jump in and get involved with the raffle. And by doing so, you can win some amazing prizes and also support the incredible content creators that are putting on a show for you guys and have been putting on a show consistently for what we're already into 20 hours of content, and we're going to be ending up somewhere around 36 hours of content for you guys.
No, so we asked these folks if they want to participate, and yeah, of course they said yes, right? But it's different. It's still, this is yes what they do, but they're having to do this special for us and for this thing, and the whole concept of what we're doing with the passing of the list forward. I think the idea of our list architects, list names, handing off from pilot to pilot like a relay, getting us down to a exciting climactic final, pretty novel. I don't know if anyone. We even had a hard time explaining it in the very beginning.
We did. What are we even doing again, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
But it's been fun, and so anybody that can. I mean, look, we have people all over the world. How many continents are represented here? How many great stream teams are represented here? And then everybody watching. Like, thank you, everyone.
Agreed. Thank you so much for your support. So at the bottom, looks like those Sangard have been freed up. Looks like they've killed everything that was in combat with them. E.g., that was, like I said, as soon as something interrupts, they're going to kill themselves out of trouble. Unit of Repentia versus Sangard win as long as Sangard get the swing.
I think they wipe them out. If it's a full unit, if it's 10 Sanguinary Guard or 9 Sanguinary Guard versus 10 Repentia, I do think that they wipe the whole squad with average dice.
And it looks like they absolutely have. There is nothing down there. So yeah, that is going to be, if he's going to reestablish a stable frontage or he's going to attack for any position, it'll be from there. The other option is he sweeps some intercessors along to pick up that objective, and he starts pushing out with that Sangard into the left-hand side of the table. Try and get the multi-melters off the board, depending on where they may be on this table. Try and get them off the board, and then support them with the characters coming in from the middle.
Yeah, Sanguinary Guard pulled double duty in this case. So Stephen has committed his troops they're on the table. Nothing's hiding in the boxes, right? So all they are is toughness 3 models with power armor, which is good. But when you fact that you have all those shots from the Sanguinary Guard, if he did maintain the integrity of that squad, and then they can charge in and mop up what's left. So
yeah, exactly right.
It's in a good position. So I know it may seem explosive, and we've seen a unit removed from the table, but removing 1 unit of Sanguinary Guard, even 2 units of Sanguinary Guard, is it's the offensive power of the list, but it's still only a small portion of the list. And how you score points, they're not necessarily vital to how he's going to score points from the mission.
Looks like the Sangard at the top is being picked up wholesale now. That would be the entire squad has been picked up by the combined might of those Repentia and Zephyrim.
I looked away.
Sisters are deadly.
Yeah, I looked away from that. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen.
Yep, your heart breaks. the mighty heart of Paul Murphy is in tatters at the moment,
But
guys.
look what he did. Look how strongly he committed to that, and you got to respect that. He's like, I'm going to go over there and make sure this happens, get it done. So you don't want any of them left. You don't want to have to waste any more time on that unit, and so he committed exactly what he needed to, and he knows that. Steven is a Blood Angel player, and he knew exactly what had to happen, and that's what he did.
So it's an interesting issue here that I'm starting to pick up. You look at what Tank did on his game. He got toe on in his first turn. He put toe on one two offset models, toe onto objectives. He did on top, did on the bottom, just touching. His opponent here, Mr. Joey Coles, put entire squads of them on. I don't think there's any need to be that close. He could have been 6 inches further back than where he was when he touched those objectives. Maybe he was trying to hide on the inside of those crates, which is what I assume.
I think
Exactly.
that got his head. He wants to deny the multi-meltas being able to shoot at him. So if you have even one guy peeking out, all the multi-meltas could go down range.
Well, see, the thing is, all the multi-melters, he's only got 2 squads of multi-melters. So all the multi-melters maybe kills 1 squad of Sangard. If he could only have shot the multi-melters and there were 6-inch further charges, maybe he's unable to commit the density of squads he has because, if he fails the charge, he's wrecked. The Sangard will wreck him. As it is right now, he would have lost 1, but maybe not all of his Sangard this turn had he done it differently. Because the multi-melters...
engage on all fronts. Maybe so.
True,
I agree with you though. I think the concept of what you're saying is absolutely correct. Why be up there when you have the mobility? You have to be kind of close.
This is where you do just some arithmetic in your head. He has 2 shooting units, being two squads of not huge squads of retributors. Just going to quickly double check on my thinking there and let's make sure I'm not talking out of turn. But so Steve Box has 2 units of retributors with 4 multi-melters each. So that e.g., the max they're going to shoot 8 multi-melter shots between them. So 8 multi-melter shots each, that's 16. So let's say they haven't got any rerolls here. There's no Junith to give them all the rerolls they can reroll once they hit. So 8 shots, probably 6 hits. 6 hits translate into 5 wounds, and then maybe you pop a 6 on one of them. And so maybe it's 4 dead Sangard from each squad. So that's one of his Sangard squad dead by both units of Retributors shooting into a single one, depending on where they are on the board. So, and then the guy puts out 2 units of Repentia, 2 units of Zephyrim to try and charge into another one. Maybe they don't all make it. Maybe only Zephyrim make it. Maybe, and it's 2 units of Zephyrim into a unit of Sangard. I don't think the Sangard go down to them. I think maybe they're compromised, but they're still there. They're still there, aren't they?
I think I like that line of play a lot because what you're describing here is the fact that he needs to commit multiple things to taking out a full unit of the Sanguinary Guard, and if he can't get everything there, and you only get 2 or 3 Sanguinary Guard, half the Sanguinary Guard, then you're basically wilted on the strike back.
Yeah, exactly right. Because all it would change now is that he'd have possibly 1 compromised unit and 1 full unit. That would be different. Because right now he has 4 Sanguinary Guard left on the table, which just been informed by the table boss. So 3 Sangard on the bottom interrupted and killed some of the Zephyrim that charged there after the Repentia got wiped out. And so there's 3 to 4 Sangard left in the entire army that started with, it was
28, I think. I think it was 28. Yeah.
Big turn by Mr. Box. Let's see what can be done from this position.
It's still one of those things, though. I don't think this is the game is wrapped up. I think right now, again, you look at the mission, how to score points there, and then each one of these character models, especially Dante, is like a unit of Sanguinary Guard onto himself. How does he? Can he be everywhere and do everything? I don't know. Does he have to go over there and take out Celestine himself and not be able to get into a squad? Maybe that's case. He needs to really narrow down what his line to victory is now. The path to the victory is incredibly narrow. He can afford no more missteps.
No, he can't afford to lose anything else. He can't afford to. If he trades, he needs to trade up significantly now.
Yes.
We're going to transition over to the Hellstorm Wargaming game. Looks like we've had some significant updates there by our table boss, and some things are afoot. Looks like they're pricing up. It looks like they're chucking in the scores for the end of the bottom of turn 2. Updates from the table boss. Silent King shooting, which I forgot to pick up before, picks up a full squad of Retributors. So well done there. That does after the min here destroyed that Rhino as well. The Scarabs fail a charge on the Retributors, and the Lich Guard charge into the bottom L. So it was the Lich Guard and a unit of Warriors. Lich Guard attack. Tanks spends 2 CP to shut off their rerolls. Mikey uses Eternal Protectors and Blood Rise for +2 attacks. So that being Eternal Protectors and then the Novok detachment. The Shield Captain takes 3 more wounds from a squad of warriors and down to 3, and that was the first half of the attacks. Lich Guards roll hot, but so does the captain. The captain has 1 wound remaining. The Necron warriors go into the captain and kill him. So it wasn't the shield guard that he was charged into. It was he had in front of his shield guard. He had his shield captain. So he had his custody guard here, and the shield captain sitting in front. And so the captain copped the Lich Guard and the Necrons to the face, and they pulled him down.
So the Silent King does have a pretty impressive amount of shooting here with the Annihilator Beam does damage 6. It's only 1 shot. So yeah, I think with a neg 4 AP, so I think you can count on it taking out 1 Repentia or Retributor for sure. But then he's got the Scepter of Glory, which is Assault 3, and then the Staff of Stars, which is Assault 9. So this is one of those things where he is. If you point him in a squad, they're pretty much going to get taken down.
Exactly right. We're about to see Repentia go in and try and mop up these Necron warriors. If these Necrons are chronomancered, which I believe they would be if Mikey's willing to put them in this position, they should survive this. And on top of that, they should mob back and probably win this fight, being Novok, especially if he's willing to dump a couple of CP for extra attacks.
I do love the
Novok
presence we're seeing here. But the score is up. Like, do you think that they have the late game presence to be able to surmount over this lead right now?
This is what Siegler did. Siegler did against Mark Perry. Mark Perry had a hellacious, hectic lead that only got overtaken in turn 4. That's what we're going to have to see here from Mikey. Mikey's going to have to start churning, start grinding, but he's in the prime position to do it now. We're just going to see how big this fight back from Tank can be. There is some scary things that can happen here. That unit of Repentia in the top middle could get out of that Rhino, take a big advance on a Miracle Dice, and could join that fight on the bottom. Between 2 units of Repentia, 1 going into the Lich Guard, hopefully, possibly, and then a unit of Shield Guard going into the front, another unit of Repentia going into the Warriors, we could see a lot of this army get decimated in the same turn. Has he got the courage to do it? Has he got the willingness to do it? Because he's still sitting up on the points. If he wants to take a defensive posture, he should probably just hold fire for a turn or 2 and see what the result is at the bottom.
1 second. I got to announce Adrian Haybear, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, from Australia, has won the Army Painter Mega Bundle from the raffle. Looks like our first Australian winner from the stream so far. Yep. I hope I'm AU. I hope that's not Austria. I mean, I think it has to be Australia.
It is,
right?
yeah, it'd be Australia, okay, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we're actually, if you're watching the chat, we're recycling things on our side, hopefully to clean up some of the tech issues going on in the back end. So we don't have access to the chat right now. What we did see, somebody threw in the chat that there was he didn't consolidate into one of these units to lock down what might be some potential Overwatch fire. So a little bit of a misstep here on the Necron side.
Yep. Fair enough.
Yep.
Although the Overwatch, because he's in the protocol to Overwatch on 5s. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Look, I'm only going from the chat, and the chat has now disappeared for us. It will be coming back. But yeah, sorry to break in there on that train of thought, Adam. I just wanted to make sure that winner got announced as it happened in real time, and we didn't miss it.
Because I've got to assume the Lich Guard probably piled in and touched the Custody Guard, didn't they? And if that's the case, then the Custody Guard can't get a charge in first into the Necron Warriors, meaning that those Repentia have to charge in unaided into those Gorse Reapers with 5-up Overwatch. They would decimate the squad if he was able to do it. Yeah, interesting bit of interplay there. Good catch by the stream chat.
Yeah, thank you very much. God, dude, I love what a wondrous time. Of all the things, like, look, I know this has been a stressful year for folks with things being different, but what do we got? We have advances like this where you all get to kind of come together. This does not replicate the thrill of being in a place where, like we talked about on yesterday's stream, is like some people, this is their only time to game is during tournaments. Their 5 games of the year might be for the tournament that they go to, or what have you. So it's not going to replace that. But think of the advancements we made in technology and the fact that we can all come here and chat and see these games from all over the world. I love it. Share this community experience.
Exactly right. And I think it's just a phenomenal thing we're able to put on for people. And hopefully it's enjoyable for you guys at home. Hopefully this is something that feels special. It feels like an event, an occasion, something worth tuning in for, and something worth giving your time, and maybe even a couple of bucks too. Please donate. We do have a very worthy cause. We are donating to a charity that is supporting frontline workers who are battling the coronavirus pandemic, and equipping them with appropriate PPE and protection so they can continue to do the things that they do in order to keep others safe, keep others supported and healthy.
the sooner we all come together and do exactly what we need to do all over the world, we get back to doing what we want to do. That's really it.
Exactly right. Looks like he isn't doing what I thought he might do with the Repentia. The Repentia is moving in another defensive posture towards the top to threaten a charge down, possibly into another unit past the Scarabs. I'd love to see the Scarabs next turn run up and charge and tap that Rhino to stop it making any further inroads. If they were able to get a charge off on a unit of Sisters and then tap the Rhino in addition, I don't know, maybe narrow its range of movement, so maybe it has to go in a different direction. But that top objective is looking pretty insulated. It's got 2 units of Sisters up there, and in support. On the inside of that ruin, we can't quite see it, but there's still 5 Custody Guard unaccounted for up there. So they could be getting a charge into those Scarabs this turn anyway. But I'm pretty sure Tank would be quite happy with the lead he's got. He'd be pretty content just to sit back and take it. He was pretty happy in his last game that once battle had been joined by the Blood Angels and he'd taken a couple of casualties, he pretty much neutered his opponent's ability to wage war and then legged it with his lead on points, which was pretty funny to see. Trajan Valoris like advancing on the other side of the board. They're coming, I'm getting out of here. It was pretty good.
If you take nothing from this stream, just don't sleep on rhinos. Like I think they're for the armies that can take them. I think we'll see more and more of this as this addition blooms.
The Rhino with Repentia plus the Sisters push up behind the top right ruin. As we saw, Tank pulls back the Sisters in the middle up to the top objective to deny Mikey any free moves with his charges. And Trajan is on the very top corner of the top ruin. And just to let people know where he is. So Trajan's up there with the Shield Guard. So he could be threatening a charge into the Scarabs also.
Trajan Valoris, I mean, he hasn't been getting the use I think that he needs. It's like anytime that he's been on the table, he's just basically been like overseeing, like marshaling the what's happening. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Does he have the ability to get up in there and mix it up? Is he the one man army? I know he's not as fast as Dante, but can you be as somewhat just carefree with him?
Well, disappointingly, he has like 3 less attacks than Dante as well, which is a bit silly for like the essentially the chapter master of the Custodes to all intents and purposes. He's not a one-man army. He's a one-man fridge. He'll go in and he'll stop. He won't die. There's not much that'll kill him in one turn. He'll go in there and stop something up. But he's more of a defensive piece in this army than an aggressive one. Mostly because he always takes while we stand, we fight, and because of that, you can't be as cavalier as him as you might be in other lists. In some other lists, you might just charge him down someone's throat and be like, "Haha, take 3 turns killing this boy." But in this one, if he does that, he's giving up 5 points on while we stand. So there's kind of this duality to him that he wants him to be up and be relevant, but at the same time, just want to be reckless.
Fair enough, and I bet that with the way he takes his secondaries of While We Stand We Fight, and I mean, I bet there's a running total. Like that guy I was talking about, he may not have killed anything or killed much, but he's probably scored over the lifetime of his use, 200 points maybe for him?
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, just as an idea, maybe that's why you have him?
Yeah, look, maybe that's why. Maybe he does enough on this list. Maybe he's just worth the price. I'm of the opinion if he dropped Trajan, these next While We Stand would default to his shield captain on bike, who is harder to kill than Trajan, is more dynamic, is more maneuverable, and actually hits just as hard on the charge. So maybe Trajan isn't as needed in this list. Maybe he's just a 190 point hole he can fill with some other stuff.
Maybe so. Look, yeah, maybe so. Well, I don't know about filling with other stuff. Like, think about it. If I can somewhat casually link this to a sports reference, like if you've got a guy who can block all the shots, he doesn't need to be able to shoot free throws, does he?
That's true. Yeah. You don't need the same guy that is the best defensive backer to be your making all your plays at the same time.
And I'm just thinking if he can put this guy on a list and he can play style around him and pick secondaries that are relevant to this the expenditure of points in your army list, and you can score lots of points from them. That's an element to win games.
Okay, it looks like we've got some multi-melters lining up to Silent King at the moment. We will see how that develops because they're still just explaining that to us right now. Silent King hasn't taken any wounds. He's got 1 min here left that's taken 2 wounds, so he's got 3 wounds of ablative there before he starts taking any damage himself.
That's a bit of a miracle, I think, because look, when he got the Silent King out of position, failed the charge, that means he was exposed. He was really exposed, and so the fact that he was able to, either through lucky rolls or things being out of range, maybe they were both surprised by that. That was one of the things, like, he'd written off that side of the field, and then when it didn't happen, like, well, crap.
Yeah,
Funny.
well, yeah, dead set crap. The Silent King not being relevant at the moment. Well, he still was pretty relevant. He shot dead a unit of Retributors last turn, so there's only one unit. Oh, sorry, 2 units by tank still
Oh,
remaining.
but I mean is that they had both in their minds, they just counted on that being locked down. Like, I had some big people over here, the Silent King's over here. Silent King's gonna charge them, and I don't wanna be anywhere near him for his strike back in the shooting phase and that kind of stuff. So everything's away. So everything's out of they were both out of position with that failed charge. And so therefore that
Mm.
mistake was minimized, which is a probably, I mean, a good boon ultimately coming down to the Necrons. But yeah, couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, exactly right. Looks like we've got some invulnerable saves coming through, or some armor saves, depending. Here we go. I think we're getting this SK is taking some damage.
He is stout though. I mean, with the ablative wounds,
He's a stout boy.
yeah, and the ability, I think he can be obscured by terrain. Is what we were talking about with Sigler
Yes, he can.
yesterday.
Yep,
So
yep.
that's a further way that maybe that charge was not as backbreaking, or the miss of that charge was not as backbreaking as maybe it would have been in a different
Mm.
situation.
Well, I know some people have even thrown out the idea of taking some of their terrain pieces, or I don't even know what they're called, but they're actually quite small. They're not. Well, actually, no, they're actually quite big. They're quite bigger than you thought. Quite bigger than I thought they were in the codex when I first saw the models. Because sometimes the photography can make them look gigantic, and then the
Forced
model looks
perspective,
is
maybe, I guess.
yes, yeah, yeah. But I thought it was that, but they're actually quite big. And some people were joking that, hey, are these things actually obscuring? Can we use these things to hide Silent King? Like, can I just make a less of a wall for myself? But yeah, I don't think it can be done like
Hey,
that.
look, the rules are clear. The rules, are actually, I think, some of the best terrain rules that we've had to be able to get that. So there's a mix. Back in third edition and that kind of stuff, if you were just on the other side of the terrain, you were invisible.
Yep,
But no matter what, it's like you could have,
yep.
if you were on the other side of the whatever the base of the terrain was, it blocked you completely.
Hmm.
And that was a good set. You actually got, that was an okay. All right. When we start to the technology to get things built up,
I like that back pedal. Back pedal was great.
well, it was
Continue, sorry.
okay, right? Because what you didn't have was great terrain kits, or you had some, yeah, you had a piece of felt representing a forest, and it didn't
Yeah,
give you that visual that I
immersion.
think that we
Mm.
wanted. And when you go to true line of sight, when you introduce that concept, which is good, right? Because look, as much as we sometimes I think can like, well, I see his little wingtip, but it makes it easier to play. Everyone knows exactly how things are going to be. It's less room for interpretation, right? Uh,
Mm.
so now we go to into
Yeah.
this edition. There's now a slight bit of abstract. We have to have cool buildings, and now the only abstract is: does it meet this requirement? Does it meet this one metric that you have to test? Well, then it does this other
Yep.
rule. That's it.
Exactly. Tick the box.
Yeah.
Yes or no. I do really like the shooting around obscuring, as in both players need to be able to draw a straight line, a 1 millimeter in thickness from a base to a base. E.g., you can't poke your gun arm outside your base is obscured. Poke your gun arm outside the side of the ruin, and then shoot somebody,
But that
and then
happens
knock your
all the
shot back.
time in the movies. They just
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
hero just throws his yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But, but yeah, I like that they haven't done that in this one. It's been an elegant change, which I very much approve of. I wasn't a big fan of like people who had banners on their armies, on their people who add thematic
Right.
elements to their models being punished. I thought that was just such a feel bad
No,
spin of
we've
the
got
rug.
a great compromise now, and I like it
Mm,
how because look, what we often talk about like rules is written versus rules is intended and that kind of stuff. Like when we're talking specifically about traveling matched play or in live events and that kind of stuff,
mm,
all we have when you and I, if we had not known each other, interacted with each other, we have the printed material or
yep,
FAQs or something like that. We've got that. So this, the clearer this is, and we have a heavily documented and FAQ'd edition, the better it makes our in-person experience with other people who we don't normally interact with. We don't know how they interpret things or whatever. We've removed some of that interpretation from things, which gives us a cleaner and more fun live event experience.
yeah, agreed. All right, so I think the shooting phase might be done. I think we're going to see something significant happen quite soon on the table. As for the tail boss just told me, see that Silent King model?
Getting work in.
No, no, no. He's been picked up.
Oh no!
Yep. I'll read out what happened, what went down for you guys. First
Oh,
Retributor Squad puts bolters into the Warriors, does nothing. Multi-melters into Silent King, spends 1 CP to get the plus 1 to wound. Um, Combi flavor. So he does 3 wounds from multi melters now. So all hit 2 wounds, failed on 2 ones. It might even make both invul saves. The cherubs go in next. 2 multi melter hits, 2 wounds, fails both CP reroll, does 4 wounds. 2 more multi melters shoot at the Silent King. 3 hits, 3 wounds, 3 failed invul saves, 14 wounds, 2 wounds remaining on the Silent King. Cherub, he didn't use his cherubs. 3 more hits, 3 more wounds, fails 1 save. Silent King's dead. Bada bing, bada boom.
Let's. I was going to say have a moment of silence that may be too on the nose.
Okay.
For the
Okay.
Silent
So
King.
double check some rules. It turns out the Silent King blows up on a 4+. These guys have just said. Mikey rolled the 4+2 roll, and he rolled boxcars on the range. So that's a 12-inch D6 mortal wound explosion that has just gone down there, guys.
Are you kidding?
Yikes. Absolute rock solid yikes. Mikey, you're just like run a cold bath, put some ice in it. You're gonna need a rest after this one, man.
So
Wow.
when he's destroyed, roll 1d6 before removing it from play, and that's what they're actually putting him back to measure. I thought, oh, he's jumping over some things, he's charging. Nope. Turns out that was the death throws. On a 4+, it explodes, and each unit within 2d6. In this case, 12. What did I say? The unlikely happens somewhat frequently in Warhammer 40k. You throw enough dice, hey, and then they suffer. Units within 2d6, or the 12 inches in this case, suffer d6 mortal wounds.
What a dramatic turn of events. So the linchpin key alpha unit for Mikey not only is gone, but on the way out, he took a chunk out of pretty much every one of his squads.
So Silent King is 450 points. And that's a chunk of your army, and where I think that a lot of armies can survive. Like, say, for instance, the Death Guard. You could survive. The army can win and live and thrive with points without Mortarion, but I think this army is going to really struggle without the presence of the Silent King.
I agree. I think this might be a big issue for Herbie. He needs to get in and start going crazy on the grind now. Needs to commit his entire army and just hope it comes out nice. I love these signs. The signs are really cute.
Wardrobe gets the hero of this battle.
Yeah, 100%. Wardrobe is just cleaning up. They're doing a great job.
So keep it in. That's why you got to keep checking in on this. We got to see what hijinks the wardrobe department is up to next. But that is brutal. Well, look, the power. Like, we were talking about the multi-meltas and how the warriors don't care, but turns out the Silent King definitely cares.
Absolutely.
But how does he prevent that? How does he keep to where the melter range doesn't come into play with the mobility of the sisters, with the 24-inch range? It's hard.
So see where he deployed him? He deployed him to behind those bushes on the bottom right-hand corner. He was obscured at the start of the game. I think you have to leave him there. Leave him there for another turn or two. Let all the warriors get committed. Trail back some daisy chains to him if you're going to need those combat buffs, those shooting buffs, and then bring him out turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, which is what Siegler does. Siegler says he's a late game piece, as in by the time the end of the game does, and you activate the Silent King, there's usually very little left that can adequately account for him, as in very little left that can pull him down. I mean, admittedly, like 2 units of 4 multi-melters, or 2 units of 2 multi-melters that have 2 cherubs each, tank could just sit back shooting multi-melters from the back of the board and 24 inches away, which is out of the effect range of all of these warriors. And then just as soon as Silent King pops out, just drop all these cherubs into him. That is absolutely a thing. So I don't know. Maybe this was as good as he could have hoped for the Silent King in this game. Be keen to see if Siegler jumps in at any point, what he would have done different.
Yeah. So hang on here. So I want to break out the fact that my philosophy is, of course, when you have one of those big power pieces, your main goal is to start eliminating things that can eliminate them. Because if you have a power piece that is fully intact or operating at its highest tier, or basically at full capacity late in the game, there's nothing left to kill it. It's basically 3 times as good as it was when you first put it in your list.
Yep, exactly right.
And then also we have tape measures, so like there is a quantifiable thing, a fixed number of inches that those sisters and stuff, or anything that can harm this thing, can move and then shoot. Break it out and measure it. Like, okay, and then that's what the table talk with your opponent comes in. Like, hey, you can move 8 inches. You could move and deploy. That puts you 11 inches. That means the most you can be is here. And my Silent King's going to move here, which puts me 2 inches out, and then put it out there and measure and say, Do we agree with that? Now, look, I know they would have done that or whatever, but then what you're doing is you're also making very calculated maneuvers with your Silent King. I'm not saying that he made a misstep here at all. I'm just saying that don't guess on any of that stuff. I will, and then, in fact, sometimes you just have to make a calculated risk. He's not going to roll 16
Yeah,
wounds. He's not.
yeah.
I'll be all right. I got to
That's
save.
not gonna happen
It's
to
gonna be
me.
fine. So
He's not gonna roll. He's not gonna
that's the
explode
reverse.
and roll box cards for the range. It's not gonna happen. And
Yep.
bada bing, that happened.
That's the reverse of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Chat is back
exactly
up.
right.
So if you are or were participating with that with us and not just watching us on the stream, chat is back up. Thank you, Sir Val Skull and the team.
Yeah, for those at home, it is Val and the good ship Richard keeping this baby afloat. Make sure you give them your love.
I do really think though that it's going to be difficult to come back. I think that the Silent King is, if Siegler, the architect of the list, mentioned that it's a late game piece and vital to things, then well, he's not going to be there in the late game. So I'll be curious as to how. But still, look, I don't want to put out 60 Necron Warriors either. Like if you can get out there and dominate the board presence, get lucky with some or will be backs and reanimation protocols. I'm stuck in the old times,
Yeah.
but and then just wilt the armor and the one wound models of his opponent, then he can still be in it. If we can switch, can we switch back over to Vanguard tactics now? We're going to switch back over and see if he's been able to mount a defense after the crippling loss of a lot of those sanguinary guard. Board state has not changed that much. Adam, what's going on?
Oh baby, okay. So updates from the table boss, just getting us back up to speed. So Joe uses the Judicia, which to put Dante in Assault Doctrine. So I believe that's a mistake. I believe that's probably the Chalice from the Sang Priest. While he jumps his Sang Priest down to the bottom of the board to bring back a Sanguinary Guard model. So he's going to go and res one from the small unit he has left. So over the next couple of turns, he could end up with a near full strength Sangard unit if that unit remains unmolested from here on out. He then starts to bring back Assault Intercessors up to try and make some magic happen. He brings out the Plasma Receptor. He brings the Plasma Receptors down to get some shots into the Repentia at the top of the board. Dante jumps up to take care of Celestine.
Yep.
Let's see how that goes. That's
kind of what I thought. Because really you have to do it because she is brutal in combat, like and can go and gut units and all he has left is small units of things, and she will just clean them up along the way to whatever her end goal is.
And you can't run away from her; she'll chase you down.
Yeah,
you can't get it. She moves the same distance.
Yep.
Bottom Interceptor squad takes out 4 Repentia from the middle. The top Interceptor squad kills only 4 Repentia as Stephen Bock rolls 6 Feel No Pains. Freak. Dante fires his Inferno Pistol into Rick Priestley. That's Stephen's missionary HQ. Priestley makes a invuln on a 6. I think they're just having some fun now because Stephen is just making all these invulnerable saves.
What an exciting moment, though, because look, I don't want to say it is fun to roll 6s. I can selfishly admit that it's fun to roll 6s, and the game kind of gives those joy moments to us, where it happens every now and then. But look, so let's think about what we've seen so far. We've seen an exploding Rhino, an exploding Silent King, an exploding for max range. We've seen a priest making an invulnerable save. Could you predict that?
No, there's no way, no how you would have predicted it would have gone down like this.
Yeah. You want it to happen, right? So in each one of those situations, somebody wanted that to be the outcome, but it's unlikely, and it's pretty cool that we get to see it right now.
Yeah, agreed. Looks like the Assault Intercessors have made contact with that line of Zephyrim up there. They're pretty odds on to kill a bunch. I mean, they're only toughness 3 single wound models. They'll be wounded on 2s by the 4 attacks each of the Assault Intercessors on the charge. So yeah, he could lose most of that squad. It'd be interesting to see. The fight between Dante and Celestine, I think Dante wins it, but the issue is then Celestine gets back up, comes back at outside engagement range, and can go about her business. But then hopefully Dante can chase it down.
I think going out of business and be getting re-beat down by Dante is what's going to happen.
No, well, what's the issue? Yep, Celestine's being laid down, so her first death has occurred. Where will she be when she falls again is an interesting thing to note. Looks like we have still got 1 Sangard at the bottom there. Looks like it's been joined by the...
Is it an auto comeback now?
2+. Yeah. 2+ to bring it back. That Rhino, by the way, in the middle of the table, according to our table boss, is full to the brim of Repentia. There's another squad in there. So I think that squad could very possibly be the death knell of the Blood Angels.
I don't know. Not so much a factor, I don't think. Because if you blow the Rhino up, right? You destroy the Rhino, you're going to lose 1 or 2 on the way out. Possibly.
If he was going to destroy the Rhino, he probably would have already, my man. Unfortunately, looks like he's already got some wounds taken on it, and I think it's going to live. So this is the funny thing, Paul. I love you to death, mate, but the writing is on the wall, and Paul's like, "No, it's not over. We got this. We're gonna scratch. We're gonna claw. We're gonna
Put
find
me
a
in.
way."
I didn't hear no bell.
The fat lady has not sung on my Red Boys yet. We do have a guest waiting in the wings who we may get on for a nice little 10-minute segment with us. JT McDowell, who may jump in and give us his thoughts on this match unfolding. He is going to be playing. His list is going to be playing one of these armies. I think it'd be interesting to know which one of these he would rather face. Yes. And so JT, for those at home, is the Drukhari player who's currently 2-0. He played into TJ's list, Chaos list in that game. Did get a bit of an ascendant win by the end of it. But he did his first game against the Ultramarines was I think one of the best games we've streamed so far. What are your thoughts, Paul?
Which one is the? Oh yes, the against the Ultramarines, because
The
that
Drukhari,
was
yeah.
that was an interesting showcase in how both of those armies perform. And then
Mm.
the Ultramarines just basically got on the short end of the stick of that after a really good, I think, target priority and shooting phase from the Drukhari, which they can do. They can come out of nowhere with the explosion. But we got to see is it wasn't a narrative battle by any of the stretch, but we got to see the Dark Elder doing what they do. The Drukhari were circling around the Ultramarines and picking them off strategically, and this
Yes.
closed in on them.
Yes, it was so like thematic Dark Eldar goodness, and
Yeah.
the resolute stout Smurfs holding the line at the end. And Kalgar still standing strong in the last final turns. Not much of a force left to back him up. Being circled, carried off to Comrade to fight in the pits to the end of his days.
Because of the way that he was picking them off from the sidelines, he reduced the Ultramarine heroes to just objective holders. And so they
Mm,
weren't able to bring any of their special powers to bear. That's generalship on the part of the Drukhari, also built into kind of how the Drukhari army list plays in general. But it was one of those to where if Tigurius and Marnius are sitting somewhere on the tabletop, having to stay there, you're not
yeah.
going to win that game. You're sacrificing
Yeah.
so much of their flexibility and their strength with having by doing that.
Absolutely agree. Just a quick call of this game. Looks like the Assault and Intercessors have gone in. Looks like they've lost one, possibly. Yeah, it looks like they've lost one of their number to the Seraphim. It looks like they've killed the back line of Seraphim, so that could be up to 5 of them dead, possibly 6, and possibly 4 also. Celestine currently lying down, having a nap. She'll be back on a 2+, possibly. A unit of diminished Repentia that got invested by the unit of 3 Plasma Inceptors on the right-hand side to them. Looks like there's 5 of them left in that squad. Unfortunately, that is still enough that if they make that successful charge into the Plasma Inceptors, they are dead. If I'm of the opinion Mr. Coles has 4 command points left, I would be dropping an Overwatch into them at all
Oh,
costs.
you have to take every opportunity to pick things off. So let's look at Celestine.
Yes.
If Celestine rolls that one and does not come back, all right, that means Dante is in his mind is freed up to go and take out another squad.
He is. He will cop some multi-melters to the face, but he's a very old man. I'm sure he's been shot by things of this ilk before.
Multi-melters?
He's like, dude, what do you think? What do you think this is? I'm like, I'm a 1,000-year-old. I'm a 1,000-year-old baby. Like multi-melters.
He's gonna fling his Infernus pistol into the face of one of those multi-melters.
He's
Take one of them out.
just going to throw the pistol. He's going to
He
pistol
will.
whip from the other side of the board. 24-inch pistol whip.
It would not be the first time he's had to do that. No, he's going to get up close and personal. But what I'm saying is that right now, Dante is still. I mean, right, he has won the battle. He won the first battle with Celestine, but in his mind, he's still on Celestine management detail, right?
Mm.
So if Celestine does not come back, then that frees it up to go and really put a crimp in one of these objective grabber situations that's happening with the sisters with Stephen Box over here.
Agreed. Looks like the Seraphim have piled into the Assault Intercessors. Interested to see how many of those get picked up in that combat. I've yet to face Seraphim. I've yet to be across the board from them or feel how potent they can be. So
I
I'm
love 'em.
interested to know. Looks
Yeah.
looks like the Rhino has been popped, my man. In combat, the Rhino has been popped.
I told you,
Um,
as I
you-
predicted.
as you predicted. Does have any died?
I'm going to say
one,
2.
one Repentia. One.
Oh,
You got one on there.
I'm close.
You're close.
That's actually 1 is average. 1 is actually average.
And the character inside that blob of Assault Intercessor, that's his Judicia.
Okay, so that I was curious if that was going to play in this. So, where we're counseling from the sideline about aggression in the first game we saw Mr. Coles play, he was incredibly aggressive in this game. And do you think that had a factor in how he maybe got cost some points in the last game, coming through, and how it transitioned into the play in this game?
So I'm of the opinion he overextended by a marginal amount of inches, possibly somewhere in the region of 4 to 6 inches when he came down and jumped on those middle objectives. Didn't need to be as close as he was. He gave quite reliable
The
charges to
top
his
objectives for sure, I think. The top objectives
yeah
or sorry, the top and bottom objectives, I think you're right. Kinda
yeah.
overcommitted to there about how he's positioning, later, but it could have been a factor really about how far he gets later in the game.
Well, and so I think the middle squad was a true. I don't want to be too disparaging to Mr. Coles, but it was a true went too deep, went too far. I would have loved to have seen both the Sangard units go up on the right, and then that middle unit with Dante and the character sitting in that middle right ruin, just to the right of that
Yeah.
statue.
Yeah, yeah.
Either they're the flying company, they can fly to the top, fly to the bottom, depending on which investment he wants to go into.
They're a
And then
pendulum, they could go either way you need them to do.
exactly,
Once they're there,
or
protected right
hell,
there.
you send off the Sang Priest and Dante to one. You send the other Sangard unit to the bottom. That would be enough. That would be enough to change the metrics again. And so yeah, I think just giving him the middle squad and then letting him invest equally in all three at the same time was a mistake. I would have liked to have seen him stretch the charges from his opponent. So, e.g., if he used miracle dice, he would use all of his miracle dice to get him in, and maybe he didn't have the right numbers to ensure those charges. Surely he'd get some, but not
Right.
all.
Was that
What
was that a
happened?
1?
Because
Oh,
he did.
no, it wasn't.
There was no one. She's back.
Uh,
And now she gets to fly off and do as she pleases. I'm of the opinion that she will join the Repentia in the right middle
yeah.
and go into that unit with the Judicia and the Assault Intercessors.
Yeah, so what
Either
happens
that or
here
she'll
is she scoots away, then charges to get even further away, so it's gonna make it
yes,
even more difficult for Dante to keep those duties. Now Dante's still
exactly right.
freed up, but there's also a free Celestine, which is the problem.
Yes, the Celestine is now free. Going into her, or rather than going into the Repentia, like getting the Repentia off the board was a guaranteed unit of killing us gone. A Celestine was what, a 1 in 6 chance of having a unit gone. He might not even killed her in one turn, depending if she spiked her 4+ invulnerable saves.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, I would have killed the Repentia
Yeah, and I
personally.
like what you're saying there about keeping if you just in the center of the table still, you're still close enough, but being able to maybe focus in those firing lines because you're blocking line of sight for in that building. So how he comes to
Mm,
shoot you, even if he does go up to shoot you, is still predictable and has to be in a way that makes it advantageous to you with what your strike back, what you have left.
yeah, exactly right. Would love to get an overlay that tracks miracle dice. How would we do that? So that's been pointed up by K Nightmare, K Nightmare with a K. X, whatever. That guy just said, "Can we get an overlay to track the miracle dice?" That would be hard to do because the miracle dice are constantly changing. Unlike CP, that just like they either go up or go down. Not only the miracle dice, you can get 3 in a turn, but they're all different numbers to track. So it'd be cool if you just get a miracle dice cam like next to your dice cam, and just like as a little
We're asking
compartment, you
a
just
lot
like
on the
you
fly
just
from
rack them up in a row.
these streamers. I don't know if we can
Oh yeah,
arrange
no,
that.
this isn't something
But
this isn't something happening today. Maybe
but
it's something that somebody on a stream that plays sisters all the time can do.
But maybe our table boss, if they're listening to us, may be able to at least give us a status of what the miracle dice are, because that plays in really a ton into these sister battles, what the explosiveness that they can accomplish in a given turn.
Yeah, spot on. Let's see if our boss has anything updated that we haven't been able to see. Wrong one. Celestine goes down. Celestine gets back up. Rick Peasley takes a wound off Dante. So the priest is in combat with Dante right now, and then Celestine stands back up. And yeah, one repeater died coming out of the rhino that was
I
killed off
love that
by
name.
Janisha.
Obviously,
Rick
Mr. Priestley,
Priestley. That is
Priestley
pretty good.
is a legend in Warhammer, and that's really awesome to see. I love little puns like that.
Me too. He's never going to give you up. Never going to let you down.
That's a
I
different
can't hear you.
Rick. That's a different
Yeah,
Rick.
I can hear you. Awesome. So we'll
Was it?
just check.
Yeah.
So it just joined into my ears.
We may be getting JTM with us right pretty soon to talk about his list and how it's going to play out, and then what the hopes that he has as it moves into the tournament.
Mm. Um, Thank you very much. Someone's just saying we're looking sharp. Yeah, we all the last day of the stream, first day of the stream. Paul Murphy makes some requirements. He's like, Adam, up your game. You need to be dressed like XYZ tomorrow. And one day he's going to be like, if you're not dressed like a banana at the start of stream day tomorrow, you're out of here. You're
Yeah,
gone.
banana day. It's like theme days at work, you know?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. If we have the
You know,
opportunity
a
to
funny
spice this
hat
up, we will.
day.
Yeah, we should.
Maybe
Why
we
don't
can
we?
do it. I've actually dressed in costume on a Halloween stream sometime in the past. You know, like these are
What?
all kind of things we can bring back up.
Why haven't we done a funny hat day yet? That seems like a failed
You
opportunity.
can submit it to our HR committee, and it will be reviewed.
And
We'll
voted on by
we have
the
to look
ruling
at
council.
international laws between, and we'll
Yeah.
see what
Our,
we can.
our council of Minotaurum Adepts, the Ocho Council of Terror, High Lords of the Ocho, will rule upon the funny hat day. What is acceptable?
What production can and cannot make us do.
Yep. So we're into Mr. Stephen Box's. I think this is just the bottom of turn 2, by the way, guys. This is turn 2. Yeesh. That's a smashing. That's so much dead
What?
stuff.
It's turn 2. Please tell me I'm dreaming.
That's turn 2. Blood Angels move up. Sisters charge Blood Angels. Blood Angels kill some sisters. Sisters now going to kill some more Blood Angels, and it's turn 2.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is a difficult. It's going to be a difficult game, right? I mean, obviously
Yeah.
with missions, you have to then play the mission. I think but how much of the mission is based on his ability to remove sisters' models?
Yeah, and that is greatly diminished because naturally the sisters got the first engagement.
Yeah, and this is tough though because you're playing a heavy assault army. So Steven's tongue-in-cheek name of the army is like, can't believe it's not Blood Angels because he's got a
Yeah.
lot of assault elements in that list. So when two assault armies clash, how do they engage and how do they deal with each other? Like it is a bit of a cat and mouse type thing. I think that has to affect your secondaries.
It
So
was very
when you
interesting.
know
Yeah.
no one's going to want to come close to each other, so how do you then score points when you're out of your element?
Yeah, very true. There were some interesting pieces in this game as well. We saw Calexis become very relevant at the top, ensuring that the best interrupt that the Blood Angels player could do wasn't an option. Took that off the table. The top unit of Sangard that was invested in by a unit of Zeraphim and a unit of Repentia was made to fight last, e.g. no interrupt for you. And then because of that, he had to interrupt at the bottom, which was a diminished unit of Sangard. And when they fought back, they were only able to clear out the Repentia, not the Zephyrim down there. Now, where that makes it spicy is that his opponent had the opposing piece in the Judicia, but due to the long charges and the big reach of the Repentia when they had I think they advanced and charged on that unit, they were able to position themselves outside of range of that one. And that's
So
simply
here's
because
this.
it's simply because it was the sisters' turn. They got to position themselves outside of the range of the 3 inch of the Judicia.
Here's the deal. So the Temper Mortis, at the start of the fight phase, you can select one enemy unit within 3 inches of this model. That means the Judicar in this case. The unit is not eligible to fight this phase until after all eligible units from your army have done so. You know what that means to me? That if I move up that unit, I never move past 1 inch away from where the Judicar could be. So he has to be right up hugging the butt of a secondary guard.
Exactly
So
right.
if anything, and then they have to be clustered around him,
Mhm.
daring your opponent to come forward. Can you live with this unit striking forward first? And if the answer is no, you don't charge, and that would have saved him in this case.
Exactly right. So he couldn't have charged the middle squad if he was truly insulated by that Judicia. And what you're saying is the entire frontage of the squad has to be within 3 inches of the Judicia. So e.g. the Repentia charge in, they have to come within the 3 inch bubble. They fight last, Sangard fired into them, cleared. He still has a unit of Sangard in the middle of the board with 2 characters in support of it. They will be in a prime position to alpha up into the bottom or the right, clear either one of those off, and then hold a very strong, stable frontage.
Got a question from Mark saying, do we think Joe is regretting not deploying the intercessors, or sorry, inceptors is what he's saying. They have been pushed out of position and not going to be a factor right now. It's easy for us to look at the situation of the down player in points at this moment, down in models. You know, it's down in models, not in points. He's actually up in points right now, but down in models. It's easy for us to look at that and say yes. But if his plan was to try to trade off and engage with the other assault elements of Steven's army, I absolutely think he should have put them on the table because he needs that unit being able to kind of scout around the edges, score a few extra points, and then put in some range shots to potentially reduce the multi-melta casualties that he could bring to bear. So yes.
And yeah, it was 2 units of 3, a unit of 6 that he split at the start of the game. So he could have, they're very easy to hide, very easy to maneuver with their jump packs, etc. So yeah, deploying them on the table, I think might have been a good call as well. We just had.
But that's easy for us to say right now after we see what has happened.
Yeah, I think it's really cool that word he used, interceptors, as in intercessor and inceptor chucked together, and it's funny.
So I think we are at the moment we can bring in JT from Play on Tabletop into the stream. Is that the production? Oh, look at that! Hey,
Hey,
JT, can you hear us?
there he is.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yo, man, thanks for
Good
joining
man.
us,
How you
and
doing?
also thanks for participating in this this event, this stream event with us. When you heard what we were doing, what did you think?
It's funny. The Falcon reached out and said, "Hey, we want to do something," and we were like, "Cool," because we were kind of thinking the same thing. And we were super excited to take part in this. Live is new for our channel. We're typically a pretty curated battle report, and it's something that we're really wanting to
Beautiful.
explore.
Yeah.
And this was a ton of fun to be a part of, and we're so happy to be helping, to be raising money, and to be providing content for our fans. We're really, really excited, and when we heard about it, we were over the moon. We were like, "Oh, who gets to play? Who gets to play?"
I love
Yeah,
y'all's
yeah.
panel. You actually do. I mean, it's the when you came on the scene with the produced battle reports and the polish. It's really great. So yeah, thanks for doing it. Thanks for being part of the community.
Well, thank you.
Your list. Did you think it was going to go as deep as you thought?
No.
Yeah. I think you're
I
right.
fully expected to be playing TJ's Demons against Steve's Ultramarines in round 2. I absolutely did. I'm still gobsmacked at how I managed to pull out the win against Steve. He played such an amazing game in that round 1. It was a 4-point game. It literally, the difference that the FAQ changed to let me score in the bottom of 5 instead of the top of 5
Yep.
is what won me that game.
Oh, we
And
knew that
knowing-
would play. I mean, maybe not in that specific game, but we knew it'd be a really
Yeah.
impactful change to how games are played.
Knowing that was in my pocket, I played for that. So I played to max out on turn 4 and turn 5, knowing that was going to be the difference. And if I could set myself up on turn 4, then Steve will not be able to stop me on turn 5. And that's how I played that. And it ended up working out for me. I needed to make that advance with the rack to take an objective at the end to kick off a raise banners. And that's what it came down to in the end. And it was fantastic. But then yesterday against TJ Lanigan's list, Steve was up against it. Man, that list is so complex. And he's taken a lot of guff for it. People are saying he played it wrong. He did it wrong. He did make mistakes. Absolutely. And he'd be the first to admit it. But that list is incredibly complex. And to walk into a stream with 1,000 people watching, plus more people going to be watching later, with a codex you're not super familiar with a list that has a TJ Lanigan skill level applied to it, I think Steve did pretty well, man.
So
He really
no
did.
slight on
Fine.
the play, right? No,
Yeah.
this is an example of we hear like net listing or whatever. That's not what happened because we've designed the event to work this way. But don't even sweat it. Like this, there's a whole lot of complications and challenges of this. And when you factor in that those are high value pieces, that it doesn't take but a little bit of misstep to spin that entire list out of control. I mean, so don't even sweat that, man. That's it's a challenge to even be on the stream and do it live again out of the comfort zone. Tell him good. Do it again if we do this again next year or anytime we do it. Welcome anytime.
And legitimately, anybody trying to throw shade at home, ask yourself if you could have done any better. If you think you're going to be perfect picking up somebody else's list from a faction you are not familiar with, I'm not saying that I'm a chaos expert, I would have done better. Then flip it on its head. Play something completely unfamiliar to you that you picked up that's been sent to you that you didn't know was coming because you can't predict who's going to win in the round before, and have some empathy. He did a great job. He played a great game.
Oh,
Relax.
the stoic in chat has already said like the person commenting, he's a Thousand Suns player and he does it all the time and he still knows how difficult it is to run that list. But no, that's part of the event.
Phase, getting the most out of the psychic phase with those big pieces is an art in and of itself, and it's something that players take years to master. So I take nothing away from Steve, but I give full props to you, my man. You went to the semi-friggin' finals. Who do you think is going to be matched up against you, and how do you think you're going to go from here on out?
This is tough because this list is designed to compete in a Marine meta. I've got a lot of 2 damage, and Marines will fail eventually. I've got Dark Technomancer overcharged to take out big targets. I've got Dark Technomancer blast weapons on the 24-inch range that are also, with that AP12 damage that changed in the recent Forge World FAQ has been really helpful. My Ravagers are great at killing Marines. And with the Living Muse, reroll ones, just fantastic. All of these things do really well. So I want to face Blood Angels with that list.
It doesn't look like the Blood Angels are going to make it out of this round. Now,
I know.
We're still early in the game, too soon to tell. All right. So what is your plan if you're going up against this Sisters list?
You know what? The mission I think that they're playing next is Table Quarters. So that's a bit of an advantage for my list in that it has a lot of speed. So I've been very successful with line break and with deploy scramblers. And maxing both of those in the first two games. I don't think line break is actually the call in the next game. I think engage on all fronts is, simply because it's easy to get 2 points for 3 or 4 turns simply. So that would actually, my thoughts would be changing that secondary. But sisters are just tough. Sisters are just so tough.
Yeah.
Repent just scare the pants off me. Like literally, I'm not wearing pants right now. I mean, it's also 9 o'clock in the morning, but seriously,
Hey, me either.
sisters scare me. You know, so I think sisters are really, really strong. I think sisters have an opportunity to go all the way in this. I think they can. They are not an army that I would want to face, but if it looks like sisters are going to go through, I think that's going to be Adrian that's going to be playing them, which means Brian is going to be playing my list, and I think Brian knows how to play my list pretty well. He's a really good player.
Yeah.
So
your list has a lot of scoring potential, which is what I really like about Dark Elder at the moment. They're always like, you might have none of your alpha, your punchy units, but you just have ways and means of scoring points and keeping your score ticking up. You might not have the means to stop them anymore, but you're just going to still get. And I love that aspect of Dark Elder right now. It's probably only going to get better in the new codex as well. But in hindsight, if you could have redesigned your list or changed anything, would you have?
I don't think so. This is an evolution of a list I've been playing for a while. So I don't think there's anything I really want to change. Right now, Dark Elder are in a tough place because like you say, you have to keep ticking the score up. You have to keep scoring. And with 8 Deep Strike reserve units, 4 in Deep Strike, 4 come in from reserve, with the option to throw a command point on a Webway Portal Strike, to Deep Strike an Obset Cabalite unit, with some of the shenanigans that I can do in the movement phase. That's where this list wins. I don't kill you, but I outscore you. And it's much like TJ Lanigan's list in the sense that his list outweights you. Like if he has the position to do it, he literally doesn't move those 3 big models for 3 turns. He sits there and he just keeps scoring and makes you take the score away from him. So that's what my list is designed to do. Is designed to, if you're going to poke your head out and you're going to put yourself onto an objective and here comes your character, 7 hex rifles. They're not super reliable, but they can do some work.
You got mileage out of them, man. That was fun to see. Like we're thinking, the odds that apothecary is probably going to be, he's gone.
And do you know what is something people do not expect Drukhari armies to do? Snipe characters. No one sees that coming. Yeah. It's so good.
It's like the Spanish Inquisition.
We're discussing the pilots of the list and how it plays into this tournament, and I like that. I mean, the more the concept sat with me, the more and more I got to love it. What is your impression about seeing that happen, and your hopes and dreams when someone takes your list and tries to do something with it?
I'm really looking forward to see what happens with it and how it gets played, because I know how I play and I know how I think and I know how it works. But the cool part about this stream is every single player and every single person that's involved knows what they're doing, and they're a good player, and they look at things differently. My partner there, Steven, on Play On, he plays differently than I do. Stephen Box plays differently than I do. Brian Pullen plays differently than I do. So put the same tools in that hand and see what he does with it. Man, I'm excited to watch. Even if it doesn't win, it really doesn't matter, because the people that are winning are all of us watching this. But to see what Brian can do with that and what magic he can pull out of it, oh man, I'm really excited to see that. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Me too, man. I think it's going to be an incredible game next. No matter who comes out of this one, it's obviously looking pretty heavily like Mr. Box's list will be progressing right now. But in all honesty, who knows? Yeah, and who knows what's going to happen in the next round? Sisters versus Dark Eldar is not a combination I thought we were going to have.
Your thoughts is like part of the advantage of what the Drukhari bring with their poisons and stuff. It doesn't play. So some of the things I guess that you're technically paying for in your list aren't going to be a factor. So what do you think the strategy is?
Sisters can get a board presence real quick because those rhinos can move, and those Zephyrim are scary, really, really scary. So it almost becomes a question of can you keep the sisters off of you long enough to let the guns do work? Because there are a lot of guns in the list, and granted, the rhinos are the targets for the Reapers for sure, but the Venoms can chew away at that stuff. If I get into combat, if the homunculi get in, they can do some serious work, because Master of Mutagens with a poison weapon, any 6s to hit, they don't have to roll, and they're AP2 flat too. So there's a lot of attacks coming out of a homunculi. So the goal is to keep them away as far as possible, as long as possible, because as soon as you close my list, I committed to ranged. I committed to keeping you back. Bully venoms forward, push you away. Camp venoms on objectives. So even if you blow the venom up, out comes some obsec. Keep you as far away from my core as long as I can. And if I can do that, then I can hopefully whittle you down. I mean, I did it to Steve. I kept him away as long as I could. I kept him in the middle of the table. I stayed in the corners, and I just chewed away at the edges until I could take him out. And I think
love it how
that's
you reduce the effectiveness of those influential characters to basically nothing, to basically just sitting on a place in a field. And I thought that was great work.
Tiggy held a backfield objective for 4 turns.
He didn't have a choice.
That's all he did. All he did.
Well, I got some guff for the one move I made in that game where I charged the Flamestorm Aggressor, who they just did so much work.
Oh man!
And I didn't try point him, and I actually did that on purpose.
Okay.
Because if I try point him, he can't fall back, and if I don't try point him and he falls back, he loses his Oath of Moment point.
Oh, so it was a bit of a risk reward. You'd already obsect the objective away, so he wasn't get the primary score, and you're thinking, "Hey, I can bait him into losing another point if he falls back." Not bad, not bad, JT.
Not bad. Some really nice play. Nice to see, and I love to hear you explain it. You mentioned the charity and stuff earlier in the when we were talking. We've crept over $5,600. Just had a €100 donation from Manuel, and got us to 5,605 USD right now, going to a great cause. It's amazing to see the community coming together like this. So again, this is to not replace big tournament, concept and stuff, but we're trying to get that community spirit that where we all come together and chalk. Like, look, I mean, getting to talk with folks like you. I mean, again, you guys are doing great with what you bring to the community, and now you're in the tournament scene. How does that feel?
Well, I've personally been in the tournament scene for a long time, but getting people to actually see a different side of play on tabletop. I mean, Steve's a bit of a tournament player, Tack as well. Nick's kind of new to it still. Tycho's from way back in the day, and Paul is that forgotten member of Play On who just hides in the corner and shows up once in a while. We tease Paul, but we love Paul. Maybe. But that said, I play tournaments for years. I mean, I'm wearing my 2017 LVO shirt right now because it's one of my favorites. But to get people to see what our battle reports look like and then what a competitive game looks like, I really think that they got to see a different side of us and a different side of how we play and a different side of what a battle report looks like that's built for entertainment, to show off and to say, hey, this looks cool, and watch when we do stuff and stuff explodes and all that neat stuff, and to see what it takes to play a competitive level and competitive tournament. Because Steve and I mean, we played hard. Like, it was both of us like needed a smoke and a pancake when we were done. It was hard.
Is that the cool down ritual? Is it
pretty much? Well, I guess for me, it's because I just had a knee replacement surgery in the beginning of January. So for me, it was more Tylenol and then more ice, and then maybe try to take a nap.
And a pancake. I like the pancake strategy.
Oh, bacon pancakes. Have you ever had those?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, speaking my language. Look at that. See, we talked about this also. It's like we're from different. We're not even from the same country, but we're for different areas. We both like Warhammer, and we both like bacon and pancakes. So this is why we do these things. We learn this. We're more alike than we thought.
It's a win.
Absolutely. What can we expect from Play on Tabletop in the future, mate? What have you guys got coming up? What can people get excited about? Feel free to sell any exciting
plug away.
Plug yourself.
So we've got a lot of stuff coming up. A lot of stuff I can't really talk about, but I can guarantee you're gonna love it. We're doing a lot of cool stuff with a lot of I gotta think what I can actually say and what I can't say. Watch our channel. That's the best thing I can say. I'll Play on Tabletop.
Make sure you hit that bell, like, share, subscribe,
all that neat stuff.
Give a comment, watch the whole thing.
I think season 3 of 40K in 40 minutes, I believe it starts mid-February is going to be our first release. And that there's a special guest on that one. I'm not going to say who it is, but it's pretty cool. So that you're going to have to check out. I'm not saying anything else, but it's totally going to be worth watching. And then actually Monday, we're filming another one. And that's going to be a couple of guys returning to the channel from past seasons that have been asked to return. So that's going to be really exciting. Great guys, and it's going to be a fantastic game. And then we're pretty much filming all the way through February. So we've got a lot of stuff coming. January was a bit of a slowdown for us, but we haven't slowed the content. it's going to be an even bigger banner year for us, we hope, and we hope everybody comes along for the ride and enjoys.
Well, shows
Well,
like
dude.
yours are a way for people to still stay connected to this, even where we might be separate and separated from each other in our normal routines, man. So, man, really appreciate everything you guys are doing, and again, thanks a lot for coming and participating in this with us. And you guys got to be the test bed for that pilot change for a list. But seriously, that's the scope of the event. That's what we expect to see from this,
That's right.
and it's fun to comment and just analyze what the impact of it was. So, yeah. You guys did amazing, and I cannot wait to see how
Phenomenal
your
job.
list continues to play.
I'm excited. I'm totally excited to see it. And thank you for the kind words. You guys, I love watching you guys. I love watching the interaction. Your commentary has been absolutely just spot on. The floating servitor skull is still one of my favorites. Seeing that head floating around is pretty cool.
We're just getting started with our shenanigans, so people got to stay in and watch for that.
Oh, shenanigans. That's such an
Mm.
Eldar word, isn't it?
It is.
It
It
is,
actually
yeah,
is from the ancient Eldari text.
It is.
All right. Well, JT, again,
All right,
thanks for
JT.
coming on, and we will catch up with you again very soon, and maybe talk about how your list is performing, and then hopes and dreams, and then maybe we get some comments from everybody that participated before the finals. I don't know what's going to be possible, but stay tuned and stay close by if you can, JT.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
See you next time, JC. Love you, mate. All right, back to the game. Where are we at?
What a great dude.
Oh, amazing guy. If you don't know about Play on Tabletop, go over, support them. Some of the best content for 40K that you'll find anywhere in the world.
Love their channel.
Phenomenal production. Yeah, phenomenal production value, great personalities, just a fun ride. Bottom of turn 3 for the Crons.
I'm blocking all the dice.
Sorry. We're going to do the top of turn 3 for the Imperials. So we saw the Silent King go down. We didn't see the charge phase. So tank uses some miracle dice to guarantee an auto charge with the Repentia into the warrior blob on the bottom right.
How does that make you
Custodian
feel?
guard.
Like in your stomach, knowing that he's going to get the charge off because he has miracle dice.
Yes,
Like,
it's rough, isn't it? Because everyone else has to play with chance, and the dice give everything, take it away. And Sis is just like, we don't play with averages. Nah, we just thing just happens for us.
we make our own luck.
Yes, exactly right. The Custodian Guard in the top looked to charge into the Scarab line. They needed a 6. They made the 6. Repentia swing first, 1 CP for +1 to wound, 15 attacks. The Repentia all hits, reroll the hits. 10 hits, 2 to wound, 9 wounds. Mikey fails 7 of his 5+ invulnerable saves, but 2 stand back up. So there's 9 warriors left in that blob. Mikey pulls warriors to prevent the Custodian Guard, the 5 that are inside that ruin, from swinging also. Tank spends 1 CP for Avenge the Fallen. He had lost 2 models, so gets 2 extra attacks on the damaged Custodian unit. He attacks the warriors, kills 7 warriors, 2 stand back up, 4 warriors left. Mikey doesn't have enough obsec left to contest the objective, so resurrecting warriors to get the unit back into range of the Resorb, so he's strung out behind to get back to the Lord. Resorb is done at the start of the command phase, of course, so we can get the models back into range there. So there's a bit of the shenanigans and the jank of the Necron resurrection coming into play. The Custodes attack the Scarabs in the top middle, kills them all. Warriors are just out of range for Tank to consolidate into them to engage, but pushes forward to pressure the Warriors. He can heroic intervene for 1 CP because he's next to an objective if Mikey does not pull back from them. Mikey spends 2 CP to auto pass on the larger unit of Warriors that got invested in on the bottom middle of our screen. Tank scores domination and vital ground.
We have some questions in the chat. It's like, why isn't Mikey using command points? Let me throw that question back out of the chat. What should he be using command points on? What would you suggest? What do you think he needs to? But then it's also that thing that maybe play into some either because he wants to reserve them for something else, or could be slightly unfamiliarity with the codex.
Yeah, exactly right. It could be certainly could be the unfamiliarity. It could also be that he just doesn't know which ones to use at the right times. He has dumped a bunch of CP into enhancing his fight phases, which I think has been the best course so far, and he has used a bunch to re-roll invulnerable saves on the Silent King. I think for the first couple of turns he re-rolled at least 1, if not 2, of his saves. Okay, but going into the bottom of turn 3, protocol range is the +1 AP at half range. Resorb time, he only gets 4 back with the Resorb. So 16 potential rolls from that unit, and you got 4 back. And it's said here, clearly Mikey is not Siegler.
Nice. So what I'm looking up a unit stat or a rule or an objective or something to how things go. But we just had a comment in the chat about every time that they watch a new Play on Tabletop video that the quality just gets better and better. And they said some kind of Moore's Law situation going on there. So I had to look up Moore's Law to see if I could talk about it. And it's about getting better and better through technology. And yeah, that's it. I think they're just masters of their craft and concerned about bringing quality content to folks, and that's what we're seeing here.
The rest of the bottom turn 5 wrap up, Mikey scored 5 points on his primary only. He gives the 5+ invulnerable save to the damage warrior unit and pushes them further down towards the objective at the bottom. That's the one that Bernie Sanders is sitting on right now. Mikey worried about the Repentia in the Rhino behind the top ruin. He pulls warriors back as far as possible to deny the easy charge, but still remains within 12 inches of the Custodians and have enough models to control the objective. The Lord gives reroll 1s to one of the Roller Blobs facing off against the Custodian Guardians on the top right objective, and the shooting phase for the Crons. Voltaic Staff kills 3 Repentia. Small warrior squad has 16 shots. Mikey fluffs his rolls and only ends up killing 1, so there's 2 Repentia left on the bottom middle objective. The next warrior squad has 14 shots into the Repentia, 26 shots into 3 Custodians at the bottom, kills the last Repentia and kills a single Custodian guard. The last warrior squad, 16 models left, 13 considered the Custodians on the right-hand objective, 26 shots, reeling 1s, 10 wounds. Tank takes 5 wounds and loses a Custodian guard. The Chromancers both shoot the Custodians on the bottom objective, and Tank re-rolls a save in order to deny any kills. In the assault phase, the Crons, 8 warriors on the bottom objective, charge the Custodians. The Lich Guards can also charge Custodians, only 2 left. And the Chronomancer charges as well. He's throwing in the kitchen sink, guys. The middle warrior block also charges the Custodians on the bottom objective.
He absolutely has to. Look, his power place is his power piece is gone, been nullified. I mean, it might be slightly lucky. It might have been right on average, but he doesn't have that thing anymore. So now everybody's got to man an oar to bail him out of this.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay. So the Lich Guards strike first in this combat. He's pumped a bunch of CP into him, so they got 4 attacks each. So he's got 28 attacks because he's got 7 Lich Guard left. So that's still a dominating unit there. I should also let you know that a unit of Retributor, has been charged by a unit of Scarabs that is on the containers, if you can see that. Tank declined to use any strats to keep his Custodian Guard alive because he expects to die anyway. But despite rolling poorly, he only kills 1 Custodian Guard with those Lich Guards.
Well, you say that he opted not to use them, but he also only has 2 CP left, so it might not have been really a choice, right?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, what was he going to do, really?
But those are also tied to his While We Stand, We Fight, right?
Ooh. Exactly right. Each one of these guys that goes down is losing 5 points. Yep. And despite there still being 21 points difference in the scores on this game, Mikey does have the bottom of turn. He does have the ability to sling out and possibly get a 15, chasing the metrics here quite considerably. If he's able to win from the position and with the kind of downfalls he had with the Silent King going off and then blowing up a portion of his army, it would be quite impressive on his side. He's still within striking range. Like, if this was the bottom of turn 5 right now and he was just starting his turn, he could find ways to get 22 points in order to win this one. But it remains to be seen because, of course, Tank still has a couple of turns to respond.
There's been a question: Are pilots of the architects of the list being able to play their list again? And actually, yes, we're actually seeing that happen right now in these situations.
So we leave it up to the content creators. They're just given the 2 lists that are going to be played for the round, and then who wants to play them is up to them. We are here to provide you the spectacle and TO the event, but we're not here to control every single facet. We want these guys to have some autonomy and to be able to produce content that their patrons and the people who are signed up and the people who they sell to are willing to engage with. So we want to give them the ability to make the best content they are able to, and really not shackle them to our kind of schedule.
There's we don't want to be. Look, fine. There's variance in everything. There's variance in every tournament you're ever going to come into. This is just one extra level of variance, which is, look, it's the brand new thing to account for. And I'm not saying this is going to be a standard of things, or you should want that. We're not going to do list swaps at tournaments, like in live person tournaments or whatever. But it is simply just one extra thing of variance in this that is fun for us to watch and fun for us to comment on.
Yeah. So exactly right. So look, I don't mind it. It's fine. I think this is a good example of what happens in tournaments when people play with lists or pick up a list just to play it for a tournament with unfamiliarity versus somebody who's vetted a list, built it for their own structures, their own skill sets, and it happens in every tournament you go to.
How many times have you seen that where your buddy just sends you the list like, this just won an event, I'm going out and getting every single figure that's in this list. And
everybody can enjoy my sprue gray existence.
we got we spoke to TJ, who is a phenomenal player last night, and he admitted, he's like, look, I play my list. Nothing substitutes being able to put the list on the table, and that is something that these players they're not getting that luxury of doing. Like, we do know that the same way you would happen in between events at a tournament, you go and talk to your buddies. I know I'm going to play up against it. I got 45 minutes to play up against this. I need to download everything I need to
Yeah.
know about this
Yeah.
into my head right now. Tell me, Adam Camilleri, tell me what I need to know right now to beat this list with what I've
All
got.
right. I'm going to waste a lot of oxygen here, but no.
Roll sixes. I thought you were going to say no,
Yeah.
but that happens. That happens in live events. That's what I'm talking about. The variance. You don't know. Not everybody knows everything about every army, and so there's variance
Mm.
all over the place. That's one extra level of variance. And while it is not the most ideal thing, you're picking up that thing and having to run with it. It is fun for us to talk about, and it's one of the things that we needed to do to bring this event together. So, and I think we'll look back and go, yeah, that was pretty neat, right?
Yeah.
Look at this. So on the back of Mikey's shirt, he's got Magnus did nothing wrong, or did everything wrong. That's what he said. But a lot of people's opinion that Magnus did nothing wrong, and we can debate that. I think you're steeped in the lore of the heresy. Is that right, Mr. Camilleri?
Yes, I'm quite
and
steeped.
I have a buddy from high school. I'm talking about going all the way back until early teenage years. He, in his heart, believes that Horus was on the side of right. In his heart, believes that. He's believed it for what? How many decades now?
Yeah, that's if he's still going. Yeah, that's a couple of
Still
decades.
going.
Man.
Yeah, in his heart believes it now.
Well, so I like to live in the grey. I love the fact that the 40k universe promotes that no one is truly good, no one is truly bad. As we are humans make mistakes, so does the Imperium, so does Tau, so does the Eldar, so does everybody. Especially these galaxy spanning factions, they make mistakes. Everything has an ebb and flow in life and a causality, a yin and yang. Now, the interesting thing between Horus was he had some good points. The Emperor was
You're on dangerous
not a-
ground.
not a great dude all the time, and so it certainly did make it easier for some people to turn against him than others. Right or wrong is up for debate. I would enjoy debating that for you for an entire episode of FTN sometime, and say like, oh, but what about how he neglected Perturabo, and did he ever really love Conrad Crude, or did he treat him like the freak he was, and therefore all this other stuff. But at the same time, there's so much good that the Imperium tried to do at the same time. I'm currently reading the Luther novel, by the way. I got the special edition Luther novel, being the fanboy that I am. And man, that is such an interesting look. He's such an interesting character when you just scratch past the surface. Because he didn't turn to chaos. He just turned against the Imperium, thinking that Imperium had done wrong by Caliban and wanted to support and promote his own community, his own planet, and for them to live and strive to have the best lives for themselves, not the best lives for the Imperium.
Luther is one of those characters that people they feel like their perspective matters on.
That he sold out to chaos and compromised and was corrupted is without question. But were his intentions good at the beginning? Possibly, depending on where you sit.
I do love all this, that we can actually have this debate of what is. But to think about this, when this opinion launched, like this whole thing has been spawned from 2 or 3 pages in a game book, for forever ago, and here we have this saga, this epic unfold. And I love it, and I love how it influences how people make lists, how they build their figures, how we discuss things. It's so fun to be a part of.
I love it. I love sitting discussing the lore. You can do it for hours back and forth. At some point, you got to take a break and just realize you're probably so far away from where you started. Whatever your intention was at the beginning is no longer relevant, and you just got to have pancakes like JT.
So here we go. We got Horus was the only likable Primarch is one of the comments in the chat. Said Perturabo has an argument. Horus does not. Look at this. We have opinions of these, and they can all be right. That's one of the coolest things about Warhammer.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. We can all have opinions. We can all believe what we want to believe, and we can all make an argument for that, good or bad. An argument can be made for just about anything.
Let me tell you though, what is not subjective. Tank has 62 points and Mikey has 29. What's going on right now?
There's no real debating that, unless they've cheated some way, which they won't have. But if you look at this bottom middle objective, that's a massive investment by Herbie. By Mikey. He's chucked so many models down there. He's invested so much in clawing that one back. Looks like he has. There might be one custody guard still there, but the repention have been cleared off. Looks like Tank is diving some more units down there to try and take it back. He still has this full unit of Repentia sitting inside that Rhino at the top. I'd love to see them get out and do something. Not that he needs them right now, but it would probably just clinch any ability that Mikey had to continue to wage war, to continue to have an effect on the scoreboard. like right now, if he slung those guys, got him out, got him to 3 inches, moved him to 6, give him an advance with a 4 or 5 on a miracle dice charge into those warriors, charge the custody guard into the front as well. Actually, I don't think he can do that. I think those custody guard are still tied up with a single scarab base.
Oh,
But
that's
if
not where you want to be.
well, yeah, fair. It is what it is. The scarabs can just
Unless
stick
he's
around.
protecting them, like I mean, again, that's an objective for him. So maybe he's got him there and kind of minimizing what attacks can be there, so they don't get shot up.
Yeah, just an update from the top of turn 4 for the Imperials. He's got 2 points of vital ground, 10 points in the primary, and they have of the opinion that they can't see Mikey bringing it back from this position. Mikey forgot he could spend CP to get the Chronomancer back up on a 4+ that died last turn, and Tank is cool with it, but Mikey rolls a 3, so he didn't come back.
Yeah, that we're talking about, why is he not burning CP? And I think that's, again,
Yeah.
it goes into a little bit of unfamiliarity with the Codex and then all the new nuanced stratagems. People ask all the time, should I mean, this is a question we get on the show. Should I get the cards? Should I get all these game enhancements and token, or the reminders and things? Like, yes, especially if you don't play very often, have those things out in front of you and be looking at them while your opponent is doing their moves and stuff. You don't always think about that. What should I be doing while my opponent is acting? Sometimes you got to be zeroed in and focused on what's happening to see plan your maneuvers and that kind of stuff, or maybe sometimes just hoping he doesn't see that he's close enough to the objective to score or something. I mean, I'm not saying you want them to not make perfect plays, but you're willing and trying to will some action to happen or whatever. But review the cards and your stratagems to keep you primed, so when it comes up, you have it to play.
There's some funny comments here. Senro, he says, Mikey's saving up to get back to 10 CP to use the Necron strat to resummon the Silent King from outside the game.
Yep. Oh, so look at this. We got DJ Monitor who says that the cards are mandatory even when you play a lot. Yeah, build it, like whatever you need to be successful. They're game aids. You know,
Dude,
like use them.
You need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more you play, the more you need them, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. And I like the transparency they offer for you and your opponent. Like, I'm going to use this strat, throw it down on the table. It's in play. If it's in play into your next command phase, stick it next to the unit. All the psychic powers as well, etc., etc.
Yep. So
I called it, mate. That unit of Pensions come out from that Rhino. Big advance from there. Looks like they're poised to have about a 3 or 4 inch charge into those Necron Warriors. This should ice the game.
Well, it's Tank's game to lose, right? He knows that, so he's being slightly careful, I think, and making the educated, qualified plays here. And this is one of those waiting for the exact moment. Don't waste them. Get in there and do things. Still be careful the whole way, even though you have the advantage.
Yeah, exactly right. This Tank's list is a nice mix of hammers and anvils, isn't it?
Yep.
All the Repentia and then the backfield Retributors as the hammers and the anvils in all the Custody squads. It's really quite a nice balance between the two, as long as you can use them all effectively, because they're all kind of mono-use units. Like the Repentia only charge and only fight. The Retributors only shoot. They're all mono-use units. They're all single-use appliances in your kitchen. You know, this only blends. This is only a juicer. This is only a toaster. But if they're all used appropriately, they're very powerful.
So Thunder Wolfenstorm says, "Wog wog 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 wog." I say.
That's so good.
I'm paraphrasing a little bit. You know, it loses a little bit in the translation, but I think you got it.
Could we get a transition back over to the Vanguard Tactics game? It should be in its final moments. We might just be getting a final score from that one. But if we could hit back to that one, we should. There's been a hell of a lot of updates on the table boss side of things. I'd like to get a little bit of a read from that for the people, just so we get up to date.
Oh, here
get
we go.
the appropriate lay of the land.
Tanya Gates War Mitchell says she makes her own notes. And so the Stoic says, pro tip, take the time to make cards and stratagems, spells, or ongoing effects. Use anything you need as a reminder. We talked about that in the last match or sometime during yesterday's games about how reminders for yourself when you cast standing effects on units, have a token, have a reminder, so when the fog of war does not happen to you, when there's a lag, but there's action or time that takes place from when you cast it to when it becomes relevant. Put that there so you know it and you don't forget it and it doesn't impact the game in a negative way.
All right, so the start of I believe was the top of turn or the bottom of turn 3. Stephen is lining up to shoot as many multi-melters as he can into Dante. The Repentia and the Battle Scissors move towards a Sang Priest on the bottom middle objective. Repentia in the middle move towards the Plasma Inceptors, while the Zephyrim up top stay locked in combat with the last intercessor being the sergeant. The Retributors take down Dante, who shoots on death into Celestine, like, "Ugh," and he hurls that pistol, tries to pistol whip with
So
that Inferno pistol as he goes down, but she makes her invulnerable save
Dante can do an epic deed stratagem for free.
for free. Exactly right. That's exactly
So
what he did.
that is basically you don't not do it. And so if you're in a situation to where like you probably would not waste CP on Dante popping off a shot, but he does do it. You don't have to waste anything. So remember, that's one of those things. Remember, you've got it.
Exactly right. So the Canoness at the bottom charges into the Sang Priest as well as the Retributors and Repentia. The Repentia in the middle charge into the Inceptors and wipe them. On the far side, Stephen charged his Zephyrim he brought up from reserves, but Joe interrupts, however, only kills a few. Stephen swings back and he wipes the squad. The bottom combat sees the Sang Priest go down. Stephen is on cleanup mode at this point.
Yeah,
Joe starts to move his. So this would be the top of turn 3 or top of turn 4, I believe. Joe starts to move his Judicia and Co to take back his objective on the right side. The Plasma Inceptors up top go to engage on the top middle objective. He shoots the Inceptors into the Repentia in the top, killing 3 of them in total. The Assault Intercessors charge into the Zephyrim on the right side, killing all bar 1. Plasma Inceptors 9 wounds on the Repentia.
Yeah, look at this. And I don't know if we can capture that in the rundown, but both of these players have absolutely hemorrhaged their command points. So
Yes.
Steven is down to 0. Joe is at 2. I don't know if those 2 points are going to help him mount any sort of comeback, but I just wanted to point that out that they have been burning them, dropping it like it's hot.
Well, he's not as far down on the scoreboard as I expected him to be. He's only 13 points down, and considering
He got an early lead. He actually did that. That's all. Those are the only points he's going to score, unfortunately, I think. But he did come out strong.
Well, this is the early lead mission, isn't it? This is what we saw in the Possessed versus Grey Knights game as well. This is the early lead mission. If you get first turn, usually you're up coming into the bottom of turn 3, and then sometimes it swings back depending on board control. The Plasma Inceptors put 9 wounds on the Repentia, killing all bar 3. They swing back and kill 2 Inceptors, leaving 1 on a single wound. Into the bottom, so going into the bottom of turn 3, the scores are as you see them. Okay, well, I'm not sure there's much left to see here, but interesting to see Celestine moving towards the.
What we are seeing is Steve Vanguard Tactics put it on a clinic of maybe how to manage assault armies when you're playing also an assault army. But what the sisters have is they have a strong shooting element. So this absolutely deadly. The sisters can do it all right now, which I with the iteration that we saw, the original codex, that kind of the beta thing that we saw come out, and then moving into their full blown codex for ninth, they've gotten a lot of tricks that they can do. They are this any option that they need, you can pivot into that without the sacrifice of much else.
So the RPG Luminary, shout out to you, mate. We are doing very well. How are you doing today, though? Where do you hail, and what are you doing with your morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it might be, wherever you are? Also, Paul, apparently Nikki D. Williams says you should have dressed like a Sanguinary Guard if you wanted to be actually fancy.
Give me some time. Well, maybe next stream.
Yeah. What would I cosplay if you were? Would I cosplay like just a...
oh, you got to be in the hood. Oh, come here. Hang on one second. My youngest just brought me some water. I want to say Garrett, say hello.
Hello. How you doing? Look at that. Isn't that wholesome? Isn't that good, wholesome content?
He just brought me some water. It takes look, we got the full support structure here.
I've known to bring you.
So what would you bring? I'm going with a Dark Angel Interrogator Chaplain.
I was going to say, what are the... Jeez, I'm going to cop some flack from this, but what are the little Ewok dudes?
The Watchers.
The Watchers. I should dress up as a Watcher. Just some little red eyes. You can't see my face as I commentate. It's just a stream of words. Just... You want me to be like a mostly naked winged infant?
You're not supposed. You don't think too much into it. Just
okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's true. Okay. I'll stop there.
So we got some people checking in from different places. I don't know if we've asked recently, or where we know we asked at the first part of the stream, but where are people tuning in from? We know it's all different times, all different places. Where are people tuning in from? What are you doing? What hobby projects are you working on, if anything? Are you playing any games? Are you just chilling out? Did you put us on your big screen? Got a picture on Instagram yesterday of someone which I'm Fights with Dice on Instagram. But they posted a picture of them putting together some models with us up on the big screen. That was pretty cool to see.
Hey Core 555. Good morning from New Zealand. Hope everyone is well. Hey Core, is that Hayden Korak? Hayden Korach? If that is, hello brother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. What are you doing up so early? Go back to bed. Loopy, upstate getting a refresh coat of paint on some old killer cans. Sick. Are the real old killer cans the metal ones with like the single arm and the derpy gun, or have you got the new ones? You are a beast. I'm up so early. Up so early, damn son. It must be super early for you. It's just gone 4:30 a.m. and we've been going for over 2 hours already. So we've been going strong since 1 o'clock this morning for me. Woohoo!
Chilling, somebody waiting on the Tabletop Titans. They are as addiction. That's because support these content creators. Look, if you haven't already, like go and sub and stuff. That's how you do it through the Gleam. Get in the raffle. Going to win some prizes and stuff. Please continue to support them.
Cool ADE, watching you guys from rural Montana. I love all the podcast content you guys produce and are a part of. Helps a remote player feel part of the community. Dude, that's
why we do it.
That's all we want to see. That's all we want to see. Helping people come together and feel connected. That is literally what we want to do.
I will say that my accountability partners for painting and hobby stuff live nowhere near me. Only connected through the internet. We swap pictures back and forth to say, how's that unit going? How's that doing? Keeps me motivated. Because I'm a tournament driven painter. Like, and I'm not saying I paint the night before, although I do want to talk about like pre-tournament rituals and stuff. But I paint for when I'm motivated to play and make a stronger army list or whatever. Just something I'm motivated doing. So connected by the internet, accountability, get that stuff done.
8 Lux Octava. Argentina. I'm working on some DIY squats. I think that's missing the D instead of the S. DIY squats. What are you using as the models for that? What is the basis for those conversions? I'd love to know. Are you green stuffing the whole thing from scratch? Are you using some rattlings? Have you got some third-party ones? Yeah, let us know. That's a really interesting project.
Building a vulture. I love that model. I think it is cool.
One of my favorites. So good. Yeah. But that's one of my favorite flyers of all time. That and the Marauder, Destroyer, and Bomber. But those are just such impractical models to own that I have refused to buy one as of yet. And I was like, Marauder or Macarius. And the
building a Storm Raven. Someone's building Storm. What are you putting in that Storm Raven? That's
Storm Raven. Yeah. Turning back time. How long do you think it is before we get a Primaris flyer?
Who knows, man? Who knows? But look at this. I mean, that's the thing is that like most people play what they want, right? I mean, you can look at these lists, and we are running a tournament, and people, and that matters, right? But most people are going to play what they want, and so getting things in a Storm Raven can do it all. It can carry models, it can put down a ton of fire, it can zoom over things. How many? I mean, we were talking about this other time. Most people, they create holes in their army after the first round of deployment and movement that they don't even know. You can just zoom a little flyer over there and delete somebody's character, somebody's buff character. Like, don't count the flyers out, man.
I did it the other day. I was playing an RTT, and someone had an Ahriman, and then a squad of T-Suns, and Ahriman was like behind the T-Suns, but just on the right. And I was like, yeah, cool. Dark Talon, bang, Rift Cannon. Poof.
Somebody's magnetizing a Storm Raven. Like, woo! Look at this.
What do you think? What do you think a Primaris Storm Raven would? You know, you can mag lock a Dreadnought to the back of the Storm Raven. Would you be expected to have a Primaris flyer that you can mag lock a Redemptor to? How big would that have to be?
It's going to be wings with handholds on there, so assault intercessors just get to hold on to they're riding a subway and they just get to fling them out into the.
This is the new Primaris flyer right here, guys. Like, and there's a whole Redemptor on the back, and it's like a drop pod. They shoot it from orbit, and then it shoots every gun it can on the way through before it hits the ground, and then the Redemptor just like falls off the back and goes off on his merry way.
So Vanguard Tactics are probably over there explaining how it all went wrong.
Yes, they could be very well have called the game at that point.
Let's actually, we'll be quiet for a second and see what they're saying.
Now, not that you'd have known to do this. You could have potentially gone for While We Stand, We Fight, which is a really
should
bold
probably double
play.
check with Val. We have that set up.
3 units of Sanguinary Guard. You could have then.
Can they hear us right now?
Taken banners.
Yeah, turn us.
And just got 1 up for 5 points.
But then but at most, I'm only scoring 5 points to 10 for 5 turns.
Yep.
And I might get, which means I'll only get 6 points on banners.
And only 5 points a turn for the primary if you held back that much and let me take the board. Yeah. So you either, it is a tough one. It's a hard matchup.
And the sisters hit harder than the Blood Angels.
Make sure you bring your mic towards you, mate.
And then the sisters hit harder than the Blood Angels on the charge, which is mental.
Yeah, because the Retributors just go through with that, obviously strength 6. +1 to wound, so I'm wounding on 2s, I'm getting 4 attacks a model, I'm -4 flat 2 damage, so it just goes through Sanguinary Guard like butter.
Yeah.
That -4 without the invulnerable save on the Sanguinary Guard, and you can only have your Feel No Pain in one area.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a pretty tough one there, I think. Yeah.
It's a real tough matchup in that one. I think even if I knew the book inside out, back to front, I think it'd still be a horrendous matchup. And the fact that your army, even though you've got 8 multi-melters, that's still 16 shots a turn.
Maybe what we'll do on VTTV is we'll play this game again, but we'll swap over.
So I run the sisters.
Yeah, so they were, I guess, talking about how it is a tough matchup, and it is. So it's tough. The reason what makes it tough is that the concept of how these armies operate are similar on many levels. Where it differs in what the sisters are afforded to with the way their codex is structured is that they also have that kind of shooting element and are able to diversify their points into a different number of units. So while they traded some there in the middle, the sisters still had plenty of elements to go out there and score a bunch of points.
So it's an interesting quantifiable number. You can actually just look at the math if you want. There's 3 Sangard units that each one of them can account for any one of the sisters units, or any possibly 2 of the sisters units. But there's 6 melee-based sisters units that any one of those can account for. Well, any one of the Repentia can count for a full Sangard unit, and any one of the Seraphim appropriately buffed probably counts for over half to 3/4 of a Sangard unit.
So it does.
Feel No Pain.
So they can, if you put 2 of the sisters units on one Sanguinary Guard unit, they will always come out on top.
Yes, especially with that the fight last from the Calexis, that really just shifts it entirely in the sisters' favor. But what was really interesting is that because the Blood Angels had to go first, they moved up, they got into the central objectives, and then Mr. Steve Block got to respond. Had it been role reversed, it still might have ended up the same, because what happens then is sisters get used, one unit of sisters advances Miracle Dice, maybe gets onto the central. If not, uses a unit of Zephyrim to get on there, and then the Sangard go into that and still get eaten by the next wave. So I think they're right in their assumption that it is a tough matchup just based on the numbers and the amount of resources that the sisters player has to throw against this Blood Angels army.
Steven got to use his trick. He got to use the fight last. Joe did not get to use the fight last with the Judicard.
Yes.
Big deal. Yeah, it takes the wind out of the sails, as it were, and I think that strongly committed to that center thing when you mention a little bit of restraint, but it's difficult to have that restraint. It's difficult to see that line of play. It's like it's the concept of when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Exactly right.
When do you change that mindset?
And just the final call in that game from our table boss, Joe Coles got tabled at the bottom of turn 3. And the final score for that game is 34 for the Blood Angels and 91 for the Sisters. So the Sisters will be progressing into our semi-finals. A bit of a blowout there at the end, but unfortunately with 2 massively aggressive armies that can't really play in any other modes. Like, you only got 2 units of Retributors. They can't really play in any other mode. They have to go for each other. Only being a 4 objective mission may have been a lot more different had we seen a 5 or a 6 objective mission. But with only 4, they both have to commit. One had to commit first, got responded, and numbed into the absolute.
The chat is kind of echoing what we're talking about. The sisters can always trade up, is really in this situation. I think that's why you need to almost have them staggered. Like I love what you were talking about is like put a little bit more risk and variance into the equation for them. Don't give them the guaranteed charges. Let them kind of hang back and stuff. But again, it's difficult to see that line of play if you're not familiar with it or how it all works out. But yeah, I'm right there with you on that.
All right, so just jumping into the top of turn 4. Sorry, we're just getting to word in the production team. Sorry.
Oh yeah. So we're lining up some on the fly hot swaps into the guest seat, and we're going to bring them on as we can for sure. So look, you don't know what kind of surprises are going to be. So hang in if you can. So asking what the channels are. If you do, you can actually access all the partner channels off of Las Vegas Nopen.net. If you're not familiar with them, you're able to go and see those partners. And then I would encourage you to do that. Either go to the Gleam and find them that way, or find the links on our partner list off Las Vegas Nopen.net.
And just a quick call of this game. So going into the bottom of turn 4 for the top of turn 4 for the Imperials, they score 2 points for Vital and 10 points for Primary. And just coming down, Mikey has apologized to Siegler if he's watching ... lol. Here comes the Repentia. Tank uses a Miracle Dice to get the 6-inch advance, pushes them hard towards the Warriors in the middle bottom. And the Priest advances 5 to follow to keep the Repentia in the +1 attack bubble. Tank advances Trajan, gets an 11-inch total move towards the left objective. He's worried about Karen ... question mark. So there's a lone sister over there holding that objective. If they get picked up, he might lose some primary points. Shooting for the Imperium. The Custodians on the right shoot some warriors, kill 2, 1 stands up, whatever. And then straight into the assault phase. Custodian Guard charged the warriors on the first to deny Overwatch, of course, to the Repentia, who followed up and used a Miracle Dice to ensure that charge. The 2 Death Cult Assassins charge a unit of Scarabs on the containers. The Repentia activate first, of course they do. Spend CP to wound on 2s. So many attacks, 5+ invulnerables they're going into. Mikey passes enough that a single warrior survives. 14 out of 15 died, 1 left. He can reanimate now, and 8 stand back up out of that. That is a very, very, very nice turn of events. Mikey interrupts with the second warrior unit. CPs to get 2, so +2 strength. So 3s to hit, rerolling 1s from the Lord. 12, 20 into the Custodes. Scores 12 wounds. Tank fails 3 saves and loses another Custody. 8 into the Repentia. Tank saves and Fiona Pains are golden, and he only loses 1. That's messed up. The Custodians get attacked back. Only kill 2 warriors. Mikey had pulled casualties to deny attacks, and 1 stands back up. Mikey's still in control of the right objective. The Death Cults kill a Scarab. Is what it is. And Lich Guard killed the last Custody, denying 5 points on While We Stand We Fight, of course.
Let me tell you what Mikey is not in control of.
The
Silent
game.
King. Yeah, and this 33-point deficit. That's
I love how we both launched into savagery on Mikey there. That was fun. The game. I think we've got 1 John Lennon waiting in the wings. Please let us know, production team, when he's ready to fire off.
We'll get there.
Yep. We'll chuck him in when we can. He's going to possibly be playing in our finale. Seeing as we're pretty sure that Siegler's list doesn't make it, I think Siegler was going to have the option to veto and jump in and play the Necrons if they made it into the final round. Of course, they have the say in who plays those lists. And if we do have the if the reigning, defending, undisputed ITC champion from the 2020 LVO has the opportunity to play his list in the final round, we're probably not going to be able to say no. Like, who are we to say no to that man?
Look,
like,
it's all fun anyway, for sure. While we have a moment, before we get into that, I want to mention that the charity up is to $5,633, which is absolutely amazing for folks that are able to kick in. I think the dances are popular, so if we get to 6K in short order, it's dance time again. Look, sometimes we have to control the narrative.
Would that be?
I'm going to forge this dance narrative. And if we get to 6K for charity here in the next little bit, it might be dance time. But again, I hate to always preface with the fact, but we know that it's not a reality. I mean, everybody can't do it. There's times when it's all tough. Everything's a little bit different. So if you can't kick in, don't. But what I do encourage you to do is go to the Gleam and get in the raffle. And we had a question in the chat before we had to reset it from our side. Absolutely. Is to how would the raffle the things are going to be drawn? They're going to be drawn. We're going to draw some along the way. And I think raffle, you don't have to be present to win, so don't worry about it. If you can only check in for a little bit and have to get out, you'll be notified, I think, through that system, but we'll also be posting it up on our various social media presences about the names of people who have done it, so check back, and then we'll get you, if you are contactable, either by that or whatever, you're going to get the stuff from the raffle, and that's something that also supports the content creators and everybody that had a part in this.
Yeah, exactly right. Look, the Necrons are looking pretty stable and in control of the bottom middle objective. The top right-hand objective the right-hand objective looks pretty compromised. Looks like they could send some warriors back there to double down on that. If you look where Trajan is, you see where Trajan is? He is actually the big chunky model to the top left, so the middle left of those crates. He was moving back there because he thought he was going to get exposed on that back left objective, as he only has a single Sister of Battle back there. So then the Lich Guard looked poised to head that way. So that was a correct call by there. Trajan moving back there in order to shore that one up. Because of course Trajan's OPSEC, which is crazy to think. So
I,
he
well, I
definitely.
mean, that's actually one of the special rules of the custodians is like, hey,
Mm.
if they are on the table, they are in control of that part of real estate.
Mikey's got his, I think that's his third or fourth shirt change. Looks like we're about to be joined by a special guest. The one and only John Lennon is about to be plugged in. Chuck him up, boys. Let's have a say. Let's have a say.
Let's see. Hey, John, can you hear us? John, welcome to the stream, man. How
Yeah,
are you
good.
doing, man?
Dude, are you playing up next? Are you on the Art of War stream up next, or are you going to be playing our finale?
I'm going to be in the finale. It looks like it's going to be myself and Mr. Nick. And
There you are.
Dude,
Dude,
that'd
that is
be
going to
fun.
be awesome.
Mhm.
How well have you been following this game?
Actually, I watched a little bit in the beginning. Then I went and sat down, ate some lunch. Needed to take a shower. So just got back to
Get
it.
camera ready.
Yep, got camera ready. Checking the scoreboard. Looks like the Imperium has widened the lead from the last time I checked in.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like some things have gone against Mikey, possibly some inexperience.
Mhm.
But we were talking about this in the context of this. This is one of the things that we're kind of troubleshooting through this thing. Is how well do lists how much of the transferable skills of an expert list writer exchange over to somebody who's possibly unfamiliar. And as we can see, it's quite telling because I would have thought Siegel playing this matchup was a pretty good one for him. Not great. He isn't great into sisters, but it's much of a muchness and something he's very experienced with. What do you think he would have done differently?
Yeah, he did mention yesterday before is that the sisters were a challenging matchup for him.
Yep.
Do you agree, John?
Sisters definitely pose challenges for Necron. Sisters have the tools to fight anything in the game, so literally no one in the game has an easy matchup into Sisters that I can think of. With that said, I do feel like Necrons have some better tools than most because they've got those invuln units and I mean, big bricks of warriors are great screens against Repentia, and you can afford to take a couple trades. Immediately looking at it, I think that Siegler probably would have been more aggressive in putting obsec models onto the objectives. It looks like the primary score is what's really hurting Mikey right now.
Yeah.
And some of it's a little bit counterintuitive when you're playing Necrons because they're not traditionally thought of as a melee army. But I think that's probably something Siegler would have done different. With that said, it's a weird army to play. Necrons there's a lot of counterintuitive stuff when you play Necrons. The first couple times I played against, Richard's Necrons, it was definitely like, why is he doing this? This makes no sense. And then, by the end of it, I'm like, okay, I see why there's
You look at the
like
score, and I'm like, well, that made sense.
in hindsight, I see how you actually got more points than me. Interesting.
Question for you: you were one of the content creators hotly in contention to be to submit a list. If you had submitted a list, what would it have been, dude?
So I actually had, and honestly, now I wish I had. My game plan going in was that I was going to submit a list that was just pure raw damage output so that it could actually make its way through. Because, I love my White Scars, but also someone who hasn't played with White Scars, great players though they may be, probably would not adapt well to the army. And I think at least some of the lists here would have fallen into that trap.
So this is what I was saying. There are some armies that are obviously been designed here that have been intuitive for other people to pick up. Like Brian, I think Brian Pullen's Blood Angel's been the best example. Are you saying you're saying the same thing? You would have done stacked Inceptors, stacked multi-mother attack bikes, things of this ilk?
Oh, it would have been Sisters and Imperial Guard. It would have been 2 full payload Manticores, 5 tiny squads with maximum plasma guns that rapid fire at 18 inches. Raw damage output, then you go Sisters, you put in 9 mortifiers, go from more damage output, unit of multi-melter retributors and Rhino, 2 Repentia squads, all the characters to make that work, a couple troops to hold objectives, and it just has damage output for days. And honestly, I was like, honestly, I think these can just table most lists. So hand it to people, have them point guns, and I think it'll work.
The Astra Militarum have been getting some, I think they've kind of fallen out of favor with a lot of players because they don't think they can hang, but that was your go-to.
That would have been my go-to. I think Astra Militarum with a little bit of friends from the Imperium are super strong.
Yeah, I agree. I like a lot of aspects of Guard at the moment, but I just don't feel like they can make a well fleshed out army right now. I think they're still missing a couple of pieces. Bulgren getting the reductions they did is a bit of a boon, but they still just don't kill that much.
Yeah.
Like you could say same points as the Blade Guard, and the Blade Guard kills so much better. The Bulgren obviously may survive better in return. But who do you think goes all the way from here? It's obvious we think that we've seen that the Sisters got up in the Vanguard Tactics game, and it looks like we're definitely seeing the Sisters get up again in this one. Do you think Sisters are going to carry the win now?
So from what I saw, it looks like Sisters are going to make both of the final 4 games. So I think that would make it Sisters versus Drukhari and Sisters versus Grey Knights, right?
Yes.
Well, from that stage, I would say Sisters are going to make the final. However, I think Grey Knights actually could pull it out.
I think so
Grey
too.
Knights, another one. Did you catch any of the games yesterday with the Grey Knights and how they played?
I actually did not catch any of the Grey Knight games, unfortunately.
Well, it's spectacular. Go to those content creators pages and check it out because there's some. But we were chomping in our nails watching how that game played out because even though the Chaos player had almost no models left, he was still winning until the very final moments of the game.
And
check
winning
it out.
by an incredible margin. Like, dude, bottom of turn 3 going into the Grey Knight turn was 49-8, and we're like. I mean, he's possibly left his run a little bit too late, and he won by 7. He won by 6 points. The Grey Knight play won by 6.
That's all you need.
There was great play on both sides. I highly encourage anyone if this is anybody's first time or first day joining in and watching this coverage, go back and check out those content creators because they did absolutely phenomenal games putting them on. And it's been fun to watch. And that particular one was pretty awesome. And I think an excellent display of that Aussie meta and acuity of the game. I mean, Adam, I'm sure you have some comments on that.
We're a wonky people. We're strange people. Some people don't rate us. Those people are wrong. Sometimes we don't rate us, and then we're also wrong.
So John, what have you been playing as like your normal, your go-to and stuff, and during this time of when we're not getting out to get to mini tournaments?
Yeah, it's been about the White Scars for me mostly. I absolutely love the White Scars. I think they're utterly fantastic. If we had a Las Vegas Open, which is the thing everyone has been saying for the past couple of weeks, I definitely would be playing White Scars, just because it's an army I've put a ton of practice, ton of time into.
What gives them the advantage?
It's all about the speed and the tricks. You take Jank on a level that's almost at the same level as like Harlequin's old school Yannari Gene Circle, and then you give it power armor, storm shields, and the safety net of being a Space Marine. And you've got Jank and a safety net, and those are very rarely together. Like most of those like high Jank armies like Gene Circle, Sisters of Battle, Harlequins, if you make a bad mistake, you're going to get punished for it. White Scars have all the upside and less downside, but they are still Marines in your low model count at the end of the day, so you can't throw them away. But they've got a little bit more of a safety net than any other janky close combat army. So you take Space Marines, play them like they're Harlequins, and at the end of the day, you're carrying a Storm Shield if you need it.
And you think that's got what it takes because look, what we're seeing is like Blood Angels and Sisters, even though they are a hammer, army. If you ask me right now, you think the White Scars have the ability to hang into that, or would you be looking to outride them, to skirt them? See what I did? Everybody see what I did?
Right. Outriders. I think White Scars can 100% hang with Sisters. What's awesome is just that between combat squads and all the speed, White Scars can commit multiple units in a turn. And Sisters, Miracle Ice are amazing, but it's very hard to get multiple close combats in one turn when we're both doing the standoff kind of game. And also White Scars do have some good tricks to deal with that. Again, I stack Primaris Infiltrators in the list, so you're not outflanking Repench into me, you're not getting Zephyr into me, like you're crossing the table and running at me. And I do that better across the board than all but one of their units, so I can usually initiate more trades than Sisters can.
Oh heck yeah!
Nice. There you go. What's next for Art of War? Anything? So you not only are you a coach, you're a content producer for Art of War. What's next for Art of War? Anything interesting or exciting on the horizon past this?
Absolutely. So we're super excited about the Dark Angel supplement. I've spent some time with it. It's going to take a little bit to crack those secrets, but we're definitely getting that up. As well, I'm trying to bring the Tyranids back. Tyranids are one of those armies that is very near and dear to my heart. Was able to secure some of the Forge World units that are basically required to make the army competitive. Took a while for those to get back in stock, but here we are. So getting those painted up, and hopefully we'll have show some of that Xena's love off on the stream soon.
So what do you think though with that? Is that the Tyranids, an older book, have not gotten a lot of love and attention outside of that compendium recently? Yeah. Do you think that because of the way that it has evolved to be powerful now has let these older rules be resurrected and stuff? Are there ways in for things that people did not have a strong play until recently?
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, like the Tyranid, Forge World rules were like an absolute love letter to the fans. Where like it's everything a Tyranid fan would have wanted. And if every unit was written in by whoever wrote this, Tyranids would probably be a pretty good codex. Tyranids have great rules and bad units. They're kind of the opposite of Chaos Demons. Chaos Demons have like amazing stat lines and just bad rules, but they make it competitive. Tyranids have the opposite problem. All their units suck. They have great stratagems, pretty good psychic tree, I don't even think they have warlord traits. They do. They're garbage.
They're all garbage, and their
but,
relics are the same.
Relics are the
Except
same.
except for the shard, except for the
yeah, they have
whatever
exactly one relic, and that's the one you take. But when they finally got good units, and you start putting all these amazing stratagems and spells that Tyranids have on them, then you actually make some magic. And you can only do so much with 2,000 points, but it's enough to make Tyranids actually competitive. I think, at least. But they're still hard to play. Again, you run into that safety net problem where when you play a janky close combat army, you only have so much room to make mistakes, and once that happens, you're a 6-up save away from death.
And as you said, the units are bad. You don't. Yeah, exactly right. You don't have any inbuilt resilience on your data sheet to fall back upon. That's what I suppose makes the Dimacheron and the Hero Jewels appealing. The fact that they have some level of resilience in an army that generally has none. Usually, the things you'll be leveraging is a high wound count, but even that is not what it used to be, especially with the detriments of new coherency rules and things of that ilk. It's a lot harder to make that horde archetype work. I've seen some people starting to open up on Tyranid Warriors with the points reductions they got in the FAQ, starting to be more palatable there. Whether that's something that can hold up over time, it's still like 3-win models with a 4-up save. Like they pop to bolters, they pop to everything. But is there anything there for people to sink their teeth into, or should they just hold fire?
Man, I mean, I still think cheaper Hive Guard are great. Indirect fire is so important in the game right now. I mean, like we're already seeing Plagueburst Crawlers starting to be big for Death Guard. I know we don't really have them present in this tournament. Indirect fire is huge into a lot of the list archetypes that we're seeing, like these fast melee armies, like Sisters of Battle and Blood Angels. Having indirect fire that's long range and can actually punch through a tank or a Space Marine, that's something most armies just don't get.
Yeah, exactly right.
And even if I don't honestly, even if the points don't line up to make it good, if that's the only thing that does the role, you got to fill the role. That's always my take on it.
And that's something that people genuinely don't like. I mean, that was the issue with the last Necrons Codex. There was only like a Doomsday Arc that could reach out from the back of the board and touch something else on the back of the board. And so you had to take 3 of them. You just had to take 3 of them. There wasn't a choice. And it's always been a feels bad element for a lot of players. But my man, is there any tournaments you guys are going to, anything we can watch in or tune into coming up for Art of War that you're going to be involved with?
Yeah, and tell us where people can find you. I mean, because I think people are going to be really excited to see these innovations for lists and things like Tyranids and maybe what you cook up for the Dark Angels.
Absolutely. So, unfortunately, we don't have any tournaments coming up in the immediate future because of this. However, you can always find us and see our lists and games on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/artofwar40k. As well on our website, theartofwar40k.com. You can find all of the good stuff there.
John, thanks for coming on. Thanks for participating in this event with us. And we may check in with you later on. See if you get lined up to play. We'll see what happens.
All right, can't wait to find out.
Sorry, last thing. Which list do you want to play? Of the 4 lists that look like they're going into the semis, which one do you want to be playing in the final?
Pure Sisters. I want sisters. I want to punch. I love my sisters.
There you go. Perfection. All right, my man. Take care. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, take care.
I think we might be getting close into break time for us.
Yeah, we're going to be getting close into. We should be into regulation time. Look, we could honestly sign off from this game after we get the next update on scores. I can't see Mikey coming back to it. I'll give us the read from the table boss. So into the bottom of turn 4 for the Crons, Mikey has scored 5 for primary and 2 for vital ground. Mikey moves a single Scarab up to contest the left objective. Lichguard followed behind. Big warrior block in the middle has a 5+ invulnerable save and re-rolls charges. The 7-inch charge to Trajan if Mikey wants to go for it with the Lichguard. The Reaper Warriors shoot the Retributors, kill 3. Sorry, this was Repentia. They keep getting the units picked up, and the table boss keeps getting the same. The Vaulting Staff scores a bunch of extra hits versus the Repentia, kills 5. The unit is dead. Code of combat is scored. In the assault phase, the Crons tank uses his last CP to Tanglefoot the Lichguard, rolls a 2 and is a 9-inch charge. This pushes the Warriors into the Retributors on the bottom left, so he pushes Warriors in. Lichguard roll an 8. Roll an 8 for the charge, and they got +1 to charge from being Novak, so they make the charge into Trajan. Crazy. Lichguard swings at Trajan, 6 can attack, 1 CP for Blood Right, so 24 attacks. Trajan fails 5 saves, so he's got 2 wounds left. There we go. I think we're probably going to get. I think we're going to get the last scores in from these guys. I don't expect it to change too much.
No,
I expect this to stay the same. 29 points so far to tank. It's only going to stay the same or get worse, I think, from here.
Let's see. If anybody wants to watch and see the continuation and finalization of this game, go ahead and check out their stream. I mean, that's the thing. They're playing this up at the same time.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is Hellstorm Wargaming. Yep. Jump over there to follow the rest of this game. The issues, I think, here. So we have just seen We have just seen the scores get updated, 45 to 75. Still at 10 points to be added for Tank for the two squads of While We Stand We Fight that are left. So, yep, they've got another 5 points added there. This could be them pricing up the end of the game, by the way, because that was the bottom of 4. These guys might be conscious of the time, and they're just pricing it up now. So, because they could go into their turn 5, but there isn't all that much to do. It's probably just going to be shifting around here, there, and everywhere.
Yep, got to add a question like, how did the Silent King get blown up? Is like sisters doing what the sisters do. So if you call that segment with John we just talked about, it's like they are an incredibly hammer army. They can do lots of things and be where they need to be via the use of their transports and some deceptively fast moving things. We might bring in the Servile Skull again for a moment before we wrap up for our station break. No pressure.
No pressure, no stress.
All right. Well, I tell you, maybe on the BRB screen.
Overlord.
Yeah, so Adam, let's take a break here. Things are going to keep running on the BRB, and then we'll be back really soon for 2 more games.
That's right. Semi-finals about to start, guys. Get in, jump in, support these content creators, donate if you can. We'll see you on the other side.
Oh, hang on, let me check the charity. Before we get out of here. Almost getting close there at $5,779.
Nice.
Yeah, it's ticking up. Thanks everybody who's being a part of that and giving where you can.
Let's push that. Let's get to a nice round number by the end of this bad boy. Let's go for that 6.
All
guys,
right.
Take care. Thank you so much. Jump over to Hellstorm Wargame to see the conclusion of this game. The scores ain't going to change that much. Beautiful. Love yous. See yous in an hour.
See y'all soon.
Well, everybody, this is Servile Skull coming to you live from wherever it is I float between scenes. Just wanted to let you know that you can watch the rest of that game over on Hellstorm Gaming, or by typing, as I am right now, "You suck," into our Nightbot. You can now click on a link, go finish up the end of that game if you are feeling like some punishment. And then we've also just wanted to let you know there's going to be about a 15 or 20-minute interview coming up from the founder of Parabellum Games, a nice fella from Greece. I did a nice feature interview with with Paul Murphy. Mike Murphy, if you're out there, haven't seen you in a long time. Paul Murphy, though, did an interview with this fella. It's fantastic. Afterwards, when they come back on the air at around 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, they're going to draw for a Parabellum starter set of their big fancy game that they'll be talking about. If I'd done any preparation, you'd have more information to go off of, but just trust me, tune in a little bit early. Again, about 1:45, 20 minutes to the hour. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far today. Get ready, get set. We got the semifinals coming right at you. Get me the hell out of here.
let's start.
Okay.
This is gonna be a nightmare. Hello, it's Servo Skull.
Make sure you hit record.
We have an interview here coming from the leader of Parabellum. And
Hey, everybody, welcome to a
Murphy in the
very special
background. We're
vendor
gonna cut
spotlight
right to
segment
him
on the
right now. Bye, guys.
My name is Paul Murphy. I'm joined by Stavros Halkias. Stavros, first, please tell me I pronounced your name right.
You got the name right, the surname, man. It could use a little bit fixing.
I'm from the South. We struggle with that a little bit sometimes.
It's fair enough.
But you are from Parabellum War Games.
Yes.
Thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure, and it's as was mentioned a second ago, it's pretty awesome. We've got the studio in one country, the interviewer in another country, and the interviewee in another. It's fascinating.
You are in our fancy new studio. Check it out. Sorry. Yo, well, welcome, and please, I mentioned this Vendor Spotlight because you are helping sponsor this production, man, and we're happy to have you, and it's a great honor to talk to you.
No, it's our pleasure to be able to help. Just war games are about community, period. However pretty the miniatures are, people have to be out there, they have to be playing, they have to be talking to each other and enjoying what they do. It's passionate.
That's exactly right. And so it is, you mentioned that you're actually based in Greece.
Yes. So the company's creative headquarters are in Greece. Our production is in the US and Poland and Greece. So it's a very multinational company. We've got our basically our chief operations officer is in Geneva. Our head of sales is in the US. We're scattered all over the world.
That's cool, though. I mean, we mentioned war games bring us together, and with as big as the world is, it's pretty cool that we can come together and talk, and you can do this, like you were just talking about, all over the place. So tell me about the game itself. I think the game is based. I don't want to label it, but fantasy based, named Conquest, with some really unique takes on a fantasy world. Tell me a little bit about it.
Okay, so. The first thing I would say about the game is it used to be Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, but we came up with a second game type. It plays both as skirmish and mass battle. You'll notice that the troops have square bases and then carriers, we call them, and then round bases, which allows you to play with the same troops in two different game styles. The game is based on basically Tolkien, but we made a point of twisting everything and bringing in, stick to the tropes, make them recognizable, but change them enough that they're not the same boring, bland thing. So, for example, in Tolkien, the dwarves dug deep, found the Balrog, and the Balrog ate them, and the decline of the dwarves came about. In our world, they dug deep, found the Balrog, and ate it.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, I'm digging it already.
Yeah, as a result, they've become infused with elemental earth and fire magics, are incredibly aggressive, which has worked wonders for them diplomatically. In that they get to meet all sorts of new people and beat the ever living.
I sense a little sarcasm there.
A little bit. And we've done the same with as many of the factions as we have. There's 18 factions written into the game. 4 are currently out. The 5th is coming out in 3 months. And we've got the 100 Kingdoms, who are let's call it the human element. We have the Spires, who could be considered the High Elves, but they're biomancers who twist flesh and mold it to their purposes. And
that's a cool take on things. I mean, these, I assume, long-lived creatures that have learned to warp and manipulate the environment around them, including other living creatures, as to fuel their ambitions.
Exactly, and you have we call them the exiles because they're technically not from this world.
Where are they from?
We don't want to reveal too much because
all right. I was hoping to get it out of you.
Yeah, no, they come from elsewhere, from another homeworld, and they've split into 3 different factions. The Spires are the ones that approach this gift of biomodification as a science. They've taken out all religious overtones, all art, craftsmanship, and joy out of it. For them, it's a cold science. and what they create is effective for the biomass they use. So then we have the Weavers, who've chosen to take this planet as their adoptive new home, and they're sort of bonding with it and its elements, but they're still aliens themselves. So what they consider an improvement or a modification on what exists is something that's pretty twisted already. And finally, you have the Quiet, who have foregone all contact with this ability because they say this has only ever brought harm on our people. To hell with you both. And they went off in their own direction. We have the Nords, who are a human faction, Viking-based, strong post-apocalyptic Vikings. In other words, Ragnarok has happened. It's tied into the whole lore of the world. And the Nords have learned to live with the incredible dangers of their homeland, the monsters that coexist there, some of which were degenerate Nord tribes who paid a heavy price for the victory they achieved over the Jotnars. Anyway, all of this is linked into the backstory.
Can I talk to you about the backstory? Because
Yes.
you've got a pretty expansive set of lore, and these are just some of the factions from it. So the game is out and active, and people can get their hands on it right now. But you've got plenty of stuff baked in that's more to come.
Oh, absolutely. We have 18 factions already written into the world. And several of the, we'll call them sub-factions, are growing to be their own army lists completely independently. So, for example, the Dweghom are split into the Ardent, the Tempered, and the Clans. These are sort of ideologies within them. The Ardent are obviously the most aggressive, the ones who believe that they did the right thing in modifying themselves and consuming this entity that they found. The Tempered are trying to undo that change and focus more on the sorcery, whereas the Ardent focus more on warfare, and the Clans really just want to be able to die of old age, but they can't. Does
this play out in the factions in the game? Like, does this make its way onto the tabletop, this yes. level of like intrigue and depth?
One of the key things that we wanted to do is add a narrative element, and much more importantly is when I present an army to you, it plays the way I present it to you. None of this, you see these things with arms and really fast and close combat, and it turns out they're amazing at shooting. If they're large and they're green, they're meant to be in close combat.
Nice, fair enough.
So, our army building is built around characters and their warbands. So what you actually do is you've got an alliance or maybe a feudal relationship between the characters, and each brings their troops onto the field. So, for example, an Ardent brings the more fanatical troops, a Tempered brings the more sorcerous and mechanical troops onto the field, and the Clans bring the mass. And they can't swap between themselves, so what you can do is play with different characters to create an army list that suits you and suits how you want to play.
Oh man, that's very neat. You mentioned the skirmish type style of play. With a skirmish type style of play, like how many figures does one have in their army or battle group or whatever you tell me what you call it, and then how long does it take to play?
So the skirmish game takes between 45 minutes to about an hour and a half.
So like a board game, a modern board game style.
Yes. One of the key things that we want to do is make the game fast. And the biggest ways that we could do that was by eliminating the deployment phase, which, although very pretty, tended to be very slow and dictate a tremendous course of the game. Yep. So in this game, the reinforcements stream in from the side. And if you don't push up your reinforcement zone by pushing up your units, our units are broken into light, medium, and heavy. And the light units come on board first, then the mediums, then the heavies. If you don't push up your deployment zone, you're stuck on your end. You can't claim objectives. You're going to lose the field. Sure, your like super heavy knights and like Inferno Automata are terrifying in close combat. But if they arrive on turn 5 and have to spend 2 rounds getting to where the battle actually is, and where the objectives actually are, you're going to lose. So all the army lists created have to be balanced in light, medium, and heavy. And according to the character and subtypes that you've brought to the game, creating this narrative element that we really like. But getting to your question of the number of units for the skirmish.
All right, well, let's start.
Okay.
Make sure you hit record. Hey, everybody. Welcome to a very special vendor spotlight segment on the Ocho. My name is Paul Murphy. I'm joined by Stavros Halkias. Stavros, first, please tell me I pronounced your name right.
You got the name right, the surname, man. It could use a little.
I'm from the South. We are back. Thanks for hanging in here with us. The chat has been active. We got donations coming into the charity. We got stuff to give away. We just did a drawing for the Parabellum kit. Like, I hope you got to check that interview before we kick this off. Hearing about that game world, how I started from, basically its own little concept, going into something pretty complex and sweet. I mean, I enjoyed talking with that dude.
Yeah.
Man, Adam.
He's got a great head on that man. He's got his mind in the right place. I hope that thing kicks off and goes crazy. Russ 56, you are the winner of the Parabellum starter. Hopefully you're in the chat. Hopefully we can see and hear how excited you may be about that prize. But congratulations to you. The lovely Peter the Falcon joined us in to do that draw. Mate, semi-finals of the Las Vegas Nopen. 2 days in the making. This is day 3. Game 2 of day 3. One game after this. We're going to be calling the semi-finals for you right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. 2 games happening right now that's going to determine what the final match is. And, look, there's been plenty of people that have pegged that Sisters will be able to do it, and they have got not 1, but 2 shots to get there.
Exactly right. So for the Tabletop Titans above, we have, I believe it is the Sisters from Stephen Box that we just saw win against the Blood Angels of Brian Pullard. So Brian Pullard's list just lost against that. And they're going to be playing JT McDowell's Drukari, which has surprised everybody in going this far into the tournament. So Sisters versus Drukari for you guys on this table. On the other table, we'll be commentating on in a little bit, in a moment. We have Eric Lathuris's Grey Knights, Pure Fire as it is titled, playing against what was the other one?
Title and Execution Pure Fire.
Yeah, playing against Tanks, Custodies, and Sisters list from Hellfire Wargaming. Hellstorm
Wargaming. Yeah, look. Look, we are deep into the coverage. We'll get it all right for you the best we can. So an interesting stat is that for the lists that have made it through to the same pilot of the Architect, they have won 100% of the time. I believe now we are past all that. Now we're dealing with 2 pilots that have never seen or never played these lists before in their life. Going to see how we're going up against in this battle.
Interesting microcosm of the community, seeing how every player that played their list twice won. Now, why that I think is interesting, because there are a lot of misconceptions around net listing and things at tournaments, e.g., if you just take their most broken thing, you will win XYZ. Well, turns out we bucked the trend there, and that's the lens we're going to be looking through that into. Like, if you do pick up a tournament list that may be very powerful, e.g., of the ones that we saw in those events, like, there's no denying that TJ Lanigan's list is very potent. No denying that Brian Pullen's list is very potent. And yet they both went down to well-versed, practiced players on the list that they designed for themselves. Very interesting to note.
So let me ask you this question. So since no one expected Drukari to make it this far, does the fact that the Drukari have made it this far make them an unknown quantity and might be harder to deal with in this game?
Well, they actually shape up decently into that Sisters army. That Sisters army is pretty much all foot slogging. They don't really have any mech. For that, they only have 2 rhinos. And yes, anytime the Zephyrim or the Repentia touch anything, it's going to die. But that is true for just about any other opponent anyway. So the fact is, I actually think the Drukari have a shot in that game. It might not be a good shot. I still think that the Sisters are tipped to win, but I'm going for the Drukari.
Well, the Sisters, yes, I mean, they have lots of tools, and they can close the gap. They've got fast-moving things that can get there, but at the same time, they don't hold up very well against mass fire, and that's what the Drukari bring. They bring a lot of fire that I mean, they're going to get the wound, so they're not getting that bonus, that special rule to wound. They're going to wound on normal, but just a little bit of AP, and then a whole lot of quantity of shots might be enough to burn down that toughness 3 element.
I do find it cute and funny that we have the British play in the colonial lists, as in the the list from one list from Britain, one list from Australia. The Colonials, the Commonwealth are still stuck together here. Glasshammer's waving that flag for the internationals, and then the other side we've got the Americans playing Canadian list. Sorry, from JT. So apologies, I spoke out of turn. That was another colonial list. Ooh, is that something to say? Are the Colonials raising strong over the Americans?
We're not great at geography. I said, I think yesterday you made a comment about Queensland's up from you, and I'm over here like it's like that beautiful mind. Like, where on earth am I sitting right now?
Yeah, good call. I'm going to run through these lists for you quickly, but first I'm going to tell you about the mission. So these gentlemen are playing, where are we? We are playing Sweep and Clear, Mission 32 from the GT pack. For those of you who don't know, that is table quarters. A lot of people call this table corners. I call, in Australia, we call Vanguard deployment table corners because you're in a corner. We call this one quarters because it's a quarter of the deployment zone. So this one has 5 objectives, 1 placed directly in the middle, and you can't deploy in the 9-inch ring around that objective, and then 1 in the center of each quadrant, each quarter quadrant of the table. They're all 6 inches away, 12 inches away from each other, 24 inches, 12 inches away from the center line. So, of course, this is taking hold 5 victory points for controlling one objective, another 5 for 2 or more, and then the last one for hold more. The optional secondary objective here is called Direct Assault. This is actually a pretty good one. I'm expecting to see this taken by some opponents. Like, I expect this to be taken by the Sisters against JT's list in the Tabletop Tactics game. And I kind of expect this to be taken by the Glasshammer player as well, who plays a tanks list, because I think the Custodians play this one very well. Score 3 victory points if you control either of the objective markers in the center of the battlefield or the objective marker in your opponent's deployment zone. If you control both, you get 5 VP. So 3 if you control the middle one, which is the one a lot of people are going to go for. A lot of people like to pick Domination in addition to this one. So you take Domination and you take the progressive, and then if you are scoring Domination, you are scoring the optional secondary as well.
Domination, score 3 victory points if you control more than half the total number of objectives markers on the field at the end of your turn.
It's a 5 objective mission. If you're playing to win the primary, you're already playing to get domination, you're already playing to get a direct assault. So I think this is a very nice one for some of the more board controlling ones. This one might be difficult for the Drukhari simply because the things that they have, the MSU factors they have to sit and hold objectives and get things like domination are usually very flimsy. 5 racks in a Venom. Probably not going to hold up that well against some of the Sisters units.
I agreed. I want to take a moment to point out these sweet objective markers, and that all the profits from these objective markers, if you choose to pick up a set, go to charity.
All of it goes to charity. Yep, all the profits. Wonderful thing that the producers of these products has done for us. The merch. You can type ~command to get our Nightbot to give you a series of command. One of those will be !merch, !raffle, !donate. Please. Oh, also, this round coming up soon, Reese is going to be on for us in a couple of hours, and I think at that point we're going to be doing the draw for the $1,000 shopping spree through Frontline Gaming.
Is that what we're doing? That? Look, in any case, there's still time to get in. So there's time to get in all the raffles. That's from the Gleam promotion sponsored by Frontline Gaming. You can go in and tip your hat to all the folks that are participating in this stream and help put it together, and still get in on for the raffle drawing prizes.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, one thing that we've been asked to plug on this, so the Frontline Gaming have just announced a 40K event 2021 Express Pass that you can pick up, which will enable you to have access to 3 Frontline Gaming events in the coming years, and they've also quietly slubbed in here that they have 14 major events planned in the next couple of years. 14 a year. This is extremely exciting. That's essentially 2 or more a month, every month for an entire year. That is fantastic. Fantastic value. You do get about 23% off the total ticket price when you buy this. E.g., if you were to buy each individual ticket for 3 of their events in a year, you will be paying 23% less on the total sum of that if you will buy this event pass. And it's for the Las Vegas Open 2022 and Frontline Gaming Events 2021 Express Pass holders will register at the same time as high rollers for the LVO. So you get first dibs on the LVO in addition to two other tournaments run by FLG throughout the year. So jump over there, sign up. That is something you're interested in.
Tomodachi, I appreciate that community spirit. He says he's ready to congratulate someone else on the winners of this. But hey, get in there. Got an equal shot as everybody else.
And yes, Reese will be also announcing the location of the 2022 LVO. Some very exciting things to come out of this last kind of 6 hours of this event. And but let's run through some lists, mate. Which one would you like me to start with?
Well, I've seen a spoiler about the location, and yeah, you are going to want to hear it, and you're going to like it. And of course, we were also with a caveat that when it's safe to do so, we're going to get back out to these events. We're hoping this is the first and the last Las Vegas Nopen. We want to be back together as soon as we possibly can, as soon as it's safe to do so.
As happy as we are to be able to run this, none of us wanted to be doing this. I want to be able to actually fist bump my boy Paul Murphy rather than theoretically just be like, it's not the same. It's not the same. But yeah,
let's run down the list, and then these are the same list. Remember, these have been passed from round to round, so the lists have not changed. There's no sideboarding. There's no nothing. The only variance in the figures you may see is for just a slight proxy when it was available or not available, what have you. But the lists are 100% the same from the very beginning of this event until where we are now.
Exactly right. So it looks like we're going through looks like we're on Tabletop Titans, and they're going through Mr. Stephen Box's list. So this is called I Can't Believe It's Not Blood Angels, because I think everyone assumed he was going to take Blood Angels. But seeing as we already had 2 in the field, I think Stephen made a cute assessment. They're like, hey, I can jump off Blood Angels. Maybe I want to take Sisters instead. Or maybe this is something he's been working on in the background. Either way, he would have taken it no matter what. This is a Bloody Rose Battalion, a single Bloody Rose Battalion. I'm going to jump through the whole thing. front to back, and then we'll get the hot takes from Mr. Paul Murphy in this matchup. We have a Canoness, we have a Celestine, we have a Missionary, we have 3 Battle Sister squads, bare bones, 3 units of 9 Repentia, 3 units of 10 Zephyrim. Yeah, crazy. And then 2 units of Retributors with 4 multi-melters each, and then 2 Rhinos. Paul, we've seen this thing wielded very aggressively and very defensively, but what's your takes?
Yeah, Sisters have all the tricks, but I don't know if they have the tricks to deal with the Drukhari. I mean, I do. I think that there's a volume of fire here issue that as soon as, if he can get him out of the tanks or from behind the tanks, and I think those tanks are rolling cover, then he's just going to have models melted away from him. But since the board is smaller, there might not be enough time to do that. I don't know if there's enough volume of fire, but we've seen this thing put out tons of damage. We've seen it get through 3+, toughness 4 in quantity. I don't think it's going to have any trouble getting through toughness 3 with a 3+ armor save in quantity. But we'll see how it all plays out. Missions have a lot to do with that. General skill has a lot to do with that. Familiarity has a lot to do with that. It's going to be many things in play as this battle unfolds.
Absolutely right. Let's go through the unexpected kind of hero of this event so far, Mr. JT McDowell's Drukhari. It's called Painkiller's Panoply of Provocation. Try and say that 3 times fast. But we have Patrol, Cabal of the Black Heart. He has an Archon with Labyrinthine Cunning and Writ of the Living Muse, unit of Cavalite Warriors. He has a Lemayan and 2 Medusae, whatever. 2 units of 5 Mandrakes. Meduso. Then he has 2 units of Scourges, each one with 4 blasters in each, and 2 Ravagers. Then he has two different patrols of Dark Technomancers with Master Mutagens. These are Homunculus Coven, build your own varieties. He's got a Homunculus in each one with a whip and a Hex Rifle. One of them has a Regenerist Alliance of Agony, and he has the Relic, the Nightmare Doll, which actually saw play a little bit of part in his previous game. And then he has 3 units of Racks in one and 2 units of Racks in the other. Each one has just 5 mans with a Hex Rifle on the Akathist, or whatever the sergeant is called. Then he has 2 Reapers, 3 Venoms, and 2 Venoms. So 5 Venoms total. 5 units of Racks with a Hex Rifle. Both Homunculuses have Hex Rifles and Whips, and then 2 Reapers to go along. And in addition, just to recap the other one, 2 units of Scourges with Blasters, 2 Ravagers with Disintegrators, 2 units of Mandrakes that are going to be in reserve, 3 models from Court of the Archon, most likely in reserve as well, unit of Cabalite Warriors, and an Archon to give them nice, juicy rerolls. What do you think of this one, man? The more I look at it, the more I like this.
We got the old Duo Meduso.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help you out.
The double Medusa.
There we go. Yeah, the double Medusa. Whatever. You get it. You get where we're going. So yes, this is. If you were to tell me about it in the very beginning of the tournament, I would have been dismissive about it. Not because of the player skill, and not because of it, because I just didn't think it had the punch to handle what we were going to see and in what I would consider a modern environment. But just like we were talking with John Lennon earlier before, is that sometimes the old things become new again because the tides change, right? So and this might be primed for that. I think it has the skill or the power to do what it needs to do in this matchup. Again, for what I said, it didn't have any problem digging through toughness 4, 3+ armor save. It's not going to have any problem digging through toughness 3 with 3+ armor save or worse in this situation. I just hope that it's played cagey enough to give itself the time. This is what it needs. It needs the time to reduce what is coming at it, to take some of that bite out of the sisters. And I just don't know if it has it, but I'm hoping that it does.
All right, I'm gonna quickly talk from our table boss, who's updating us extremely well. So Brian is okay with the lack of melee in the Dark Eldar list. He needs to screen aggressively. He thinks he will be an uphill battle, but in the end, it'll be a high-scoring game. He has 2 Medusas in reserve, but the Lemayan is on the table hanging out. This is Brian's first game piloting DE in a while, but he's been played against him considerably, seeing as they're one of Adrian's favorite lists. He feels like he needs 3 full turns of shooting to neuter the sisters, and they might not be able to get that done. Adrian notes this list doesn't have as many ways to manipulate Mercurial Dice as he would like. He thinks the Priest is harder to play in this army, but also that it won't be crucial to the game. They both feel this list is really mean and wouldn't be something they would play on the channel. This thing is tuned. This Stephen Box list is tuned to a fine beast on the board. It's very aggressive, very potent. For Adrian's secondaries, that being the sister secondaries, he's gone Direct Assault, Domination, and Deploy Scramblers. I was pretty sure he was going to get Direct Assault and Domination by the sisters. I feel like I can expect to see exactly the same thing when we switch over and see Tanks list. But what do you think of those 3 in combination there, man?
So you mentioned. I may have muted myself. I apologize. So this is talking about the deadliest and swiftness. I really want to see how they choose to interact with each other. I do think that the priest is going to be something that doesn't come into play because there's not going to be many close combats. It's going to be decided at range, I believe. And then the close combat will come in just as almost a cleanup thing when we do see it.
Yeah, that's fair. So with the combination of these three, so yeah, Domination, Direct Assault, and Scramblers, the Sisters don't need to engage the Dark Elder at all to get a crazy high score. It's going to be pretty good to see. And I do think that Domination and Direct Assault are both in the Sisters' favor, them being the aggressor here. There is no bully unit that the Dark Eldar list has that's going to push a Sisters units off the middle objective, take that back, and deny the Domination. He can pinch it onto there with OBSEC units at times and deny it to him, but as for holding it himself, I think that's going to be a hard ask. Brian has taken Engage, Scramblers, and also taken Direct Assault. So yeah, the double taking of direct insult. Like I say sometimes one player is going to be punished on that. One player is going to get that. The other player is not. Engaged.
So somebody's a little bit unhappy, is what you're saying.
Yes. Engaging all fronts is definitely something I'd be taking in this mashup. I expect the Sisters to be investing heavily in the middle, and we'll see a nice ring of Dark Eldar across the flanks, pinch hitting in, doing bits and pieces. Adrian has won the role to go first, guys.
That's very important. So we saw that roll off. It was a 1 and a 6. You see it when the person rolls a 6. You only have one option to do that to beat him, and it's a really narrow window there. But this is exactly what he wants to go first. He wants to take away some of the mobility of the Sisters list to keep them pinned on one side of the table or the other.
Adrian's jumper is pretty awesome.
I thought it was a graphic. I thought it was like, are they floating in here? But this is one of those to where he's got the advantage here. What he does with it, do the rolls cooperate for him?
Exactly right.
What's his last bit of luck going first? I hope not.
Just to quickly jump over to our table boss for the Glasshammer game. If we can switch over to the Glasshammer game on the transition, that'd be fantastic. Anybody in the chat we want to have a sing out to there, mate?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Look, we got people checking in. Look, new folks just joining us. We got people that are tuning in and talking about how they're rooting for one side or the other. And did anybody expect this list? I mean, look, if you're a Drukhari player, did you expect them to go this deep in this tournament? I'd like to hear that.
I didn't. I had him going out first round.
Hoya is asking, who's playing which in the Glasshammer? Yeah, when we get over there, we'll see who's playing what. What's your guess, or do we know for sure yet?
A lot of people have said Manny should play the Grey Knights. He is well vetted, well versed with how Grey Knights play. But maybe that's why he shouldn't play the Grey Knights. If that's going to be a significant advantage, maybe they've chosen to do the opposite, buck the trend, and be like, "Hey, you're better on Grey Knights. Don't play the Grey Knights, so we'll be even in our disadvantage." In which case, Manny might be playing the Sisters and Custodes, and then Dan, our good mate, might be playing the Grey Knights. If we can hit a transition over to the next table, that would be fantastic. But otherwise, looks like we've got it coming up. There it is. We've got a couple of different camera angles, which is nice. Dan is playing the Grey Knights. Manny is playing the Sisters and Custodes. We called it right there. That'll make things a much more interesting game. Quickly jumping over to their lists, though. So first one I'll do is my boy Eric, the man, the myth, the legend, Lathuris.
This is the Pure Fire Grey Knights list.
Pure fire, pure lit Grey Knights. Starts off with a patrol. He has a Chappie. He has a Grandmaster Voldus. He has 10 strikes. The strikes have 2 incinerators and 7 warding staves. The Chaplain has a Sanctic Shard and Lawmaster, e.g. he has 3 psychic powers. He has a Recitation of Projection, the plus 6-inch range litany as well. Master Voldus has Astral Aim, Gate of Infinity, and Sanctuary. The Vanguard detachment that he has Castellan freaking Crow in it. He has Empiric Domination as his psychic power. The Librarian here in his other HQ has a Warding Stave, Relic, Artisan, Nullify Matrix, and powers Armored Resilience and Warp Shaping. He's got 10 Paladins, 4 Psy Cannons with Halberds, 5 Warding Staves, and a big old Demon Hammer on the Paragon, which I'm a big fan of. Then he's got 3 units of 10 Purifiers. Every single Purifier 30 has a Warding Stave. E.g. at any time, these guys could have 3+ invuln or a 2+ invuln, bang. Wrap your head around that one. And for transport, he has 2 Rhinos to keep some guys safe, chuck some squads in here, there, and everywhere, and be an absolute nuisance.
You want to know what I think about that? You see what I'm warming up for?
Yes, please.
You see what's coming?
Yeah, yeah.
We
Okay,
got
what do you know?
$6,030
Have we made
in the
6K?
charity. $6,030 for
Oh,
charity.
sweet
You know what
Jesus.
that time it is. I know. I don't even know what I got.
I see nothing. Do what you gotta do, man. Sweet Jesus, there it is.
Thank you, everybody. This is all for a great cause. Everyone who's
Thank you
chipped
so
in so
much.
far, absolutely awesome. Obviously, not a prerequisite for viewing and stuff, but anybody who has able to chip in, this is going to be a great win for the charity. And we have crossed over 6,000. We were at 6,030 USD. Going to the charity. Thank you, everyone who is watching and who has kicked in a bit. It really means a whole lot.
Absolutely wonderful to those who have contributed. Thank you so much. I think it's amazing. Now, this is a very interesting table for a lot of reasons. See the deployment here? This terrain would be incredible on pretty much any other deployment map, and I like that they haven't stacked it to be better because it's or better for this deployment. They've only got one ruin. They've only each got one decent ruin in their deployment zone, and there's a big kill zone between the two players. Massive kill zone, something like 30-inch distance between the two. They're both going to have to be deploying safely back behind the walls. The issue is only one unit of retributors can have some CP spent and go to 36-inch range on their multi-melters, but due to gate, due to astral aim, due to the plus 6-inch range litany from the chappie, the Grey Knights can reach out a lot further.
So we've seen astral aim really be showcased here in this tournament. So I don't think this is necessarily something the case of what is old is new again, is so much as that no one's really given the time to investigate what the Grey Knights can do. You hear a lot about, astral aim this, astral aim that, but then it also plays into what people are taking right now. Possessed have been strong for a while. That's been a mainstay for about a year and a half or so. You see occasionally demon players that are finding new combinations. There's a lot of things to combo in the demon list. And then you see about the Primarch coming back. So you hear about what is Mortarion doing? Like, you know what? I got answers for all that. I'm a Grey Knight coming straight from Titan, ready to deliver the pure fire in this case. And yes, literally and figuratively.
Absolutely right. Okay, jumping in, I'll let you know what the Grey Knight secondaries are. We'll discuss those, and I'll give you the other list. So secondaries for Dan playing the Grey Knights: engage North fronts, grind them down, and deploy scramblers. Taking Killmore, I think, is a good ploy here. He has a very small model count. He has all 10-man squads, and they're all quite resilient, especially in combat. So taking grind them down into this MSU Sisters army, I think, is a very good choice. But what do you think there, brother? Anything there surprising you?
Not surprising here. I think we're going to be dealing with a little bit of going to get to learn the army. Going to have to walk around maybe around in it or so, because the combo army is sometimes harder to manage because you're not just juggling one codex, you're juggling two codexes, you're juggling. What did that take you from 3 or 4 pages of stratagems up to 8 pages of stratagems? It's like how do you rationalize all that? I think it's going to take him a little bit to get familiar with that, and that may play a factor in how this game shakes out.
Yeah, 100% right. Now, what I feel is interesting now that seeing all players and picking their secondaries, they're all picking the safest possible secondaries. There is very little risk being taken by any player here, and that goes to the experience with the list. None of these guys have ever played any of these lists before. They might have played these factions at some point, but no one's played these exact lists before. And so, yeah, the unfamiliar, I feel we're going to get a lot of safe secondary picks and a lot of defensive plays by both opponents, by all opponents on these games.
We got to chat with the Falcon because I want to know, like, bracket survival. Is anybody still in it for a perfect bracket? Would anybody have guessed this? I don't think so.
All right, jumping down to Tank Robert's list being wielded by Manny Chima. He's got a Bloody Rose Battalion, Canoness with a Null Rod, a Chainsword, Beacon of Faith, Warlord trait, and Litanies of Faith for the Relic. He's got a Missionary, 3 units of Sisters of Battle, 2 units of 2 Death Cult Assassins, 2 units of 8 Repentia. And for heavy supports, he's got 3 units of Retributors, each one having 2 Multi-Melters and 2 Ammonium Cherubs. And then a Combi Flamer on the Sister Superior. E.g., that'll let him trigger the Trifold, whatever it is. When you've got a Bolter weapon, a Flame weapon, and a Multi-Melter weapon, you can get some bonuses to all of them. And then for transports, he's got 2 Rhinos to keep the Repentia safe, sling them around, or possibly dogpile in all the Retributors. Then he's got a Shadow Keeper's Patrol from Custodes. He's got Trajan Valoris, Shield Captain or Dawning or Jet Black, Indomitable Constitution for the extra wounds for the Captain Commander trait, Superior Curation as his Warlord trait, and the Auric Aquilus for a 3+ invulnerable save. Then he's got 2 units of 5 Custody Guard, all with sword and board. So man, he's got some heckin' chonkers in there.
That's the list I actually just commented on. So,
Oh, really?
well, I say with that, what I was saying before is that I think that the Grey Knights list, I actually love this list. I think it has
Mm.
all the skills to deal with this, and all those mortal wounds it's going to be able to dish out. Puts a crimp in the Custodes that don't really have a super good way of dealing with that outside of a ignore
No.
injury.
Well, see, I don't actually know, outside of Repentia, I don't actually know how the sisters kill the paladins. If he keeps the paladins shooting for 5 turns in a key location, it keeps them insulated with things like rhinos and 3+ or 2+ invulnerable save purifiers. I think that the paladins might be the biggest player in this one. We'll see how well they're wielded. But for the sisters, the secondaries are direct assault, domination, and a bore the witch. So I expected direct assault and domination from this player, and I called it both. Both the sisters took what I said they were going to take. You'd think I'd do this often or something, but he took a bore the witch, which I think is a risky one.
So, what we don't see, I think, in either one of these is no assassinate.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. No assassinate. No one's taking that chance. No one taking that risk. But like I said, I do expect to see defensive play from both opponents, which should pay out considerably on the table. This is going to be an interesting round. This might be the most interesting round because I've got a feeling that the final will could be the best or the worst game ever.
So, do you think that a Pour the Witch is a safe pick? I mean, because you are if you're removing any units, then you're getting some points. But are you saying that the units are you think they're too stout, too sturdy, unable to be removed? So that is kind of like the sucker's pick in this case.
I think it's the easy pick. I think it's the no-brainer pick. But I'm here to tell you that I think this list by Eric Lathuris has been designed specifically to not give up a density of Bore the Witch points. And was Eric playing it, he'd be licking his chops seeing his opponent picking a Bore the Witch and being like, there's something I can just straight up deny.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that's actually one of the reasons. The fact that this secondary exists is why we've seen some psyker heavy armies not being chosen.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I agree.
you're saying that's not an issue because but you have to kill all 10 of them to get a point from it.
Yeah, exactly right. He's got 10-man squads. I mean, a Bore the Witch should get a significant nerf, e.g., instead of each unit of psychers being worth 3 points, they're now worth 2, and characters only worth 3 rather than worth 5, which I think was ludicrous. We're seeing the deployment come down from Manny in the bottom left-hand side. He's bubbling up pretty conservatively around these ruins, these smaller ruins. The rhinos for Dan, for the Grey Knights, they're probably a lot more exposed than I would have hoped. I would have put them on the bottom right behind that terrain piece as well to scoot around the bottom and turn this into a hammer and anvil game because I think that suits the Grey Knight playstyle quite considerably to play the long edge as they have the better range and keep a bit of a buffer between themselves and any repentia that he might swing across the board. You may see the middle of the table for a couple of turns, but the paladins just consistently shooting into the middle of the board will eventually bleed out the sisters, and you could probably get the inroads from there.
So with 4 rhinos on the table total, does this play out in your home games? Have you seen them? I mean, these are list designs with rhinos in mind. I think again, it's a sleeper hit. They have come back in fashion.
Yes, I think they have. I think riders are on the rise, but I think they are something that we could see absolutely more of in the future, here, there, and everywhere. Apparently, the Spanish have got 700 viewers over there. There's about 250 here, but we are totaling close to that across all aggregates, across all different platforms we're streaming.
Well, that's great.
So it's
Hey,
pretty
spread
cool
the word.
to see.
Like, yeah, we haven't mentioned this a little bit, but there's a Spanish. If you speak Spanish and you're watching here, go over there and watch them. I mean, like they are doing this entire commentary with their own style, for the Spanish-speaking part of the world. Like, yeah, check them out. That is freaking amazing.
I'm so happy that they were able to join in and be part of this as well. That is one thing that we haven't quite done yet. Bringing in a different nationality, another speaking nation, is so fantastic. It's so fantastic.
This is the part of the community spirit that has been part of this like whole origin of the idea, and then how it grew, and then what we could do. And I think we've stress tested some things, but it's been awesomely cool. Let me talk about a little bit of tournament prep here. Getting ready for tournaments. We talked about that earlier, but then what about at the tournament? Like we're in the semifinals. We're in the what game is this? The third or fourth round of the tournament. By this time, if you were doing this yourself, tournament fatigue would be setting in, maybe potentially. How do you avoid that? What are some things that you would use to prevent tournament fatigue? And over the years, I've actually come up with almost like a little checklist of things that I do. Number one, drink water. Stay hydrated. It's very easy to get lost in what you're doing. I mean, we're playing a game that takes several hours to complete sometimes, if the water may not be convenient to your table, get something and bring it with you, whether it be a water bottle or a larger water bottle or an individual water bottle from the venue. Drink water. You're going to thank yourself later. You don't want to wake up from even if you didn't, indulge a little bit after the games, which we can also talk about, like pacing yourself and stuff like that. Hydration is important for how you're going to feel later in the day and the next day.
Yeah, I like one of my biggest ones is eating properly. I think a lot of people, they will eat a big, decent breakfast before day one, and then have an ugly lunch and an even uglier dinner post.
Oh, you're over there trying to get your chicken fingers and French fries. It's like in line with everybody else, and you're rushing and stuff. Absolutely, I take not breakfast bars or protein bars. Oh, go ahead.
This is something that's weirdly personal to me. I bring snacks with me to events. I'll bring like a banana, a couple of carrot sticks, some celery, a sandwich that I've made myself, just so I know I've got at least one unugly meal. I call them ugly meals, but I love
a big bacon cheeseburger. I'm gonna tell you.
With my mates after.
No judgments on the chicken
with my mates after
either.
A game of gaming. Nothing better. Chicken finger. Man, I didn't even know what a chicken finger is. How did chickens have toes?
Listen, you're going to love them. I got a whole world to open you up to.
Expand my horizons. Quick call from our table boss. Into deployment. So Danny makes Manny deploy first, and Dan has reserved his 10 strikes with the Vortex and 5 of his Purifiers. So he's obviously split one of his Purifier squads. I'm not sure I would have done it, but it is what it is. 5 Custodes are sitting behind a small L Ruin in the bottom middle of the table. The Rhino plus Repentia and Priests in the middle bottom table edge. Trajan plus a Shield Captain are the same. Voldus is inside the top right Ruin. Sorry?
Trying to battle me. It's like they're trying to...
What? For rhinos?
Sorry, I know you're not looking at it.
No, I'm reading off the table boss thing.
Yeah.
Roll for going first. Dan rolls a 3. Manny rolls a 3. Dan rolls another 3. Manny sips his Indian tea and then rolls another 3. And then Dan rolls a 2. And Manny drinks more tea and rolls a 3. So that is... Dan rolled 2 3s in a row. Manny rolled 3 3s in a row. And turns out that was the magic number. 3 3s was enough to win. Manny goes first. Top of turn 1. Here we go.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, taking little snacks, little things that give your body the fuel that you need to keep through it. If you don't think it, you're burning through it. You're standing up more than probably you would during a normal day. You're thinking. I mean, if you play your games like I do, you're probably thinking more, thinking harder, using all those resources in your brain. If you don't hydrate, your brain's going to hate you. If you don't get a proper snack along the way, you may not. You won't realize it, but until you need it, you're not going to perform at your best. And so that's some little intra-tournament things that I've picked up along the way, is forcing yourself to do that, even when you're getting distracted in the fun of the game. Because you're having a great time. You're having a good time. You don't even think about this stuff until it's too late.
Exactly right. Quick call. I did mess up one of my calls when I said the Rhinos were exposed. They are actually behind a ruin. They're actually behind a ruined wall. Where that ruined wall is obscuring, that's up to these players' discretion. If one of them gets popped, you'll know that it's not. If they're standing strong at the end of the turn, they're probably fine. First turn.
Oh, we might be losing Adam. Moving it, we're seeing here walking in. Yeah, if we're talking about the perspective of the table. That's one of those where we're seeing the top-down view, and then of course we have the side view, so it may be difficult to draw the lines of sight. But that's one thing you want to make sure that you're doing is getting your stuff in lanes of fire. Whether you're, we talk about using the rhinos to create those lanes of fire, but take advantage of the buildings and don't waste your opportunity to do that. The longer those rhinos are in play, the longer they make it through the game, they're going to be able to influence where your opponent moves, what they have to charge, what they can charge, whether or not you're screening off objectives. Now, as fewer and fewer figures make up these units, they may not be able to get completely around things in order to score things on the objectives, and so those rhinos are going to pay for themselves every time. Asking what turn are we on? This is the early phases of the game, so they're all in turn 1. You can actually see the streamers themselves. You can go to their channels and get the view from them as well. Getting production. I think Adam is back. We'll get him in here right now. We're having a remote operations come in. Look at that. I think we're almost there. Almost there. Don't worry. Hang in there. What I was pointing at earlier is that I think these guys we're battling I feel like I'm locked in a struggle with them while they're locked in a struggle with themselves on the table. Careful movements here. This is one of those ones where you just don't want to mess up because, as we mentioned, that threat ranges and psychic ranges, smite ranges, you got to take all that into account when you're moving, because if you expose your unit to something where the opponent can gang up on you, the units can just melt away from mortal wounds, and that's not something that this army has the ability to deal with. Yeah, Tomodachi. Yeah, bringing that the water with you if you can. Not every event hall allows you to bring in water bottles to the actual hall, depending on what the rules and stuff are. But you still gotta drink it. I mean, these are things that I don't. I've just picked up over the years to keep yourself in it, because when you're playing games, sometimes you're in their fourth and fifth round and you're tired. You spend all night hanging out with your buddies, or new friends that you just met in a strange place. Sometimes you want to go out there and experience a restaurant or a culture or an attraction or something from a new place. You got to take care of yourself so you can play your best on the next day. I think Adam is popping in and out. Yeah, there's a sandwich in every beer too. Yeah. So about carbo loading. I was before this stream, I did the same thing. Not beer, but carbo loaded. I've been existing off of hot wings and coffee. So that's what I do. Yeah, and forced breaks. I'm feverishly clicking around also. Might as well check in on the charity while we're here. The charity has gotten ticking on up. Thanks everybody for participating in that. And also check out the Gleam while we're here. If you don't know where these content creators are, to check out their stream. The Gleam will also tell you where they are. We got production and behind the scenes trying to get Adam back in. Yeah, let's go to the table. Let's tell you what. Yeah, I forgot we can check in on the table. Let's do that.
It's not the most reliable. In fact, I'm impressed that we've done so well for so long.
Am I cut? All right. Talking to 4 people. Oh, there's Adam. Oh well.
So, I'm just thinking, I don't really want you to come down behind me.
Don't forget, only in death does DT end today, Dan.
Oh no, I won't. Definitely will not. Whee!
Yeah, James is sad in his Glasshammer hoodie representing the colors.
Nice. Oh yeah, he said he's been wearing his Glasshammer hoodie like every day. Good man. Quality hoodies.
Yeah.
We'll be getting some more in soon.
180p HD stream.
Yeah, that's cool. You can sacrifice, you can put one guy there and sacrifice 9 if you want. I don't mind. Yeah. It seems like a decent play to me. Yeah. So. And then these Death Cult Assassins, I don't really know what to do with them, to be honest.
Have you ever played a Death Cult Assassin ever?
No, never. Right, I've got 2 squads of Battle Sisters here as well. So the first one, the one furthest forward will go. And they go 12. Again. So
Oh, yeah, 4 giant ass monitors with every piece of content that's happening going on at the same time. Hey, check us out. You know,
Guess
this
who's
is
back?
how the
Back
internet
again.
works sometimes. It is a
No,
series of
show's back.
tubes and paper clips and hamsters running. But look, we've actually had a great run. What hour are we on? We're on.
Yeah, we are on. So what? It's been what 12, 14 hours a day for 2 days. This is day 3. So we're
Yeah.
somewhere in the 30 hours mark.
Yeah, there you go. But look, it was an opportunity to check in on the tables and get their audio and see how that's going. I absolutely love it. I don't know if
Yeah,
someone
it's good.
heard me commenting. So people are tweeting me like with their setup and stuff, and I actually really love seeing that kind of thing. So someone has set up. They have an amazing setup where they've got content from everyone that's streaming plus us, surrounding themselves, steeping themselves in 40K live stream and commentary tournament action. That was so cool to see. You can tweet me at warmaster_TPM.
Just looking at the deployment here, it looks like I'm just going to quickly check in with that table boss because I feel like the Eldar has gone first. No. End of Adrian's turn 1. You got 3 for domination, 3 for a direct assault. So yeah, we took Brian's turn 1. So he moves the Venom out to take the bottom objective and moves the second Venom to zone out Retributors. Moves 1 Reaper and 1 Venom to get line of sight into the middle objective, and 1 Venom is put onto that same objective. A second Reaper moves to get line of sight on the upper objective and the castle in Adrian's deployment zone. Into the shooting phase. Reaper 1 uses heavy profile, gets 4 shots into a Rhino, and uses a command point to get 3 wounds. Destroys the Rhino, but it doesn't blow up. So man, this is how dangerous these Reapers are, guys. When they get 4 plus D3 damage from each shot, they just butcher. 2 Repentia die on disembark. Reaper gets 4, same deal, exactly, but takes 1 wound in the process. It pops the second Rhino, but Adrian loses no models. The top Venom shoots into Zephyrim and kills 2. Missed 2 shots, but failed both anyway. Both Venoms into Sister Squad and kills only 1 Sister. Sisters in cover are just so hard to chew for this army. A third Venom is going into the Sisters holding the middle objective. 1 Sister dies, and the 4th Venom kills 1 Sister also. Ravager into the middle Sister kills 2. There's 1 Sister left holding that objective, and the single Sister on the middle makes a 6++ to stay on the objective, and a lad with the Hex Rifle kills himself. Man, it's already some drama there. Like, he shot a lot of his army into that Sister Squad in the middle, and he has a lot of shooting. Man, those Reapers just bang, Rhino dead, bang, Rhino dead. All your Pencha on the table. I can start eating them with Venoms now.
That sets him up for future success. Great, but what we saw with the other thing is that you're counting on, okay, I'm going to fire this. That should be enough to take that one out, and then it's not. You're like, oh well, I've got to commit something else. Oh wait, that didn't work. So now I'm 3 units deep into taking out something that should have been done on the first thing, and that's a morale killer that slows down your momentum, and that's exactly what your opponent is wanting you to do.
Exactly right. The further you can stretch your opponent's resources, the absolute better. So he has cleared the Sisters at the bottom of the table, and going into the bottom of turn 2 wrap up, Brian has got 2 points for engage on all fronts and 3 for direct assault. So he did kill that Sister on the middle, and he has held the middle objective. And Scramblers has been, I think, half done. So unit in the middle zone.
We have heard from the Falcon, no one's bracket is safe. No one has made it this far. But look, there's no shame in that. I think you would have had to have absolutely been guessing or just been complete fans of things. But there's so many unknown elements. That's what's making this tournament so exciting, is the fact the unknown element of the pilot, the list itself, and then the position in which they combat each other.
Yeah, exactly right. Good turn by Brian. I think he did what he needed to do. He's 1 point behind right now. It's 5-6. And going into the top of turn 1. Sorry.
If what he needed to do was roll a bunch of 6s, that is what happened. Yes.
Well, he has the absolute mobility ascendancy, and the best way to maintain that is to get all sisters on the table using their legs, not using their rhinos. So popping both rhinos top of turn 1, big props. I think it's definitely the right target. And now the Venoms can start to jump around and go to work, slowly picking things off as he does.
That's exactly what we saw in the game versus the Ultramarines, by the way, as well. So there was a fairly slow start as far as the scoreboard was concerned. But what he was doing is really setting up the Ultramarine player for big domino tumbles later on in the game. That's maybe exactly what's happening now.
You heard the term here, big domino tumbles. There you go. We just coined a phrase.
Is that not a thing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We're going to transition over to our other game, get some updates there from the Glasshammer boys. Can we hit a transition when we get a chance? Thank you so much. Man, this is going to be a great game. I can already smell a great game coming off this table from these two gents. These guys know each other so well. And look, Adrian might at times help Brian because Brian is fresh to Drukari, so he's more than likely going to be helping him with profiles and movement values and stuff, which should keep this game quite quick, which I like.
Yeah, I think you're right. But at the same time, it's going to be an aggressive and lethal game, is what we're going to see. Because if the sisters get to come up there with much of their stuff intact, the paper planes are not going to be able to withstand that.
No, not at all. A full unit of Retributor, a full unit of Zephyrim will kill literally anything in Brian's army. Nothing will survive.
We are absolutely unsupervised, Adam, right now. I just want to point out that we have a full run of the castle.
The inmates are running the asylum.
No Servile Skull, no production, operating without a net. Let's do it.
We need to get some shout-outs in the chat. Lock up. What are you working on? Where are you from? Who do you think's winning this game? Who do you think's getting into the finals? And what do you think it's going to be? Will it be a much maligned?
Is it going to be a sister game?
Final? Will it be
Yeah,
Dark Eldar versus Grey Knights? And everyone's wrong. Like nobody could have.
Okay, but I don't mind. I think the sisters versus sisters is actually an interesting matchup because, as we talked about, they have such good burst damage. No one wants to make no one's probably going to want to make the first move, and so going all the way back to day one, where we saw the Orcs versus the Grey Knights, that allowed the Grey Knight player to bust through that with being the I felt like he was the one to make the first move in that. Or sorry, the Orcs were the one to make the first move. So whoever goes out there and extends themselves, they do it without a supported front, they're going to go down. And that can be exciting to watch because the tension mounts on both sides. Whose gamble pays off?
All right, so top of turn one went to Manny, so Manny went first. Move Retributors forward to get multi-melters in range of a Purifier's Rhino. Rupentia Rhino moves along the bottom of table edge to get the right objective. The 2x5 sisters and Retributors push up behind the top left ruin to take that objective. I'm just letting you guys know that this has all been written from the perspective of Manny being on the bottom and Dan on the top, because as you can see, their camera is set up to flip aspects from one side to the other. At the bottom of every other minute, I think, or every second or third minute. Second Repentia Rhino pushes forward up the left-hand ruin. 5 Custodians moving into the center woods / onto the central objective, which I assumed was definitely going to happen. Last multimedia walks up into the shooting. Both Rhinos pop smoke for his own. And then the two multi-melted Retributors target the Purifier Rhino. Manny pays a CP for Storm Retribution. That is the plus 12 range, plus 1 damage. 3 hits, 1 wound, 5 damage. A Cherub. Then he pops the Cherubs. Yep, all hit, all wound, 17 damage. Dead Rhino. Dan managed to not lose any of the Purifiers from the disembark.
Oh, really? That's actually pretty strong because the average say you lose a model, and that actually is important to the Grey Knights because pay a premium for their troops. Each one is a reduction in what they are.
It was a 10-man unit, so it was doubly good he didn't lose any because 10 dice didn't roll a 1. Not bad.
No, that's good.
Get these guys with that squad. Get him with a 2+ invulnerable save and charge them in. You can't roll 1. They're good to go. They're primed.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Now, so we're just getting the scores coming in from the end of turn 1. So he's got 3 for direct assault and 3 points for domination at the end of his turn. And like I said, those are the 2 that I expected to be taken by both sisters players, because I thought, despite it's really funny, talking about sisters as being the bully army. The sisters are bullies. They are absolute bullies, guys. And they're not bullies in the fact that they exist in some places and deny you. They're bullies of the fact that you can't exist because they can come and kill you.
They really control the pace of the range. Like the sisters have a threat range, and if you come within that threat range, you're going to lose models. I know that sounds somewhat silly to say, but they can really pace models. And with the multi-melters, this is an army that has when we talk about all the tools, what they can do is they can put anything that people are currently taking, they melt.
Yeah, exactly right. There is not a unit in the game, maybe Mortarian, that Retributors can't be buffed up and up to kill in my mind. Like I thought it was. I personally had a misconception. I thought it was Redempted Dreadnoughts. Like, you guys are wounding me on fires with 1 damage. Bah, got nothing. And then they go +1 to wound. I don't get an armor save, and with 27 attacks hitting on 4s re-rolling, every wound that they do, and then wounding on 4s, every wound is as a wound that just goes straight through. And so they die. The Redemptor goes down.
We just had a nice donation come into the charity. Thank you very much for kicking that in. It was an anonymous donation, and
Because you've killed. Oh, because you could have done 2d6 worth of wounds. That's funny. Oopsie. Okay, then cool. So yeah, we'll get that unit out there. What's happening in the chat, David? Anyone asking any questions? Anyone saying anything?
Oh, just talking about you abusing money. Saying you abusing Dan. Saying that the list is tricky to play. And if Eric played it all the way, he'll probably take the title.
Yeah, you know, he's cool, Eric's a he's a really good player. It's a really good list. He's a really good player, cool. And it's one of those lists where you'll practice and you'll refine it and all that kind of stuff, won't you? And then someone like me comes along and butchers it. Absolutely butchers it.
I love grenades, but it's Dan running them. I appreciate Dan.
We love Dan here. You 4-up Invert, Dan. Can you do that in any phase, or is it like a whole turn thing, or is it like in the combat phase thing? When can you do it? I think it's in the combat phase. But
Cool.
if you can double check,
I'll double check it for you, man.
Because
I'm just interested to see what you can do with it.
No, it's in the Ritual of the Damned.
Oh, cool.
Do you know, I looked at it because obviously you can only get the 2-up Invern
in combat. Yes, because of the warning stave.
That's kind of why I didn't really.
You might be able to still get a 3-up Invern, like just standing out in the open. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be cool.
That would be nice.
That'd be awesome.
Cool. And then the Rhino. Come back 5.
Here we are. Untainted and Unbowed. 1 CP. Use this stratagem when a Grey Knight's Purifier Squad unit from your army is chosen as a target for an attack. Until the end of the turn. Models in that unit have a 4-up invulnerable save. That's awesome. And they automatically pass morale.
Oh, cool.
That's cool. So they have basically if I shoot at them and you get a 4-up invuln, it lasts for the combat phase as well.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
He
Really,
moves
really
14,
cool.
doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he can be 14 in charge.
Cool. So these guys are going to go around.
Oh yeah, Dan. Do you have confirmation when we need to finish?
Yeah. 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
So we've got 2 hours.
Yeah, I think we're right. They're going to combat squad. PCP.
Nice. Got a combat squad.
Why did I not play? Dan. Well, regardless of what people say, Dan is way better than me. He was on Team England. He's the Warhammer GT champion.
Yeah. I've got my litany.
Oh, I love it.
We'll go for the -1 AP. I think. I don't think I need the range because you've come barreling forward towards me. Yeah.
Hey!
The triumphant return from the dramatic interlude.
I'd like to point out that says something incredibly witty that the world may never hear.
We did. He literally, like, do you know how the song Tribute by Tenacious D? Literally, Paul just, like, anything we say right now will be a tribute to the majesty you guys missed off screen. Really
Hey, thanks for bearing with us. This is one of those the challenges of technology. But hey, we are back. I don't know if we caught the fact we're talking about how the rhinos are a double-edged sword kind of thing. Difficult to hide. Not the easiest thing to kill, but certainly not the hardest. And so if your opponent is trying to be, is basically thirsty for a kill point or needs one to complete an objective, you kind of have to be picking, recognize that and not throw them out in harm's way if that's what you're at the risk of giving up for score dominance.
Yeah, exactly right. So I've noticed that both models of Repentia, I think, are at the bottom of the table. You can see one rhino down there, just below the right checkered ruin, and I think the other one is right on the back of the board. Either that or it's sitting. No, I think it's on the back of the board. Now, what is interesting there is that he could very well, if he likes, put all of his shooting into those rhinos, get the Repentia on the table, and then pick them up very swiftly next turn, which I think would be a very good call. There's only 2 units of them in there. As soon as they're off the table, literally, I don't think the Paladins can be beaten as long as they don't get double charged by like Trajan and the 2 units of guard. I think they win that fight. So
what do you say that? what do you think is making them so durable that you, and why do you think the Repentia might be the answer? I don't even think that the Repentia are the answer. I think you need at least 3 Repentia to even have the potential to scratch one Paladin.
So Repentia go in. Let's say they, well, of course, you will. So Grey Knight still have the old version of Transhuman, e.g. for 2 CP, he will make that unit of Paladins only be windable on a 4+. That's not just a Primaris for them. And so you charge a full unit of Repentia into him, you're going to hit him on 4s, re-rolling, then wound him on 4s, and then they can have -1 to wound, but they won't do it because they'll have to Transhuman instead. And then if they have Sanctuary up and the Warding stays, they'll have a 3+ invulnerable save. That unit of Repentia still probably kills 2 to 3, possibly even 4 Paladins. Just going to quickly do some math. So 20, we're going to get 22 hits. Then there's 22 hits, going to win on 4s, 11 wounds, going into 3+ invulnerable saves. If he has Sanctuary, he is odds on to fail 4, which would be 2 dead Paladins.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. You need 3 Repentia to even take out 1, and so there's only 9 there. He's taken out 2 or 3 Paladins max.
Well, the fact is, if he doesn't have any of those buffs, like I said, if he doesn't Transhuman, if he doesn't have enough CP, or he doesn't have Sanctuary up, he only has a 4+ invulnerable save, that is 3 or 4 then, instead of being possibly 2. There's also but see, every single Paladin that goes down is a really big deal in this game. Like, if you get to unit of Repentia and the Shield Guard in, it could actually be really bad. But yeah, like I said, getting him out of the game early, just take away the option. Take away the explosive options. There'll just be a lot more Cavalier, a lot more... the bully aspects will change.
You were absolutely right. Yeah, you were absolutely right. But if he's able to take them off the table, those are the only things that even have a prayer of wounding him, I think, are making a dent in him. So I think you're spot on with that. Absolutely.
And yeah, he has with Gate and Edict Imperator essentially having a double move. He has the ability to dance around these quite slow Custody Guard. So he can really dance around and avoid them at all possible. Yeah, those are the Paladins at the backboard. Yeah, there. Naturally, like we said, these guys are playing with we are accepting reasonable proxies. So these guys aren't. I don't believe many of these are Grey Knight models. Well, sorry. Some of these aren't Grey Knight models. The majority are. But yeah, anything you see here, if you have any questions in chat, you want to know what unit is what. They have given us a list of what is what in the notes here, which I can read out when we need.
Yeah, no list changes have been made at all.
Not at all. All right, so bottom of turn 1, recap. Purifier's unit disembarks from the Rhino and pushes towards the left ruin. Like I said, he's going after that unit of sisters over there. Lots of sisters inside, and a Rhino. Actually, a Repentia Rhino is over there on the left as well. The Rhino pushes along Dan's board edge to the left to hunker down there and keep racking up some engage points. The second Purifier unit moves up behind the top middle ruin, and he has a combat squad of them. So he's paid some CP to combat squad mid game, which is I think something that book is possibly the only thing that book still has that the others don't. He fails the Rend 1 litany, which is a bit of a pain. The Libby steps out from behind the right ruin, changes his mind after learning about Sister's Deny strat. The left Rhino will be in range. Dan shuffles models inside the top right ruin to get back out of range. The strikes in the middle, the small middle ruin, shuffle away from the Repentia Rhino.
What we've seen in absolutely every single game is the player who has been able to control the momentum of the game has been the victor.
Yeah, exactly right.
How do you think that's playing out here?
Well, I think the momentum is definitely in Manny's favor going first on this mission with the secondaries he's taken. As long as he's able to control that middle objective, he's just going to get a good score. I think it's a good play by Dan to go for his back left, the top left objective, merely because that is one he can hunker down on. As long as he's able to buff up that Purifier unit, gives them the 2+ invulnerable save, he can sit there very comfortably, zone off the outside edge of that unit from encroaching OBSEC, and see how many resources he can bait from his opponent. If he's able to bait one unit of Custody Guard to come off the middle, and then an investment from Repentia, he'll be in a very good space to pick those up on the counter assault or with Astral Aim shenanigans, and then start bleeding the sisters out. Because that's what he wants to do. He wants to bleed the sisters' resources.
If anybody can stop the sisters from their rise to dominance here in this event, having a sister on sister final, I believe it is the Grey Knights. And you hear a lot about Astral Aim and people talk about it. And as someone who normally struts around with a bunch of 2+ saves, I don't even use the cover, but a lot of these other armies don't get to benefit from it. And Astral Aim, it could potentially be a huge player.
Exactly right. All right. We're going to jump back, if we can, we're going to jump back into the Tabletop Titans game. We'll give you a recap there. There's a few things going down, and we'll rejoin this one back possibly at the end of the shooting or the start of the charge phase or the fight phase. So if we can hit a transition, guys, jump over, see how Adrian and Brian are progressing.
This is one of those to where I think we're going to see setting up the Dark Eldar player setting up the other army to try to get strip off those wounds one at a time, one squad at a time, focus fire, and then hopefully use the table's range to their benefit.
Yeah, exactly right. I really want to see a top-down approach, but it looks like these gentlemen have got a bit to say at the moment. But here's the update from our table boss. Miracle Dice rolls so far for Adrian have been abysmal. He rolled 2 4s, and then he re-rolled one of them into a 2. Brian now teases Adrian about his crappy Miracle Dice. That's really good. So he moves Sister's squad outside to gain line of sight onto the center objective, going to stage Retributors behind cover to be effective later in the game. He advanced Celestine up to take the middle objective. Zephyrim move up to the middle objective, also bring in a Repentia squad to take the middle in addition. So he's doubling, tripling down on the middle objective.
Okay, that's good to be up there because something is going to get removed, but then you're just kind of actually offering up all these premium targets.
I really like the idea of putting Celestine and then 1 unit of OBSEC on it, and maybe that's it. Because then they shoot the OBSEC off. Celestine may die or may not die, but even if she does, 2+ comes back, and then so much the better. Nothing really has changed. The upper Zephyrim squad moves out to bully the middle of the table, and the Retributors come down from Strategic Reserve into the upper left corner of the board and drops the 3rd unit of Zephyrim on the upper left objective also. So he's supporting himself appropriately there. The Retributors walked on and the Zephyrim came down in support as well. He still has 1 unit of Repentia in reserves. So most of his assets have been committed to the board in his turn 2, but we will see. So looks like he's shooting right now. Looks like he's into the shooting phase, and he's shooting Retributors into one of the Ravagers. We'll have a quick look at the table and see what we can see unfolding. I think he's got most of his boats at the top middle, right next to Brian's right hand. You can see a couple of boats. I think that is a couple of Ravagers, possibly one of the Reapers, one of the Ravagers, and then on the right side of the table, all the way on the right side, behind the large ruin, I think is the other Reaper or the other Ravager.
Yeah, and I think the multi-melt, even though with it, I think the things are a little bit harder to hit. I think it stacks up really well against the paper planes, especially with rolls like that. Yeah. Oh, 1 for damage. Okay.
Yeah. So this is what there's this hoodoo that goes on whenever Adrian plays Dark Eldar. He yells out Night Shields and he rolls the dice and he always makes the 5+ invulnerable saves. Or he makes it more inadvertently more than he should. And I was just reading them. Can't even hear them. I think Brian just yelled out Night Shields and rolled it and made one of the 2 at least.
Sweet.
I think that's pretty cute. I love that stuff. I've got to ask Paul, who is the British no one puts any in the corner lady on Forge the Narrative? Who is the British?
That's the voice. So we have a voice. Yeah, if you're looking for voice work, I'll pass along who I use. Hit me up separately, and I'm happy to pass along. As somebody, I don't know them personally, but yeah, I had him do the voice.
It's time to forge the narrative.
He did a great job.
She did a great job. That stuff is stuck in my head phenomenally. I
like our newest intro music too. I mean, it's the same we've had for a little bit now, but it's got that feel to it, that gravitas.
Pretty good. It's got some hype. It's got some build up to it. I've had to stop listening to our show though. Well, your show. I had to stop listening to your show because I'm on it. I can't listen to myself anymore, guys. It's rough.
I've gotten used to it. You and me.
Well, you have to do the editing, so yeah, it makes sense.
But it's a joy to do, and thanks for everybody for tuning in. I appreciate y'all coming over here and checking us out on this stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we need some predictions in the chat, guys. Up your game. Who's going the distance? Who's going to win? Who's going to take it out? We have got Mr. John Lennon and Mr. Nick Nanavati going to be playing in our final in the game following this. And it's likely to be, it's Sisters on Sisters, Sisters on Dark Eldar, Dark Eldar on Grey Knights, which would be absurdly hilarious.
What decade is it? What decade is it that we have Grey Knights in Dark Eldar? If they make it that far, yeah. So obviously, this I think we're seeing some of that volume of fire we were talking about before right now. Looks like some pretty good conversions. See if it can make a difference. I do appreciate how most of these streams have the dice cams. It's one of those we can kind of try to follow the action best we can. Trying to build up some tension here about what's going on. Just get the models out here.
All right, so she had to shoot the Ravager he was shooting was -1 because he's sitting in cover. He uses the Strat for extra range, gets 2 wounds, but only does 4 damage total. He shoots again using Cherubs, uses CP, but leaves the Ravager, and the Ravager dies and explodes. There you go. He's now shooting a Canoness into a second Ravager. This is an interesting thing. In a lot of games, all the misc bolters that a lot of Sisters armies tote that don't do really anything against Marines and stuff, they're actually all pretty relevant here, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, I've seen some lists. I think you even passed one over to me where there is something like 12 Stormbolters in it, and then how that plays into an actual game. I mean, when you're like, how often? I mean, I should say more often than not, you see people. Oh, I'm just going to fire this casual Stormbolter or things, and you just get cumulative wounds that add up. And that's even more the case when you're dealing with vehicles that have toughness 5 and 6 on them. Like you're going to get just cumulative damage that strips those models off the table faster than they would if you didn't have those shots.
Exactly right. It's actually one of the things that JT was leveraging in his army. He's got his 7 hex rifles, and we saw what they did against the Ultramarines. Yeah, Ultramarine pokes his head out, gets gunned down. He killed an apothecary with that, killed an ancient with that, killed a lieutenant with that. Three racked up, headshots throughout a game versus the Ultramarines.
A little bit of a slow start for the Drukhari here, but again, I can't stress enough that's exactly what we've seen in both games, really, that the Drukhari have played. I don't know that they are early round scorers because they don't have the durability and the toughness to get up there and mix it up. They cannot compete for the contested areas of the board as well as some of the armies do right now, so they have to stand back and they have to wither the army before they can engage.
Yeah, just being informed that the other Ravager is also dead, so that between the Canoness and the other unit of Retributors, they killed both Ravagers that turn. So he's just got, for Daka, he just has the Venoms, the Hex Rifles, and the 2 Reapers alive. Mind you, the Reapers, fantastic things, fantastic tools, but I think once the Rhinos are dead, the Disintegrators were the better gunboat against these Sisters.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, anything that's infantry-based, 2-legged and infantry-based, disintegrators have always been just a real pain to deal with. So obviously, some exercising some good target priority on behalf of the Sisters.
Exactly right. So what the Drukhari don't want to do is get caught in a protracted grind with the Sisters army. The Sisters will just win. They need to be very cagey, nibble at the edges, and try and kill efficient units where they can. If these Hex Rifles can pull down some models, force a use of Miracle Dice early and CP early, and get those investments where he wants them, he can start turning this his way. I mean, he's always going to have ability to put OBSEC on the middle objective. It's just whether that is sustainable. Like I said, that grind is probably always going to go the Sisters' way.
I think you're absolutely right, and that's why the Drukhari just absolutely have to do as much of the damage they possibly can from far away. You know, when you see this happening, where the Sisters are feeding up some units into the center of the board, I think it's exposing them too much. We'll see how it all shakes out.
I've always been an admirer of Tabletop Titans tables, the things that they construct. They always look very thematic and very beautiful. But man, this thing is dense. Look at how dense this table is, dude. Wow.
That may have to do with some just the height of some of this, where we're seeing like a forced perspective type of thing. But I like how they've got the lines of fire here. There's ways to interact. There's ways to defend things. I mean, nothing's worse than showing up to a completely open table where you need to be where you would prefer you didn't get shot, come all over the place. You had some place to go, some place to hide, and they've look at this view. It's pretty cool.
Exactly right. So a couple of things in the chat. What do we think of the new Sisters Walker? What do you think, Paul? You will have the positive take before I have the negative take. What do you think?
Well, look, anytime I think we're dealing, we don't play a game, or sorry, in our aesthetic with Warhammer, the exosuits that we've had are Terminators, right? Those are the walking more environmental suit, tactical dreadnought armor, and so that's been the sighest of the Phi that we've really had for a while. But I like the Dread Knight. I think this is actually a hallmark, or is starting to be a hallmark of what those ecclesiarchal slash what's the not the inquisitorial or whatever, but something that the humans are doing to stack up against the superhumans. They can look within their own ranks and say about, look, we've already seen how you Space Marine chapters act up sometimes. We got to be able to hang with you, and I think that this this type of armor and this type of enhancement type of stuff is what they are seeing as a way to potentially insulate themselves against another little skirmish with Space Marines.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the model. It looks a bit boring. I don't mind the concept.
Look,
I think the
you've
concept is
seen
fine.
one.
But so yeah, exactly. I haven't seen it in the flesh yet, so I'll reserve final judgment until I hold one in my hand. I did the same thing with the Toroxes. I wrote off the Toroxes when they first came out. As soon as I had one, I was like, I actually like this, which is weird. But I have seen the Mortifiers, and now I've seen that one. I'm like, the Mortifiers just look amazing and look awesome. They're so well designed and so well done. That one looks very plain by comparison. The concept is fine, not an issue. I will say that I think it is a trope that is close to being done to death, and I would have rather seen them go in a different direction. But I'm not going to besmirch on that. Like you said, it is starting to become a theme of the Munitorum, the ecclesiastical portions of the Imperium, that they have these kind of things. I mean, Kamarazov is on his walker. It's essentially the same thing. He's got his baby carry. He's sitting up there with his little sword, being like, "Ride me closer, sir. I want to poke them." You know,
He has some good rules. I like the theme of that. Like it's the theme of that character is like off of a novel, from like the 16th or 17th century or whatever. And then he's got
Yeah.
it's actually pretty cool. But no, I actually don't mind. Like I really am I'm a fanboy, of course, but I love the kits they've been putting out. And what I like is that the kits are designed in a way that they're easy to assemble. They get you an impressive look. They hold paint very well. And then I mean we've seen one configuration of these things, and it's going to be able to someone who's great at modeling may be able to take it to a completely stratospheric level.
Yeah.
As far as like what the sisters need, I don't know. I mean, what we're seeing right now from how they're playing on the table, they don't need anything. But let's look at the way the Necrons did. The Necrons got a lot, and now there's just many options to do that. Let's take a look at the sisters list that we have an example in this battle. They're similar to each other, right? In some way, they're a little bit similar to each other. So anything that you can inject into an army that gives them more options to play and adds more variance from table to table, or gives people a way to expand their collection, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it as well. I mean, it would have been. Do you know what would have been cool? Nuns on bikes. That give us an outrider, give us a rough rider version. Put them on a tactical war bike, a smaller one like that. You could even go down the Gene Stealer route and give them like a quad bike or like
we can sit here. I think every single person you will ever talk to that has ever even remotely sort of thought about 40K probably has an idea about a model or unit they would like to see.
Yeah, that's true.
Me
That's true.
included. Me included. Like bring on the Primaris Sanguinary Guard. Where are they? Come on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Falcons just told us to plug the Orc bundle. The guys' Orc bundle is going up for raffle in 15 minutes. This is your time. Jump in on the bundle. Jump in on the Gleam. Support a bunch of different content creators who've been wonderful enough to give us their time and their productions.
If you've already done it, you're already entered for all this. You don't have to. If you've already done that, you don't have to do anything new. You're already there. But if you haven't done it or haven't done it yet, or thought it just wasn't for you, win some prizes. But really, what it does is you're able to find out where all these other content creators are, interact with them, like Twitter and Instagram and stuff. It's kind of a way to kind of dig in and see what they're working on. Like for instance, on Twitter and Instagram, that's where I post my work in progress stuff. Just so people see what I'm working on, and I see what they're working on.
I still think is the funniest thing ever. So, okay, let's say you are a Dread Knight Grandmaster, and you are, you want to fight some greater demons. You're like, damn, we need to bridge this gap. Put me in the Dread Knight, guys. Let's do it. And then the servitor walks up, and is like, would you like your helmet, sir? And he's like, nah. That's the dumbest. I mean, it's just a model, guys. It's there for your immersion. But I will never have someone on a walker that doesn't have their helmet. Be like, okay, cool. I'm in this super, super deadly, high value thing that's probably like hundreds of thousands of years old, and I'm going to be exposed and defeated by some like 9-year-old with a laser pointer. And then I'm going
to. I can't. So actually, again, I've got a buddy who will not field a troop without a helmet. I mean, that's and you hear all the time. Look, I don't know if Saving Private Ryan taught us anything. You've seen that movie a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Guy takes his helmet off, gone. So a helmet for safety, absolutely cool. Aesthetics on the battlefield, live dangerously. These are hardened warriors. Yeah.
Exactly. They should know better by now.
Yeah,
They're like,
one of my favorite poses that I've ever done is it was a marine, and he's got his bolter posed off that way, and I use the missile launcher hand, and I posed the army, and he's like holding the helmet. He's holding the helmet behind him, firing off with his bolter. It's one of my favorite poses that I've ever done. And also, look, I like a little bit of variance. I like to be able to look down the sergeant. You know what? He's got the confidence. He's got what it takes to run into this battle, and he feels like he can communicate better with his troops. They can see the rage in his face and the determination in his face to get this done.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, looks like we got a bunch of Venoms getting popped. We had some Xeraphim charging into some Venoms on the middle right-hand side. Looks like we have had some racks get deployed out of that. At the top, that was where both the Ravagers were, because I saw both those boats get hooked up, so I'm guessing those were the Ravagers, as we haven't had any notification that the Reapers have been damaged in any way. Just a quick update there.
Here's a quick update. As Alex McDougall says, as a Gene Stealer cult player, what's a helmet?
Yeah, we don't have those. You guys should have hard hats. They're miners.
They do have gas mask and stuff like
yeah.
that. I think that are other safety gear. Hey, but even Primarchs wore helmets every now and then.
So from the charge phase, the Zephyrim barely make a charge into a Reaper. Calexis long bombs into a Venom but fails. A 9-inch Repentia charge, Medu make a Venom, strings out to stay in Celestian's range for the 5+ invulnerable. A good thing for rerolls was a crappy rolled saves. The pops the Venom but doesn't blow up. Everyone inside is fine. Zephyrim into the Reaper, rolls crappy but still kills it. It doesn't blow up. Says 2 Disintegrators and the Reaper killed this turn. That's a yikes. That's
Okay.
getting into
It doesn't take much to kill it. Like
territory if you're not
a
having
stern
firepower
glance.
to contend.
A stern glance. That's another reason why you might not wear helmets, because stern glances will kill Drukhari planes.
For the card, models are vulnerable without a helmet, but that gold halo thing sticking up from the backpack can stop AP -5. That's true. The iron halos, they are pretty funny. We're going to transition back over to Glasshammer going. We've had some updates from that game, and I'm keen to see what the board state looks like.
Oh, Vengeance of Sylvania after my own heart, catechins. That's if I had to blank my second, so my first army ever, Harlequins, loved them. Then transition, but I went to the store to buy Eldari. I was like,
Yep.
oh, these. So me and my buddies were getting into the game for the first time. I'm reading those big book, the compendiums or whatever. Like, oh, I like elves. Eldari are cool. Let's go down there. And I went to the store, and they were sold out of Eldari. And they're like, well, we've got these Harlequins. And I was like, well, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Yes.
Why not? Yeah.
Yes, we're doing it.
Turns out they were.
Cowabunga it is.
Yeah, they were freaking amazing. Been a fan ever since. I did go and transition into Eldari. Beltan, the Swordwind is my jam as far as that goes. But then as was basically wrecking face with those guys, and then I saw that cover off the companion, the gold armor surrounded by the red armor. Like, I need to know more about this. Blood drop. What's up? The rest is history. I almost shut the book. Like, the rest is history.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's based on what I've learned from the men who stare at goats. Models without helmets will be harder for the enemy to shoot at. The faceless troopers with masks are easy to shoot because they're anonymous. Do you think that would still be a factor in the 41st millennium?
Well, remember, like, Guardians, for instance, are not hardened warriors.
Yes, it's true. They're farmers.
Yeah, they are just the kind of the militia type things, and some Imperial Guard things, like the conscripts, for instance. They're not necessarily hardened warriors. And thanks for the shout out about the FTN episode about the Guard Codex in 8th. Yeah, that was an amazing thing. And I play catechins also. Like, I love catechins, and because I don't know if I love them because not everyone seemed to give them grief, and I'm like, what do you not like about it? We all watched these movies. We all know, like, what is so cool about these.
Yeah. Exactly right. We need to hit a transition when we're able. To shout out to the production team. Smash a transition for us. Jump over to the Glasshammer game. Give us some recaps there. Otherwise, I'll just read off what I've got here.
Hang on 1 second before we get too far past this, though, is that as a guard player, my helmets are wearing guardsmen for protection.
We're going to strap another man to my head. Because they've probably got more humans to waste
The helmets
they
have
do
probably been
helmets.
passed down
They're
from generation
valuable.
to generation. They are antiques. They are more valuable than the fleshy components
Yeah.
from a billion worlds that are wearing them.
Well, all it takes for a relic helmet to be born is that a sergeant went into battle with a helmet and didn't die, and
Yeah,
therefore that's a relic helmet. It
we
must be
must
blessed.
venerate
It must
this.
be blessed. Yeah.
Sorry, I
The whole
jumped in there.
squadron
Yeah.
praise to the helmet. All right, here we are. All right, the update from this game. Bottom of turn 2. Dan is into the shooting tide, but he failed on -1 litany, as we saw. So Psychic Phase, he casts Sanctuary on the Purifiers. Dan spends a CP to cast an extra power. The Purifiers smite / Purifying Flame into the Rhino, dealing 5 mortal wounds. They have D6 damage smites, by the way, guys, if you weren't aware. A second smite into the Rhino, debates, denies, and passes. Astral Aim goes on the Paladins. He spends a CP to give +1 to cast to everyone around Voldus, and the -1 to wound a Paladin goes off as well, also as does Hammerhand. He gates the Paladins behind the Purifiers inside the middle top ruin. Dan keeps chopping and changing, hard to follow. There's a lot of moving parts here. He spends 2 CP for Bring It Down the Beast versus the Wounded Rhino, which gives him rerolls to wound, I believe, in front of the Purifiers. Then changes his mind when he remembers he has the extra damage tide, so he doesn't think he needs it. First Purifier unit knocks the Rhino down to 2 wounds, so obviously he's in the shooting tide, guys. Paladins put 2 Psychons in the Rhino and do 2 wounds. Manny fails the first save. CP rerolls to passes it. Pass the second save. The Rhino is still alive on 2 wounds. Rest of the Paladins split shoot between 2 Death Cult Assassins and 5 Retributors behind the left ruin. Manny crushes the 5+ invulnerable saves, and only the Death Cults die. Only 1 dies. Dan does 12 wounds to the Retributors. Manny passes all but 3 saves.
Wow.
And spends a CP to discard a Miracle Dice to up a save, which means the 2 multi-melters in the unit survive. That is ridiculous rolls by Manny. That is absurdity.
That was a string of hot rolls, which can happen. It turns a streaky thing, because I was saying a sure thing. When you started reading off about the Death Cult Assassins, like, yeah, he's getting rid of action doers. He's getting those things that are out there that could contest or just be just kind of in your way or whatever. Like, nope, they're just going to live. And that's wasted time. And in an equally matched game, you can't afford that wasted time.
Yeah, exactly right. Cheeky sniper shot from the Purifier screening the Paladins takes out the last Death Cult Assassin, so there's a kill for Dan. The last Purifiers shoot into the Rhino, getting 4 wounds, but Manny passes all the saves and the Rhino is still alive. So into the assault phase for Dan. Manny debates using Tanglefoot on the 10-man Purifier unit to try and make Dan fail a 2-inch charge into the Rhino. Decides not to. Dan rolls a 10 for the first 5 Purifiers to charge the Rhino, positioning himself inside the ruin, which the Rhino was touching. The second of 5 Purifiers charge the Sisters, holding the top left objective. The Purifiers swing into the Sisters, and we're just waiting to see what the result of that combat is. But man, those multi-melters should be gone.
Yeah, they should.
Manny is renowned.
Hold that thought before this gets off. We got a Falcon word coming in. Speaking of the Gleam, congratulations to Thor Nelson. If you're watching, you won the Orc bundle. Heck yeah! Congratulations, man. Yeah, and thanks, Falcon, for handling that. Man, he's actually organized. So the Falcon put together the website, the Las Vegas Nopen .net website.
Yep.
Is organizing prize support and then getting it out to folks. Like, this is so cool. Hey, thank you, man. And organized the challenge bracket. Also responsible for telling us that no one has a good bracket anymore. But that's, that's just the way it works out sometimes. Yeah, and Thor, if you're in the chat, please say what's up. Otherwise, congratulations. And yeah, thanks for watching.
Paul and Adam, they've asked if we want to plug our own stuff. I actually will decline that offer. I'm actually going to decline to plug my own stuff. I'm not here to talk about me, unfortunately. I do more enough than that on my own content. I'm here to talk about the amazing people contributing to this and talk about this incredible raffle and the Las Vegas Nopen, which hopefully is the first and last that these will ever need to do.
Well, the Gleam also, we're all listed there, so find us there if you haven't already. But yeah, this is something we do podcast and talk about Warhammer consistently and enjoy doing it. And then so yeah, thanks for coming along the journey with us here and in the other places that we do it. But yeah, the Gleam we're on there as well. So yeah, do that. Definitely support these guys. But yeah, we're on there too. Thank you.
You're exactly right. Just doing what you're doing to support this cream will give me and Paul all the support we will ever need. And on top of that, Paul is all the support I will ever need.
I'm just I started leaning the right way and I'm like, I finally figured out the way to go.
Me too. I was this way. that one. I got it. It took us till the final day to get it locked down, but we figured it out.
Right in my journal, day 97. Finally figured out which way to
Finally figured
lean.
out which, these guys are still in the the bottom of turn one. They didn't get a bit of a motor on. This game might run a little bit long. And look, we're expecting the games in this round to go a little bit long in the tooth because both players are playing unfamiliar armies.
Did you say long in the toques?
Tooth.
I know.
Nice reference.
Throw back to yesterday.
Sorry, I'm tired. I didn't catch that one. That was good. I mean, it wasn't, but well done.
So
commands get the connection screen window off the screen.
The bang commands only work if you're in the 40K Stat Center command or Twitch window. But if you're looking to get to where you can donate, go to the LasVegasNopen.net. You can donate there from a link there. If you're looking to find the brackets, you can go there to find the brackets. If you're looking to get some merch, you can go there as well. Everything is off. I mean, like the Falcons got it well laid out on the LasVegasNopen.net about where to navigate everything that's going on right now. And while I'm looking at the charity, I'm going to mention that we are at 6,276 USD. Pretty cool.
Thank you so much to everybody who's contributed. Thank you so much to anybody who supported us in the raffle as well. Hopefully you are a winner because if you have supported us, you are a champion.
Yeah, thank you. And then hanging out. Look, we appreciate this. I'm getting, getting all the tweets coming in from folks that show me what they're doing, their work in progress, how they're listening to us. I know that we're being broadcast into some game stores out there. I love people that have made this turned it into part of their weekend jam with how they're experiencing 40K. And that's one of the things. Look, we're doing this to bring the live-esque tournament experience to the folks that can't be doing it right now, and that would be inclusive of even if we were able to have a live event right now and you weren't able to get there, we're going to bring some of that flavor to you.
Yeah, we're trying to create something that feels like an event, something that feels bigger than just two guys who play each other regularly rolling against each other. We're trying to bring a bunch of eyes to some of the incredible content producers who've been striving to keep our community thriving and existing through what is possibly and hopefully the hardest 12 months for our community. And in saying that, I think we've done pretty well. I think we've been a lot of bonding, a lot of coming together, and some of the content that has been produced is actually phenomenal.
Oh, the coming together is one thing, because remember, we're all streamer crews that do not normally interact with each other. We do not coordinate with each other. I mean, of course, we know each other, from interacting and running each other through various things, but we don't interact like this and coordinate. And so coming together in such short notice has been absolutely freaking amazing. And yeah, bad news, Blair. It's me. I'm Paul. And that's Adam.
We've also been called on our double standards. We haven't answered who do we think was going to left to win it all. Out of these four, who do you think's got it?
I'm confirming and I'm denying. I'm confirming and I'm denying. That's how you get out of a good conversation. No, okay. If can I say that I'm going to pick a sisters list?
No, you're going to pick one sisters list.
Actually, my pick is the Grey Knights going all the way.
My pick is Stephen Box's sisters going all the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's currently being wielded by Adrian. I think as of right now, that is the easiest list to wield out of the four being used, and I feel like that's the one that'll be the most potent in a one-on-one environment than all the other ones we've listed.
I do love that list because it has backup. It's got redundant elements in it, and so if one gambit fails, you're able to immediately come in with the same thing that you were trying with another unit that is similarly equipped and statted out. And I do like that list a lot. But I will say that I've become a fan of the Grey Knights list, and I want it to do well.
Yeah, I would love nothing more than to see my boy Eric's list go all the way. It's a tough ask. He's in a tough spot right now. A bunch of his units have just been targeted by Custody Guard, as you can see in the middle of the table. They are moved up centrally and charged into the upper middle into what I believe is a unit of Purifiers. Now, what's interesting there, if they don't wipe the Purifiers, they're going to take a D6 damage smite for their troubles, and then possibly be getting backed up by a unit of Paladins emerging from the upper right-hand ruin.
I should have checked the score before I gave my answer, but I'm sticking to it no matter what. I think that list has been played with courage, conviction, heart, and with a little bit of help from Titan. Pure fire.
Hey, nice. All right, jumping down, we're looking back onto the tabletop tactics game. I will give you guys a tabletop Titans. Apologies, Steez. Why did I have to use all the T's? Just give you an update
I'm
from.
going to start a Titans of Tactics channel.
Brian is now scrambling in the midboard. To the shoutcasters, he said Brian is rushing a little because his first game with Dark Eldar. He said, apologies for missing some stuff. Well, Adrian should be helping you out, mate. He's an expert. You should be making sure you
we actually have
make
seen
any major faux pas.
and this has been captured in the table boss notes, but most of these streamers have exhibited a really high caliber sportsmanship where they've been like thought about this but didn't do it, didn't use a strategy right, went ahead and corrected that. That's one thing that you can do, and look at an actual live tournament. That little bit of give and take goes a long way, and more often than not, that give and take exists on both sides of the table, and that level of sportsmanship and camaraderie is there. Like, I'm not saying it's not happening here, but I'm saying that we have actually seen evidence of it, even captured coming down from we're getting the actual table notes from what's happening on the tables.
So, update from the table boss. Brian had moved a Venom from the middle objective into terrain to bully Adrian's objective in his zone. He brings in his Scourges from the Deep Strike to bully the upper left-hand side of the board. AG put pressure on those Retributors that are up there. Mandrays come into the bottom left-hand corner, and a second unit of Scourges come in behind the first unit to make sure he can finish off that unit of Repentia, of course. In the shooting phase, Homunculus shoot into a Zephyrim, no wounds. Cablites into Repentia, one goes down. Couple of Spelling Hex Rifles for only one Repentia dead so far, and the Reaper used its dispersed shooting into the Repentia, and we're just waiting to see what the result of that is. But yeah, on the table, you see how much stuff I just read out came in from reserve this turn for Brian.
That is a ton. But look, like I said,
so many units, man.
I think that's what you need to do, because you know what the sisters are going to kill. They're going to spread out. They're going to get themselves exposed on certain things. You need to be able to take advantage of it. That is what the Jakari are good at, being tricksy and being able and slice something off. You have to use them like a razor.
And if you can't take durable stuff, just take lots of stuff. I think was JT's perspective.
Yeah, and if you can't take a punch, then don't be there to take the punch. Yes. But look at the score. The score is actually a lot tighter in the early rounds than I thought it was going to be. I thought that the Jakari would even be down further percent-wise. Like, I didn't want to predict, or I didn't predict the score of the Scissors, but I thought the margin would be higher in this situation.
Reaper dispersed shooting into Repentia, rolled 5 shots. CP re-rolled into 4 shots. Only killed 1 Repentia with his Reaper. That is pretty much why I thought you'd be so much better off to have the Dizzy Ravagers right now.
So that's on both tables in both games. The Repentia have had an ounce of luck, which is going to translate into a pound of flesh from their opponents.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime, any single one of these you can bring down, you need to bring down. It's funny that, like, you'd think that, like, oh, wow, I've just got all these Dizzy Ravagers and all this stuff is going to be amazing in this matchup. When as soon as Repentia hit the board, you're like, man, I wish I had 1 Hurricane Bolter. Just 1. And it's like, delete half or 2/3 of the unit straight up. And then there's just a lot less to worry about. Some things to let you guys know. Frontline Gaming are going to be on. So Reese Richard Robbins, the Triple R man himself, is going to be on in the break to tell you about some amazing things. He's going to announce the new location of the Las Vegas Open for 2022. He's also announced for us to promote to you guys already a brand new initiative by Frontline Gaming, a Frontline Gaming 40K Events Pass for 2021. This will get you. This will already gain you entry into the 2022. Las Vegas Open, and these are COVID-proof tickets. The flexibility of Express Pass means you can choose any 3 of their 40K events through to the end of 2022 and be assured that you will have a spot with no fuss and no stress of the events selling out or being cancelled. You can pick the events whenever you want. As an Express Pass holder, you'll be alerted via email when an event is being prepared. For general registration, you have the opportunity to register at that time before anybody else with one of your 3 event credits. Very interesting initiative, and also they've launched, or they've let loose. Some of us have known for some time that they're planning a huge swathe of major events across the country. 14 majors are planned to come out in some time between now and the end of 2022. 14 majors, that is a hell of a lot. That's either 1 a month or 2 a month from now to the end of 2021, depending on COVID restrictions or whatnot. But they want to have run 14 majors by now and the end of 2022. I think that's an incredible bar to set. If they pull it off, it'll be amazing for the scene.
Well, what we've seen is they're taking the COVID situation very seriously. All right, but we still gotta plan and be hopeful for things to come. And then when it's right to get out there, it's cool to know they're planning events because I love their events. Known Reese and Frankie for a ton of years now, more years than it may seem because we've been having fun and playing this game for so long. But he's one of the people that when you get out there and you go to these types of events, you run into people that become your friends forever. And I can call those guys buddies, just like this, and brought to you by events like this, and seeing the scene and this community and stuff grow, and see the series of events that Frontline brings. It's awesome. This pass is something that you might want to take advantage of. It's going to help them. It's going to help you. It's going to help you structure what you want to do. And like I said, as someone who is motivated by tournaments to decide what I paint, I might need this to keep me on my hobby track.
Oh, and literally, the more people who buy this event pass, the better it is for Frontline Gaming. Oh, so I forgot to mention, there is if you were to buy this event pass and then you break down the cost of attending any 3 events that you would have to buy a ticket for, you save about 23% on the total ticket price across the aggregate of the 3 together. So that is a decent amount of savings when you think about some of these can be $100 a pop. So you're saving like what, $40? I don't know what's 23% of like 300.
Man, that's a night out. That's
yeah, it's a steak dinner. Couple of beers with your boys afterwards.
3.5 beers, a night out. Some of those chicken tenders we were talking about earlier.
You said chicken tenders? I thought you said chicken fingers.
I did. I did.
We got fish fingers here. We don't have chicken fingers.
You have fish fingers?
Yeah, that's what you get. A stripper fish. Usually they come frozen and you put them in the oven. They're crumbed.
Weird.
What do you call that in America then?
Fish sticks.
Fish sticks. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair.
So no, we have not announced where the LVO is going to be next year, but that is coming up on this broadcast very soon as well, and you're gonna love it. Look, I know we're teasing you with things to come, but and not that you weren't going to stay here anyway. But if your friends are curious about this stuff and they're already watching, tell them to come check it out.
Dude, yeah, get everybody involved. The more eyeballs we get on this, the bigger and better it can be. The more donations we get, the better it is for charity, the better it is for the raffle, and yeah. It's just better for everybody. The more contributions we get from you guys. Because you guys really feed us. I mean, I don't know if you can tell the style that Paul and I have, but we very much like to interact with the chat as much as possible. And you guys make what we do better. So thank you so much. You guys have all contributed to the quality of this, if it is a high quality stream, which I think it is at least.
Fish fingers and custard? What is going on?
That's from Doctor Who.
Oh.
Yeah, some Doctor Who.
Look, I'm behind it anyway. I'm not throwing any shade at all. So this is one of those things. I do want to introduce you to some buffalo chicken fingers.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, introduce me whatever you want. I'll bring you a lamington of some kind, and you can be as disappointed as we are with it. It's delicious. What am I saying? It's nice. It's sponge cake covered in chocolate and sprinkled in desiccated coconut.
That sounds pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You never eat 2 of them though. The second one, you're just like, wow, this is dry. It's just dry. Nice with a cup of tea, which he inherited from the British.
So Robotron has get a progression of chicken fingers equals chicken tenders equals chicken nuggets. That is not true. That is not true. But boneless wings are nuggets. And you need to be okay with that. I'm okay with that. If it's tasty and you like it, go for it. Yeah, let's jump over to the Glasshammer game and see. Now, look, what's interesting, what we have not mentioned about Glasshammer is that they are the fresh, brand new competitors off the bench coming in hungry to this tournament, and I wonder if that's affecting how they're playing.
Yeah, I do wonder because some of these guys have had a couple of games up their sleeves. They've got to be able to showcase their skills in a few different ways, and maybe that means they don't try as hard. Who knows? Who knows? But I've of the opinion they do. Everyone's playing as hard as they want. No one wants to be the guy who drops the ball or doesn't do right by their primogenitor of the lists. Look at the scores. Look at those scores. 3 to Dan, 21 to Manny. So Manny has scored his primary for his turn 2. Which looked to have been a 15, and that was because that one single sister survived the purifiers on the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah, so, but if the purifier, sorry, the retributors and stuff get a little bit of luck. Same with the purifiers. You need them being able to hang out and pump out their smites, and that's what you really count on from the Grey Dawn Army is being able to dish out those mortal wounds that a lot of armies have harder time mitigating. Is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, exactly right. So 15 points for primary. Repentia are on the hunt from the table boss, moving towards the top right room with all of Dan's characters and I assume paladins as well. Second year Repentia disembarks from the Rhino and runs a 4 for a total movement of 13 straight towards the strikes hiding in the middle right-hand ruin. And the priest follows that unit of Repentia up for the +1 attack. Multi-melted retributors from behind the bottom right ruin get into that Rhino. So he's trying to keep them safe, trying to keep them in the game to be around for later. And I like that idea. I think keep some multi-melters for late game is good. They're starting to get into the crunch here, starting to get some things invested, and melee is more important now than shooting. But come the later turns of the game, a couple of multi-melters jumping out, shooting into maybe a lone character that thinks that they're going to hold a primary will really change the metrics here. It will really change what is possible.
So what do you think's happening with the paladins right now? So do they hang back behind cover, protecting themselves, and then utilize that astral aim? Do you move them up? Is the astral aim a bonus? What's going on?
He needs at least 2 more turns of shooting out of these guys. He has no other choice. He needs to sit them back, keep them safe, keep them shooting for another turn. All the Repentia have hit the table now. So next turn, he should be able to, with all the Storm Bolters, all the Side Cannons, pick up the vast majority of them if they're not wrapping or tapping or things like that. So I think at least for a minimum for one more turn, they need to stay static. They need to astral aim, possibly get into a more advantageous position if they can. But yeah, hunker down, get another good turn of quality shooting out of them, and then they should be able to come out and run the table pretty effectively.
Yeah, if you see a place to throw them down in the gate, that's something as they're moving around, especially if you get to the opponent scrambling, like, I've got to make some moves. Oh, well, what you just did was open up this pocket for these fat bases to come sit on and dish out some damage where you didn't think they were going to be able to get to.
Yeah.
I love it. Tank robbers come in, hashtag shield wall, getting some support there.
Dude, good on him. His list is doing phenomenally well so far. Look at how well it's dominating the middle of the table as well. And that's what I think the real gift of this list is. Just the presence and density of 3+ invulnerable saves. It's actually really hard to come by now. Wraith lost it. All Storm Shields lost it, with the exception of literally these units. So yeah, I think he's leveraging something that's very, very has been a little bit out of sight, out of mind for the vast majority of players, especially with the Space Marines being so dominant. And literally, is there anything in the Space Marines army that has a 3+ invul now?
No.
I don't even know. No,
yeah,
there's nothing.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so at all. And there may be a mantle or something.
Gilliman.
Yeah, there may be something that's relic. I don't think so.
Yeah, apart from G-Dog, the rowboat, I don't think anything else has a 3+ invul anymore.
I fly planes. Yep, Adam Camilleri right over there. Paul Murphy right here. Yep, thanks for tuning in.
Paul Murphy. Yeah.
I already messed it up. I'm like, God.
There you go. It's Adam War Machine Camilleri and Paul Iron Man Murphy. Yeah, I'll take that. Why do you get to be Iron Man though? Why can't I be Iron?
I mean, come on. If you have to
War
ask.
War Machine's pretty cool
though. So all this kind of fun. Oh, we start talking about comics. I got fun facts.
Yeah. Before you do that, I'm just seeing what this shield captain is lining up a move towards. Could be coming down to the bottom. Looks like there's a unit of 5 either strikes or purifiers in this ruin that are going to get invested in by at least that Repentia squad are definitely going to go into them. I see the priest with them as well. So looks like that is the unit that exited the Rhino. Now, if they go in there, they're not going to need the help of a shield captain. That's an overcommitment. I'd probably just park that shield captain on that objective.
He might have been using it for the extra move. He might be trying to go somewhere else with him. That's one way to use charges. I mean, it's just to give a counterpoint is that I think you're right. Is like sometimes just park that shield captain on the objective on the other side of the wall, so he insulate maybe what could get him, and then come out later after you scored your points. But he may be using that as a method to get somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree. And that does happen a lot. High-level players really tend to use the charge phase, as something wholly entirely different, a second movement phase in a lot of ways. And I do the same. I do the same. I'll charge Talon Masters into random ass stuff that I have no intention of killing, have no possibility of killing, knowing my opponent will fall back from me, because staying in combat with the Talon Master is brutal, because I hit you on 2s in that combat with my assault cannons and stuff. So everyone always falls back. And then I've just got more movement.
When we're playing the game, so you can look at it as like, how many turns will I need? Now, the board is a little bit shorter, and this helps a lot, right? But when we're playing on larger boards, or when you're playing even long table edges, you think, okay, how many turns can I actually get somewhere? If you've got one of these units that moves 4 or 5 inches, a turn, but you still want to shoot with them, you don't want to advance, or even if you are factoring the advance, it's something you can measure, you can quantify. Getting this opportunity to move an additional up to 12 inches out of nowhere is always be on the lookout for that if it's relevant.
Yeah. So that shield captain he moved 14 inches from the middle of the table. He's looking to charge. Well, so what we saw there with the Repentia moving up upon is a bundle of characters. Castellan Crow, Levoldus, Libby, Chappie, all sitting in front of there. And unfortunately, there's a couple of them that are touching the wall. And they're going to get charged on one side by the shield captain and the other side by the Repentia. If they all go down, this is a horrific turn. for them. Into the shooting phase. Retributors besides the wood shoot, score 5 wounds on the last rhino. The sisters behind the top left ruin shoot into the purifiers on the objective, but do absolutely nothing. A second unit of suitors does the same, and they also do nothing. So Manny puts 1 multi-melter into the rhino and 1 into the purifiers. He gets 2 hits versus the rhino, 1 wound, and kills it with a miracle dice to get the 5 he needs. Man, some people play. You are playing with. So this poor Grey Knight player is playing with dice, but the sisters player is playing with known quantities, playing with assurances, which I think is always going to be an advantage.
That is something I think when the miracle effect first came out, I think people were easy to discount it until they started seeing it play out on the tables. And when you flip something that is disastrous result into, wait for it, a miraculous result, then you become a believer. I did that.
You just did. That was a great sentence. Well done. Sweet Jesus, that was some class right there. That's what you're here for, guys. You're here for the witty remarks. I think those are the paladins. You look at the bottom of the table. Yes, look at the bottom middle right now. Those are the paladins, and they've been encased with a wall of purifiers. So they are sitting quite safe. The unfortunate reality is that bundle of characters on the left-hand side of the table for us right now. This is the switched aspect. We are looking at the bottom left-hand side was the Grey Knight's deployment zone. The left-hand side ruin has a bunch of characters in it that are about to get charged by both a shield captain and a unit of Repentia. It's not going to be a good day in the office.
Yeah, I agreed. Paladins, I love Paladins. Going back from, I was one of those players that did. I played Drago and 10 Paladins when the wound manipulation was a thing.
Dirty boy.
But see, I love moving around those big ponderous units. I like that kind of anvil style list sometimes.
Boring. You love boring lists, Paul. You like boring lists.
What I will say though is that it wasn't very interactive. So it wasn't boring for me to play. I think it became boring to play against because there was a lack of interacting with that list, and that took me some time to realize. I'm like, why are you running away? Fight me, kind of thing. But it wasn't interactable. Or I don't even know that's a word. You get what I'm saying. So the game's progressed a long way to make it to where there are less things. Like I am a Death Star player. I created the Super Friends list. All right, I love that. I love stacking up things and auras and abilities because it was actually in response to the way the game was with Taldar. Everybody remember Taldar? Anybody just go into a fit when I mentioned Taldar?
Yuck.
Inspire certain things. The game has evolved to where you don't need those types of things anymore because what they needed to fight against don't exist anymore either. The game is way more interactive, and I love that.
Me too. Like we have come a long way from the sad days of 6th and 7th edition. And in hindsight, unfortunately, those editions get a bad rap. Well, 6th for probably.
No, love those editions. I loved every edition to play.
I actually loved 7th. I was a big fan of 7th edition. I enjoyed the rule set. I enjoyed the Decurion detachments for the short amount of time they were reasonable. But yeah, unfortunately, like we have very narrow visions when we look in hindsight at these things. Like so. We had, I think it was 3.5, close to 4 years of 7th edition because 6th edition was so short. And in that time, only like the last 6 to 9 months was a real mess. Before that, it was actually pretty good. It was actually kind of awesome, and I enjoyed a lot of it.
Well, you say that, but we competitive tournament players sometimes we fiend for that efficiency. And then we find that we want to be on the bleeding edge, and we want to make sure that we wrung out every bit of fat from things. And so that's not the necessarily play experience of everyone out there. All right. And so, but what I'm saying is that so we don't want our opponents to always be able to interact with us. And if we can find a way to do that, then that's what we're going to do. Instead, I've won lots of games just because opponents just couldn't interact. List couldn't interact. Now the whole game has changed to where that's one of the reasons we have Drakari doing so well right now. Is what we have Grey Knights going right now. I can promise you, dollars to donuts. Check all the forums, check all the Facebook comments. Anywhere out there in the world, you're not going to find people talking about Drakari and Grey Knights. But maybe they will now, and that's what this edition allows. I think we're in a great spot for Warhammer at this moment.
So just jumping back into this game, we're probably going to stick in here a little bit longer. I want to see the culmination of some of these combats. Have a unit of Repentia charging the Purifier line in front of the Paladins. We also had the unit on the left-hand side that had the Priest in it that got out of the Rhino. They have made their charge into the characters. What's interesting there is that he looks like he may have pulled himself out of Priest range. It looks like he got a really big charge there. I wonder if he has forgotten that and he's strung back, or he is just toe in 6 inches there for the extra attacks. The Shield Captain has also made his charge. Now, some of these characters, like things like Voldus, things like Terminator Chaplains, Terminator Librarians, can be very, very resilient. And I hope he hasn't underestimated old Russell Crowe back there, because Russell Crowe will easily pick up a unit of Repentia by himself. So let's see what happens in that one. I really want to stick with this one until we see the end of this combat. But any questions in the chat for us, for the TPM or myself, please let us know. Lay it honest.
There's a firm belief that Pablo has cursed the orcs. They will never make it into the top slot.
Reese is what is keeping Tau down, guys. Tau is way better than you think. It should be way better, but Reese was like, he's just vecting all the FAQs that would make them good. He's like, nah, get rid of it. I hate them.
That is not true. That is not true.
None of that is true. Pablo has not put some voodoo hoodoo on the orcs, and Reese
I don't want to say that's not true. We can't prove that that's not true.
Which one of those is more likely, though? That Pablo has mystical powers in the case to make an entire faction not do well at the LVO, or that Reese just doesn't like Tau that much? I mean, it's obvious both of those are ridiculous statements, and neither of those is valid. But I just love that you went with Reese definitely isn't holding Tau back, but Pablo could have cursed orcs. Fantastic.
Look, my opinions are my own.
Yeah, it's fine. Tamagotchi Express. Do you think DA are going to be tier 0, as in S tier, as in top tier? Look, I think they are going to be top tier. I think they're going to be A+ or S tier. I think they are very well rounded. They have a multitude of good lists. They have the best psychiatry in the game, and they have the best Terminators in the game now as well. Like, solidified them as the best Terminators. Mind you, their Terminators they actually lost something not a lot of people are talking about. Everyone's losing their mind over their buffs. They no longer have the combined assault delivery method. They can't get the 6-inch charge from reserve, which is actually a big deal.
Yeah, I was about to say, do your Terminators fly?
No, they don't fly into combat anymore either. Now, that is a truly, truly slow, ponderous army now. No easy way to sling that or deliver that quickly.
That's okay. Look, you do have the ability to deep strike, and you can build a shooty version as well. I mean, I don't know what the optimal thing is, but it's not like they have they're deviating. They're not going off brand with that change. I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's not going to change too much for that. Most of the people who were running the army were just running like 20 walking Terminators anyway. Where gets the interrupt here? If he attacks the Purifiers first and Castellan Crow is in that combat, 120,000% you interrupt with Castellan Crow and he will kill every single one of those Repentia for you.
Yes, Crow is. I think we were talking about earlier how deceptive it is. That but he has no abilities outside of just swinging what is an iron broadsword.
Yes,
into combat. I do love the lore of that character. I really, really wish. Like, why does containing the demon also contain the AP, the sharpness of the sword? Like, okay, look, I shouldn't say that because I think we can all come up with some lore justifications to probably why that's the case. But come on, man, give him a -2 or a -3 or something.
Yeah, looks like we're looking for wounds here. We're going to see who gets picked up. Looks like he's failed. He's rolled double ones on something. If he has a 2+ invulnerable save on his Purifiers, which is in front of the Paladins, yeah, that's what it is. He has lost 1, 2, 3, 4. Because he can spend CP to give these guys a 4+ invulnerable save, e.g. with their... Oh, my lord.
I think
how
that
is so many dead?
There were some die rolls, and then there was some explaining to the camera about how this should not happen to anyone, but yet here we are.
Unless there's strikes, but he combat squatted the strikes. So, yeah, I'm really confused. If he spent a CP, they'd have a 4+ invulnerable save, which went to a 3+ invulnerable save with the warding staves, and he only failed 4 of those, but yeah, he picked up 9 models.
Are we getting any notes from the table boss?
Yeah, actually, I'll check in. That's a very good call. All right. So, Assault Phase Manny, Shield Captain makes an 11-inch charge into the Strike Marines on the right, but make sure he is within 3 of the objective to use Unstoppable Destroyer to consolidate backwards onto it. Cheeky boy. Repentia roll a 10-inch charge, and they also start charge the strike. So those aren't characters, by the way. I didn't think they looked like characters unless I was looking at the 1 power armor character being Castellan Crow. Manny changes his mind on the second Repentia unit, instead going for the long 9-inch charge into the characters in the big ruin. Instead going for the Purifier screen, the Paladins. Shield Captain has Indomitable Constitution, not Unstoppable Destroyer. So he doesn't get to do that trick. Cool. And hopefully he doesn't try and pull that one off, because it is 100% true. And the tail boss is trying to make sure that he knows that, because he set himself up for a play he doesn't have. And Manny's just figured it out. He'll just kill the strikes with the Repentia and then consolidate the Shield Captain as normal and do the same thing. Looks like we are into this fight phase deep, and we are going to see what happens there. The strikes should be picked up by the Repentia in very short order. Those aren't characters, by the way. The characters are all on that bottom left-hand objective inside that ruin. But yeah, those were purifiers he charged the Repentia into. He either doesn't know about that stratagem or just rolled more poorly than I thought.
We've had about another $100 or so kicked in on the charity. How amazing is that? Looking at 6,343 USD right now, going for a great cause.
Yeah, exactly right.
Also, merch. Remember the merch. If you want to pick up any merch, all the profits from that will be added in later to go to the charity as well. But you can get some sweet swag as a commemorative thing for this event, and also helping out a good cause.
Yeah, no idea. J Martin 40K, why is Glasshammer chat being bombarded about Manny playing it wrong when he hasn't done it yet either. He hasn't actually, I love people. So yeah, there's no need to go after somebody who is thinking they have one rule and they have another one, and they haven't yet done that yet. If he had played it wrong, sure. He hasn't actually played it wrong yet. He was just under a misconception, which has now been corrected. So
that's a great answer, but I'd also like to point out that everyone has an opinion and they're doing the same thing we are. That's right.
That's true. That's true. How much to make Adam dance? We get to 10K, and yeah, I'll do a little shuffle.
Oh my goodness, what a pricey boy! I'm telling you, every time we roll over a K, yeah, you're getting something. I'm already out of dance.
One of us has to maintain like some kind of it's obvious you are cheap. It's obvious you're an easy purchase, Paul Murphy. But I am the value buyer here, and I'm quite exclusive.
Look, I'm just saying, whatever it takes to get something out to these folks that are on the front lines,
Yes.
in this trying times. And also, I want to let people know that I understand that not everyone is in a position to do it, and then those that can, I want to be like, you know what, we're dancing. We're going to eventually dance together when we can get out there in the world again in one
Exactly
place.
right. And while I may not dance for you, I will celebrate your contributions and your achievements. And thank you so much for supporting our stream.
Oh, so yeah, but as far as like why people are communicating and stuff, like, look, we that's one of the things I know when we're doing the podcast, and sometimes we don't get the rule right, or we're like, I can't remember the name of that or whatever, and I know that you're in your cars or at your work, at your computer at work, and you're like, why doesn't he know that? And you're trying to tell us, that's what you want, because most of the time they're just trying to help and get us to that next stage.
Man, Dan can't roll the dice to save his life. He needs to. Can someone teach this guy how to roll? And Manny, someone actually just not let him roll anymore. So someone get some proxy hands in here, because he's obviously got too much good karma from being such a nice bloke. But what happened just there? He interrupted with the strikes on the left hand side. Tried to go into the Repentia. He got 5 wounds through with the D3s that went through Manny's invulnerable saves, which he did not save. And then on the 5 D3s, he rolled 3 1s and 2 2s for the D3 damage. And then Manny picks up, and on the 3 1s damage, he makes 2 of his 5 invulnerable saves. And then, 3 of them die out of a possible 5 out of the 8. So he could have been attacked by 3 Repentia or 4 Repentia. Instead, he's getting attacked by 6, and that unit is dead as hell.
Yeah, that's no good. That is no good. That was one of those things where you wanted to convert. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You don't want them anytime. Like, I can tell you, it's a bit of a dagger. It deflates you when your opponent has you put 6 wounds on them. They have a 5+ save, and they save 5 of them. Like, oh man, what do I have to do? Whatever.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's why we roll dice.
Yep, spot on. Info is all in the link there for you. Thunderwolf and Storm. Apologies. You're far more corrupted by chaos. Yow! Someone mentioned to me, why do you think the Dark Angels got such a good codex? Is that their comeuppance for having such a bad one in the last edition? And I'm like, that would make sense if Space Wolves also got a good codex. Ba-bang!
Dark Angels have actually they've had a last pretty good decade, I think, if you ask me, as far as difference of things. When you compare it to how they were originally back in the day, like Dark Angels, like we used to be a fan of the chapter, and that drove what a lot of people's hobby decisions were. But they were kind of on the short end of the stick for rules for a while. But let me tell you, when I got a large respect for the Dark Angels. Now look, I've always I mean, I appreciate what they are, and I like the way they look. I like the different chaplains and things that they've had, and that lore. And the Watchers in the Dark is really cool. We didn't know too much about the Lion. We still don't know much about the Lion, but in the book Unremembered Empire, no spoilers, but there is a scene between Lionel Johnson and Rabute that just blew my mind. I'm like, you know what? You just got a new fan. I'm going to take a flyer here. I'm going to go and like your page. I'm going to do whatever I can. I'm now interested in the Dark Angels after that Unremembered Empire book.
It is phenomenal. And look, the Lion is one of my favorite characters. He's so complex, so refusing to be known, refusing to be understood, because he thinks it'll be a weakness if he does. The more he's understood, the more people will understand how to beat him, which is the opposite of what things like Rabute do. They're such a good juxtaposition, those two, and kind of the opposite of Horus as well. Horus is being all friendly, openness, acceptingness, and all that stuff, which turned out to be a facade, of course. If you're watching the stream, congratulations to Nicholas Clayton on winning the Forge World. Sanguinius, congratulations, Mr. Clayton. Hopefully you're in this chat. We are going to transition back over to the Tabletop Titans game momentarily.
Nicholas
this one looks like
Clayton winning the Forge World. Sanguinius, man, what? Look, that model is glorious. Absolutely glorious. If you don't play Blood Angels, which I hope you do, if you'd like to know how to play Blood Angels, hey, I got a few episodes you could listen to. But if you don't already have a 30k army, you now have the centerpiece of an army you should start.
Exactly right.
Congratulations.
Or crazy idea, take the head off the model, put on like a death mask, and play him as the best Sanguinor you will ever own.
I was going to say lay him down.
Yeah.
Too soon.
Yeah, too soon. That book hasn't been written yet, but it's not too far away, surprisingly. The Siege of Terra series is getting along.
I've got so many theories. Look, I've been thinking about this for quite some time, as you might imagine. Occasionally, I'm even racked by the visions of that event. I feel like I've been there. I was there. I know exactly what happened. That's the way I feel inside. So I have.
You have death visions of Sanguinius. Are you on the vengeful spirit?
Yeah, I will say that the Art of War Down Under episodes on Blood Angels were amazing.
Who is that? Who is those hosts of that one though? That's an interesting question.
They'll have to go find out. They'll have to check it out and see if they recognize any voices.
Update from the table boss. In the shooting phase, we saw a bunch of shooting being done, blah, blah, blah. Where we left off, a Venom shot into the same center squad that he's putting hex rifles into. It overcharged and kills 3 of the sisters there. The Scourge shoot into the Zephyrum. Kills 2. Second squad into the Retributors kills 1, leaving the 4 multi-melters. 4 blasters killing 1 sister. Yikes. Bottom Venom into the Retributors as well. Takes 1 wound on the Venom, and all wounds on the Retributors are saved. Man, this seems like it's just fate at this point.
But look at the points, though, right? The point spread is very close, and I think the longer this game goes on, even with just some kind of disappointing damage from the Drukhari, the longer the game goes on, favors the Drukhari.
Yeah, exactly right. Second Venom shoots into the second unit of Retributors, leaves 1 Retributor alive. That's making much better inroads. Mandrakes shoot into the back unit of Repentia and kill 3. That's pretty good too. Second unit of Mandrakes into the same unit of Repentia, loses 2 more. Adrian is rolling really hot on saves, but the Emperor is with him in this battle, but he's still losing some units here, there, and everywhere. In the charge phase, a Venom tags into the multi-melter Retributors, and a Venom tags into the Repentia. That's a bold play. Sleeper pays off for him. Back Venom fails to charge, and the Homunculus and Venom both charge into the Zephyrum, and Mandrakes into the Canoness, re-rolling due to power from pain, but it still fails. Second unit makes it into the Sister Squad, and Mandrakes into the Sisters, leaves 1 sister left alive on the objective, which is painful because it's still going to own that objective. The Archon into the Zephyrum, and the Homunculus into the Zephyrum only kill 1 sister. The Venom into the Zephyrums kill 1, and the Venom into the Repentia kill none.
God, that's a little rough.
Repentia fight back and kill a Venom from the middle objective. Doesn't blow, but loses 2 occupants. I suppose that was the idea. Those 2 die, get off, and they're going to take away that primary. The Abervenom takes 3 wounds. The Retributors attack into the Venom. It's down to 3 wounds, and the Canoness into the Mandrake loses 2. In the morale phase, Adrian auto passes to hold on an objective, and builds a miracle dice to auto pass morale on the Retributors.
We also got Mr. Box in the chat. He says Adrian is doing him proud. I think the dice are also helping you. I know he's playing it well, but those it's been a lackluster conversion from shots to wounds there. And then Webway Hobbies is coming in. It's like, I'm torn because these are both my picks. Yeah, if your bracket is shattered and you were planning on different things being here, who do you root for? You know what? Just sit back and enjoy the game. So that's
Exactly.
it.
Hopefully enjoy the spectacle. End of turn scoring for the Dark Eldar. 3 for Direct Assault, 2 for Engage. It's 22-21 for Adrian going into the top of turn. Wait, did Adrian go first? It'd be the top of turn 3. Or is this the top of turn 4? No, it's got to be top of turn 3. They've only had 2 turns of scoring.
We might be blocking the turn marker with our heads.
No, I think it's got to be top of turn 3 for sure. So Adrian gets 5 for the primary. Brian says to Adrian, all your charges are going to fail and I'm going to win because of it. He mustn't know how miracle dice work, but there we go. The Collectus holds out the single sister back out of combat, and Adrian moves the Zephyrim back into the top corner to bail out the Retributors that have been charged by Venom, I believe. All right. Man, this is actually a pretty good game, pretty close. Unfortunately, I'm not sure the other one's going to be for much longer, but this one.
These are the types of games, you want to see in a semifinal. Yeah, we got the scores are fairly close. We got people playing to the best of their ability here with quality streams and looks like nice looking armies. So what else is it? What else would you ask for?
Exactly, dude. What else could you ask for? I'm amazed that he has the cojones to have 30 Zephyrim on those flying stands from G-Dub. I will say a lot about G-Dub having the most beautiful and perfect look and aesthetic looking models, but man, those new flying stands that came out with the Indominus kit, can't get with them.
I solve a lot of problems with fire sometimes. You
had a whole hobby segment on your show about how to make them work, and you did make some good points.
Well, look, I think that what they do is kind of accentuate that dynamic pose of things, and so you're getting a very aesthetically pleasing army. Now, look, not everyone has to deal. That's another thing we should talk about is how to travel with your army. I know for a fact that I have made decisions about what to take. I had an army that I played when I could drive there, when I play locally or within striking distance with drive by, and then I had an army that was different when I went flew places. That's it's a slightly different situation when you're having to juggle those things. And if you've got a nice display cabinet and you're not worried about putting your models in something, or exactly something that's fit for them, that they're not going to snap off their flying stands as you're moving them all over the place, or cramming them in things, or compressing them and uncompressing them. It's a different problem to solve. And so when you're traveling to these things, figure management is really big.
Absolutely right, mate. And how well you take care of your models will determine how many tournaments you're able to take them to. I know guys like Jim Vessel, who went to like every tournament he could go to for like a full 6 months. He had like some really nice carry cases. I think some G-Dub ones in addition to a bunch of KR ones. Yep. So yeah, I think get what you need, get what's going to suit you. There are a couple of third-party guys who cut laser cut foam to fit exact specifications for armies. I know it's a great way of getting a knight army traveling around. You're probably going to need to get some laser cut stuff. Another good way is building larger models in sub-assemblies. Like, I mean, I know I've got I've got a knight that breaks down into every part. Top comes off, bottom comes off, and all the arms and the carapace and even the nipple weapons come off as well.
The knight magnetizes so well. Like, you can actually do a lot torso with no skill. Zero skill. You need 0 skill to magnetize a knight, and that is true. Alex just mentioned in the chat that he's just got a Dimacaron, has no idea how he's going to travel with that thing. You have to hold it. You have to get a one of those chest-mounted child carriers, and slide them right in there.
This is a big one for me. Is it possible to take Teclis to a tournament? You've seen how he's posed? He's just standing at the top. I wonder if there's a way to magnetize him so you can take him off from that pose. Because I would be fearful for him traveling.
There have to be some ways to do that as far as that goes. But Leah, does he even make it into your tournament list? That's a question. But look, you don't really have to make those decisions very often. But I'm just saying, if you plan on traveling, that is something you have to consider. It's like, how am I going to get? Because we spend a lot of time on our models. You want them to arrive intact. And let me also use this opportunity to talk about when I travel, or when I was definitely into traveling let's say when I first got into traveling, I didn't think this far ahead. And when I continued to do it, I thought I need to make a repair kit, a small mini repair kit, even if it's just a little bit of glue and maybe just one thing of black paint and a brush to cover up some rejoins of having to glue things back on. If I use plastic models, plastic glue, super glue. If it's metal models, take a little small repair kit with you. You will thank yourself. Now, also, I know I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but people will have it. If you don't have it, you forgot it. You normally do it, but you forgot one. People are typically very willing to share it, like, because they've been in that situation too. Like, you know what? You're right. Borrow some of my glue. Just bring the bottle back when you're done with it. Get on with the tournament, my friend.
It looks like right now this arm wrestle over the middle objective is still underway. This is the reason I really like this mission, is because obviously somebody's going to pick domination this mission, and that means you're going to have a wrestle over the middle. One guy trying to score the points, one guy trying to deny it. Guy or gal, whatever you may identify as. But yeah, there's always going to be this arm wrestle for this middle objective. It's that both players want to commit to it, both players want to win it, both players want to hold it, and it's always an interesting spectacle for us to watch. Now, what is happening right now is I think some racks have made it onto that middle objective, and Adrian is trying desperately to remove them. Whether he tries to invest some charges into them now as well will remain to be seen. But it's funny, this is a game, like I said before, where his bolters are very relevant. In some ways, now that the big boats are gone, the bolters are more relevant than the multi-melters.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think the bolters and anything kills those things. I mean, that's one of the things. They are what are true definitions of glass cannons, in my opinion. Now, they do have some rules to help them be a little bit more survivable, but any pressure you put on them causes them to fold up.
Yeah, exactly right. Even these racks being toughness 4, possibly toughness 5 around a homunculus, which is really quite nice. Or are they? Yeah, they're toughness 4 base. Yeah, toughness 5 around a homunculus. Even then, that'll be a big deal for this game. They won't be winded on 2s by the multi-melters and winded on 5s by the bolters. I mean, the only real profile he has that's good into them will be the Repentia. And there's a lot of squads of racks those Repentia to account for.
Let's do a quick math exercise. Multi-melta or a storm bolter. Is there any appreciable difference in odds in what kills a Dark Eldar warrior?
A Dark Eldar warrior. Okay.
Yeah,
so
a Drukhari warrior.
So you're likely to only get 1 hit on the thing, but you're likely to get 3 hits on the Storm Bolter, or 3.5 hits, which I guess will round up.
A Storm Bolter is 2. Well, I guess if you're depending on the range or whatever. If you're let's say 2 shots, 2 shots from Storm Bolter.
Dude, a multi-melter is 2 shots now.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Multi-melter is obviously better. Yeah. So there has to be a range to
a slight, but it's not much better, is what I'm saying. It's almost basically the same. 2 shots versus 2 shots. I think it's practically similar or fairly similar odds on what kills a single Dark Eldar warrior.
Well, exactly right. The only perceivable difference there is that so I guess the Dark Eldar wouldn't get a save against the multi-melter, but would get a 5-up against the Storm Bolter. The Storm Bolter would win on 3s, multi-melter would win on 2s. Those are the only real differences there. But you're right. And for the price of a multi-melter, you get 4 Storm Bolters. In this game, 4 Storm Bolters would be a game changing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, but I think you're right. You're actually all right too. It's like what, a 30% chance better maybe with the multi-melta of taking the wound off.
For 20 points versus 5 points, that's not 4 times as good, is it?
Well, I mean, not in this particular situation. I obviously want a multi-melta when I'm firing at the Silent King, as we saw, as opposed to the Storm Bolter. Yeah. But I was playing into what you were mentioning about, the multi-melta is much better against. It's actually much better against the vehicles in this. But now they're almost they're all firing heavy bolters, essentially average out against these Drukhari, which is also more than enough, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
But look at the points. Points still have not. The margin is still a lot tighter than I'd like to see. I don't think this is a runaway by any stretch.
Brian's at the bottom of turn. If Brian can stay within striking distance, we know what we've been saying with the FAQ changes. If you've got the bottom of turn and you stay within striking distance, you can always try and sling a 15-pointer at the end of the game to snatch a win. I think it's very relevant. I'm going to quickly touch base with their secondaries. I'm going to stroll up to in our document and double check what they picked.
The handle on this cup is green. I wanted to see what it looked like.
So Adrian took direct assault, domination, and deploy scramblers. Brian took engage, scramblers, and direct assault also. So it's going to be engage and direct assault he's able to play for at the bottom of turn. Although I'm going to check, is direct assault scored at the end of your turn or the start of the next one? Score 3 victory points if you control either objective marker in the center of the battlefield or the objective marker in your opponent's deployment zone at the end of your turn. So he'll be able to swing a bunch of points at the end of the game. Realistically, he can sling 3 for engage and 3 for Well, technically, he could go for 5 on that if he's got enough units in relevant positions. He'd go for 8 plus a 15. He could realistically probably a bit of an ask, but he could get 23 points on the bottom of turn 5.
That'd be a big swing.
It'd be huge. It would probably be game winning if he stays within touch of Adrian. It could very well be the telling portion of this game. There is obvious the diminishing returns that's going to become very much a factor for the Dark Eldar sooner rather than later.
Yeah, he needs those blasters to start even up the odds, and
Yeah.
fewer and fewer of those are in play. But so with them being dead, the length of game I think begins to favor the sisters a lot more.
Yeah. This whole game has favored the sisters from start to finish. Apart from going first, that's the only thing that hasn't gone in the sisters' favor to my mind. Even
we thought that about the Ultramarines as well. So
we did. Yeah.
Hang in there.
So it's been some funny stuff. If it's saying in the chat, Rebel JXJ. For all we know, these two are shouting death daggers at each other while rolling dice or having the easiest time playing the game right now. That's true. That's true.
You want to switch over to Glasshammer and see what's happening there?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we might take a step back for a couple of minutes. Let you guys listen to these players and see how they're going. We might do that when we switch over to Glasshammer. We'll take a step back for a few minutes, give you guys a little bit of break from our luscious selves, and we'll recharge our batteries and come back in strong. Anytime. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Richard. Nice. Beautiful. All right. Well, hello. Hi, guys.
We will take a station identification break or whatever here, but we're going to listen and see what the banter is at the table and see how this is going.
So yeah, I'll spend a CP to try and deny that on a 4+.
Don't do it again. You denied the last time.
No.
Oh. Yeah.
Roll a 1, Dan.
D6.
Roll a 1.
5.
All right. 5 for the pains. That's 2, so it takes 3.
Cool.
Down to 5.
Taking 4. Cool.
Oh, you took a few more times.
That's Custode and Crow.
That's nice, man. That is nice.
That's the
That's
Libby.
nice.
So then we've got the Chaplain.
Yep.
Doesn't need to do warp shaping, and he doesn't need to do the shoot and move, so he's just going to smite. 6, 7. This is my third smite.
7, yeah, goes off. Okay, so Fiona Paints. 1 more, down to 4.
Okay. Then we're on to Voldus. Voldus. So Voldus will cast Astrolabe.
Nice.
5, yeah, goes off.
Oh, is that? Oh no, he's +1. It's 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It goes off on a 5 anyway, Astrolabe.
Yeah, but I can deny with sisters on 1 dice.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
So if I roll a 6, I could just deny something that's cast on a 5.
That's true.
I was just wondering.
Then we'll do Sanctuary.
Yeah.
So it goes off.
Nice.
We'll put it on them.
Yeah.
And then
Sounds good to me.
And then Smite.
Nice.
Goes off. On
Cool.
10.
So it's 5 for a pain?
Yep.
1 more. So down to 3. I'll just put a different dice on him now. Because he's only got 3 wounds left now.
Well done, boys.
That's nice, man. They've taken 6 wounds off him.
Yeah, yeah. They're alright, these little
Super
powerhouse
good.
of characters, aren't they?
Super good.
They come near my objective.
Bro, you think you're
That's
going to
what
kill
you
him?
get.
You think you're going to kill him, but it ain't happening.
Manny tried to kill him once.
Cool. Do you know what I should have done?
What's up, bro?
Do you know, I've made a mistake there. And if it's alright with you.
Smite there first.
Because, no. If I kind of, I can only go up, can't I?
Oh yeah, because
You back to
I've
the-
wrapped you around the inside, yes.
Oh yeah, look, I can be within 12.
Mm-hmm.
If I come up there, I can gate him, because I don't need to gate anyone.
Oh,
Gate him and
nice.
go over there, and then get an extra point for,
Engage.
Engage. Go on then. Because they don't
they're
need
gonna
They
gate.
don't need to smite, and they don't need to gate themselves.
Yeah, cool, man. Might as well.
Gate. Off they go.
Nice.
Don't deny it.
Yeah.
I got.
Cool. Stick him over in that corner.
Over here. Nice.
Hey.
What a hero. What a fall back and go away. Fall back and go away.
Cool, and then
Oh my god, the Death God Assassins might be able to do something.
And then what have we got? We've got these guys over here, so they're Vortex. Those guys over there, they can't do anything because they're Smite. And they're purple. There's purple. Astrolabe, I've already cast Astrolabe on them.
Cool.
So, it's just a Vortex on these guys here.
Nice.
Go on, guys!
Oh, 7.
Oh,
so
8.
Plus 1 is 8.
Yeah,
Just about
goes off. Can't deny it.
No.
Cool. So it does D3 on this one here.
Oh yeah, it's the closest there. Is it all 4 units that get hit here?
No. So it's the closest. So he's casting it. Closest one is this.
Oh, so it's these
then
3.
It's this model here, and then this unit here because they're within 3.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were trying to put one here or something.
No, I was, but then it's all the way over here, and then just everything's
closer to me. Yeah.
So I just thought I'd hit these 2.
Yeah, no problem.
So the first units are in front of me.
Yep.
2.
Yep.
2 die, and then the unit that was behind them.
Yep. 3. Ooh. 2 die, 3 die. Okay, so I'll take these 2. I want to leave one on the objective, of course.
I don't know if
take
it's
these 2
relevant.
off, and then I'll take
powers you fill back.
these 3 off. Oh no! He wasn't the one who was doing gates. The paladins have done gates.
The paladins gated this guy here, so
they
they weren't within range of him when he was stuck in combat. But he came out of combat, went up a level, and come across here, and then he was within 12. So that's why he's gated over there, just for engage.
Cool.
Okay, cool. So then that's everything. That's everything. That was every power went off, so that's as successful as it gets. Sorry, can you? No, it's fine. Leave them there. Yeah, it's fine.
It's just so that if I got my melters out, I couldn't see them. If they deploy here, I
we've
could
got
see
Voldus going into.
Do you want them somewhere else, or do you want to cast a power with them?
No, it's fine. Castell and Crow has to go first into them because he's only just within 12, whereas these always get the rapid fire because they're all in Terminator armor.
Oh, okay, cool.
So Castell and Crow first. He'll reroll 1s. Does he hit on 2s?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
2s.
2s.
So I've got a 6 of invulnerable, and I've got 5 of Thunder Pain. 1 dice.
3. And we're off. The next one will be Voldus.
They've started.
Oh, have you seen that roll?
Look at this. 2 again.
2 again. 6 of invulnerable. 5 of Thunder Pains. No, double 1.
Chaplain. Oh, sorry, another 2 dice. Reroll 1s for Voldus.
Double 1, why not?
And 3s again.
All 4?
Yeah, nice.
Wow, okay, so 6 of invulnerables. And 5 of Thunder Pains. Squad dead.
Yeah, good point. You've got 34 minutes left.
Cool, it's fine.
Yeah, cool.
Then we've got these guys here. So we've got 1 sister here, 1 sister here, and these 2 here.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. So then we'll go, we've got 10 guys, right? So we'll go 2 here.
These girls are touching the wall.
These are, you put them touching the wall.
Yeah, that's fine.
I really need to do some damage to them. Hang on, 1, 2, because you killed 4, didn't you?
Yes.
Apparently,
Purifiers.
Cloak and reroll wounds done.
Rhino.
You can. I think if you're in the fight phase.
That's 4. I've killed 4. What? You've killed. The Repentia at the moment. You've killed 1. So you need to kill another 3. Oh, so those 3 would be 3. Oh, you need to kill another 3 to draw.
Yeah, draw. Yeah, but I've got these here.
4th. Yeah,
so they're probably dead, and then I've got these guys to shoot over there. So
cool.
I've got a few to.
Hey everybody, we are back.
Yes,
Yes, thank you all for sticking with us. A little bit of a break there. Back at it. Hashtag shield wall. A bit of a rally in the chat.
Absolutely right. Jumping into the bottom of turn 2 here for Dan. He got 0 on the primary. He's contemplating spending CP for some dynamic insertion, which is the 3 in his deep strike. I think he's got 5 strikes in deep strike and 10 purifiers as well. So he deep struck them without dynamic insertion into the bottom right hand corner ruin, and then the 10 purifiers use dynamic insertion to land in the woods above the top left objective. In Dan's psychic phase, he uses his Libby to switch into the Smite Tide, so Tide of Escalation. He then smites, does 2 wounds to the Shield Captain. Crow gains Dan an extra CP with Edict Imperator, I think, and then he smites the Captain as well. Manny tries to deny it, knowing Dan will spend CP to go for the D6 damage. Fails the 4+. Dan rolls a 5, but Manny passes 3, feel no pains, and he has 5 wounds left. The Chaplain smites, does another wound, 4 left. Voldus casts Sanctuary on the Paladins, and then smites the Shield Captain, does another wound, 3 wounds left. Dan casts Gate on the Lone Purifiers from the Paladins to move him to the bottom of the left quarter to get max points for engage. He casts Vortex with the 10 purifiers on the top left, kills 2 in the first sisters unit, leaving 1 behind to hold the objective, and kills 3 in the unit behind. Every power that turn went off. Exactly, which is exactly what needed to happen. Dan needed to have a bumper turn. Crow snipes a Repentia hiding in the right middle ruin.
Wow.
Voldus snipes another, and the chaplain kills 3 more and finishes off the squad. It's starting to come back. Dan splitting fire with the 10 purifiers in the top left to take out all the random sisters hanging out there. 3 into a lone sister, 3 into another lone sister, and then 4 into the 2 multi-melted retributors that have a 2+ save, but a double 1 comes up and they are dead as well. Very efficient shooting from the purifiers. So the opposite of what happened turn 1. Turn 1, he tried to do the same thing and he killed nothing. He left everything alive. Did the same thing this turn, and everything he wanted to kill has gone down. He's just lining up the paladin shooting at the moment, which should also be pretty hellacious. Look, there is a chance that Dan just has a bumper turn and comes right back into this.
Wait a second. Say it with me. Pure fire.
What? What about it?
It's
Pure fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done. If Dan can get this done, I'll be very impressed. It'll be a very good testament to this list as well. If you look, there's still a unit of Repentia hanging out to the right of the unit of 10 Paladins. They'll just get charged and picked up most likely. But what he doesn't want to do, he doesn't really want to leave this enclosed L he's got right now because it's keeping him very protected from what I assume is still a unit or 2 of multi-melters straggling around. Oh, sorry, I think one of the multi-melter units has been picked up. The other one is inside that Rhino, which Manny has been
never seen to run out of multi-melters. That's the problem. They just never. We have yet to see an army or a display of these lists in this event where they have run out of multi-melters.
So he's lining up his paladins now. They've used Astral Aim to shoot half their Stormbolters into the sisters hiding in the top left ruin, which kills 2, which leaves the Sister Superior alive as the rest of that. Rest of the Stormbolters and the Psychons into the last Retributor squad beside the Central Woods, kills them all. Dan will max and grind them down this turn for sure.
What an excellent swing! Look, my pick is the Grey Knights here. It's making me want to dust off my army.
Yeah, it's the turn he needed to have. And I think things honestly, he had a bit of a shaky turn, turn 1, but now I think he's starting to shore up. His plays have become a lot better. Naturally, not failing any of his casts this turn probably does help significantly, but still, good show. Good show.
That's something we're going to see more and more often. It's like the casting values of things in the codexes seem to be kind of coming down. You see a lot of 6s and stuff coming for cast, which is the, your average roll says you make it. I'm going to read a couple of comments from Instagram here. Really enjoying the entire weekend. Been stuck on my hobby desk with the sultry voices of Paul and Adam to soothe my painting progress.
Wonderful.
Yep. And then it says, second this, it's been an amazing weekend. Keep up the content, love it. So thank you very much for the kind words, folks on Instagram and Twitter and what have you. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. So stoked you are. Give us a shout out in the chat. Tell us where you're from, what you're doing, and who do you think is going to be in the final? Because right now the scores would say it's looking like sisters versus sisters, well, sisters/custodes in the final. But this may tilt. There's still a chance. Cool _A to E. Hey, that was my Insta comment. Hey, I just read out your comment. You read out your Insta comment. Double duty.
Here we go. No, really, thanks for the kind words. This kind of stuff that keeps us going. I mean, we would be here. We enjoy being here, but we can interact with you folks and share this experience with you all makes it even better. Thank you.
Absolutely. So there's a bunch of characters probably going to charge into that shield captain, hopefully staying on the inside of the wall. I'm interested to know how many Repentia there are in that right middle small ruin. I want to know how many there are in there because they went into the strikes, and I've got a feeling they went untouched in that turn. So there still could be 6 or 7 there, which could sling up onto that upper right-hand objective and really kill a couple of characters. If I was Dan, I would have sent down Crow to take care of that problem.
And you think you can do it, or is this more of like a stopgap? Is to buy him some time?
No, Crow will kill 10 Repentia by himself.
Really?
He'll kill 10 of them.
Why do you say that?
6 attack. I think he's got 6 attacks on the charge. Hits on 2s, re-rolling, and then he's going to wound them on 3s, re-rolling. And every successful wound, it's another attack. So, e.g., 3s re-rolling on 6 attacks, he'll probably get 5. Then it means he gets 5 more attacks, hitting on 2s, re-rolling, wounding on 3s, re-rolling. And then when he dies, he always fights again for free, which means he gets another 6 attacks, hit on 2s, re-rolling, and extra exploding attacks again. This guy can rack up over 20 wounds on something. So even if he is a suicide unit, doesn't kill him on the first round, he'll almost definitely get him on the second round.
Yeah, 5 attacks, flat-footed for Crow on the stat sheet. Absolutely.
So that is on the charge for shock assault.
Yep. And then the heroic sacrifice. He can immediately pile in an attack before being removed as a casualty.
So EG, he'll get pretty much. So yeah, he's going to hit on 2s re-rolling. He's going to wound on 3s re-rolling. He's going to get probably 5 wounds. They've got a 5+ or a 6+ invulnerable save depending on how supported they are. I think they've only got a 6+ there, EG, and then he'll probably kill 3 to 4 in the first round, and then he fights again and gets the extra attacks. Yeah, Shield Captain in the top right-hand corner just got picked up, guys. That's a big deal.
We've talked about how cheap he is before, but for 85 points for all the rules he gets baked into him, I think we can forgive the fact that he doesn't just unleash that sword.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So in the Assault Phase sedan, just to give you guys a picture, the Purifiers fluff their charge into the Sister Superior in the top left. I think it was a 9. The characters all charge the Shield Captain. The Paladins charge the Repentia just next to them. Dan chooses to activate Voldus first. Manning declines to use the Moment Shackle to give himself transhuman. Voldus beats the Shield Captain down. He is dead. Paladins crush the Repentia as they would have. Still no Moment Shackle being used. Manny gets 6 Miracle Dice this turn because so many of his units have died. And Dan does his second Scrambler. 3 points for grind them down and nothing else as of yet. But man, Dan has shored this up. Is it too little too late will remain to be seen. But man, Dan, well done, dude. Well done. That was a hella good turn.
Are you checking out what we have on the screen right now? Look to your left.
Oh, look at that Falcon.
Stage right.
Look at it. It's right there. Other way, Adam, you dummy. See that bird over there hanging out? It's moving around. Now it's above us. That's
perched.
Is that a falcon? It's got to be a falcon, right?
Looks like a falcon to me.
Yes. What stats will you bestow on this falcon, or is he just going to poop? Maybe. At least the people.
I think I'm in the business end of this falcon right now. I'm in the danger zone. Oh, but so we were talking about Crow, and then we also were talking about Voldus and what his strength is. The fact that he can throw. What is he throwing down? Strength 10 swings with some multi-damage.
Strength 8 with no minus, hitting on 2s re-rolling. I think he's got 5 or 6 attacks as well, so he's pretty hectic lad.
But he does multi-damage, and so he's pretty good at beating down a Shield Captain. If any single model could call themselves being good at beating down a Shield Captain, he's one of them.
So Peregrine Falco, what do you guys think will do to make the next year's LVO even better? What did Nopen do to help kick the ball further for showcasing and streaming of 40K as we hopefully begin to start playing in person again? Will we see more streaming next year from the LVO?
Yes, you will. Yes. I mean, we enjoy it. We loved being there. We love being part of the show. We love bringing that show to you guys. If the next LVO, if we can get there and it's safe to get there, we're going to be there. We're going to be shoutcasting. I can tell you some of the technology that we've thrown together to do this is probably better. Like, look, I'll get the crew on FTN, and we will talk about like what all went into this and from planning to bringing it out. Because look, the more people that can do this kind of thing just makes it richer for the rest of us. Absolutely. Yeah. So, yes, lots of stuff went into it. There's some things we can take advantage of, and we hope we can bring it to not only this mega event next year, but maybe some other virtual types of events for some of these other the events that are near and dear to our heart later on this year. So yeah, thank you.
One thing that I would like very much that every stream going forward streams multiple tables. It's an innovation has become a mainstay of Art of War Down Under, where I usually stream, and on Art of War as well. And I think it's a minimum that you stream like 3 tables of an event. I love the idea of following the top 2 tables of an event and then just getting a good matchup from the field, giving some airtime, some obscure lists, some beautiful models, or some great opponents. Just get them play off and chuck them on the 3rd table, and then just follow the top 2 tables of the event for the entirety. I feel like that lets you follow a narrative of certain players who are able to maintain their position at the top. And I feel like it adds a lot to the thematic nature of the event, letting you go on a journey with certain players as they reach towards success.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Mark, Hearn, yes, we know people are on various stages of lockdown all around the globe, and that's another reason we want to do this, figure out. Thanks for inviting us into your home and your time, and same to everyone else that's watching on the stream. But that's why we're doing it, to try to get some community, get some togetherness the best we can.
I don't want to put anyone in dismay for Dan's bumper turn, but that bumper turn did not translate into bumper points, unfortunately. It's now 9 to 50 Manny's way. Manny's very close to Yeah. He's been getting 15s, man. His primary is just wrecking Dan. He's been getting 15s pretty
He
much
only
every
got
turn.
7 points. Okay, now look, we see turns that set up other turns. Do you think he did enough damage to where the look on his face does not make me believe he did enough damage? But Adam, I want to ask you, despite this, maybe he's just got a good poker face there. Do you think he did enough damage to set him up for a better showing in the next turn and subsequent turn after that?
Oh, he's going to have a great last couple of turns. It's too little, too late. 41 points. Manny could realistically run away now, just literally leg it from him. He's not going to. It looks like he's going in for the jugular, but he could literally leg it away now and probably win this game. It's just too little now. It's just not enough. 41 points. Jesus. It took everything Eric Lathouris had playing this same list to pull this back against the Possessed from this position. I'm not sure a newer player will be able to do it in anywhere near as efficiently. This Custody Guard, I'll let you guys just know, they needed a 4 on their advance to get onto the top left-hand objective to take away any primary that Dan was going to be scoring that turn. Rolls a 3, uses his last CP to re-roll it. If he denies Dan those objectives, it is 100% game over. He rolls a 1 though. So yeah, there you go. He didn't take those away. So Dan is going to get some primary, and the game is still technically on. Had he made it onto that objective, Dan would have gotten a 0 for his primary in the next turn, and there would be no possibility of him getting it back. E.g., even if he gets a 15, so technically Dan, if he gets a 15 this turn, can still score 45 for the primary. E.g., it still technically can be a game. I think he's only going to get 10 in his next turn for hold 2. But had he been able to take that one off him and he got a 5, then the best he would do would be a 35. And I just don't think there's any way to get back from that position. As is right now, it still needs a ridiculous amount of things to work and work for him, but it is still technically possible.
Possible. Hey, possible is all you need. An open window to get in there and get some points and make this exciting.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
That's right. Well, look, we know that that I think the sisters are the favorite here, based on everything we know. I mean, not here here for the event kind of thing. The sisters are the favorite, and they're proving that those are well-founded hopes after turns like that. If they can sustain that many casualties and still be in such a dominant position, this army is tough.
Yeah, exactly right. We've got my man, the Art of War Down Under lad you see in there is my man Josh Diffie, the other half of Art of War Down Under, an amazing man in the community. Feel free to ask him many of your stats-related questions. He may have them at his fingertips, he may not. But yeah, he may very well have a bunch of things that we can pick his brain on, should you please. I won't laser it on him. I'll get you guys to give him a headache on my behalf. Mark Hearn, unfortunately, is in another lockdown in Ireland. I hope that one goes okay for you guys. Hope that you and your family are safe and healthy in this time. And our thoughts are with everybody and anybody across this great community that are in lockdown or doing it hard.
So this is Super Bowl season over here in America, like it's a football thing. But this event is the Super Bowl for lots of folks in the 40K world. So there was no way we were going to miss trying to bring this to you guys. And we had such a good time doing it. And so the folks that are asking, are we going to continue? Yes, as many opportunities as we get, we would definitely try to do this as often as possible. And yeah, I think it's going to be great. I'm jazzed for what we were able to accomplish here, and it was with a lot of hard work for some folks that you don't see on camera right now, and that cannot go unsaid. Is that we have some dedicated people that have been here in the exact same amount of time that we have. Adam and I get to talk about this stuff. They aren't getting to talk about Warhammer. They're looking at computer screens, making sure we keep running.
They are doing all the hard work. Paul and I could literally talk for time immemorial. We could just bounce off each other until the end of time, until we both die. We are immortal, so that wouldn't be until the end of time. But there is a bunch of people behind the scenes here who have put in just as much work than us today during the stream, and way more in the lead up to this, who are definitely not getting the accolades they deserve. So Richard, Peter, Val, love you guys, and everybody else.
Tony, the table bosses, all
absolutely.
This, and our chat mods that have come in, the War Mistress, like folks, We're gonna look. We'll have a long post of thanking this, but I want to thank them along the way. This is a long broadcast, and they've been here every step of the way with us, just like you guys.
Right.
Can't thank y'all enough as well.
Cast your eyes, guys, in the top left-hand corner. You did a Custode Guard that moved up from the center objective, has made a charge into the Purifiers up there. Hopefully he's remembered his strats. Actually, he has 0 CP. Never mind, doesn't matter if he's
I was about to say why.
It's irrelevant. We'll see how many of those get taken down. I'm guessing it's nearly all of them. So 15 attacks from his Custode Guard, hitting on 2s, winning on 3s, and he'll have a 6-up armor. Yeah, it's going to be a tight thing. whether there are any left. Regardless of that, they are not OPSEC. They will not hold and keep that objective, which is pretty rough. The only real unit left there, I believe, is the Paladins to do all this heavy lifting and a bunch of characters. And the characters need to become very relevant very quickly from here on out.
Seen a lot of questions in the chat and online. Have we announced the location of the LVO for next year? Have not. Hold tight. Can you still get on the raffle? You absolutely can. Go to the LasVegasNopen.net or type bang raffle, I think it is, in the Stat Center chat on Twitch. That will take you to that. You can still enter. I believe it's still open. And while I'm clicking around looking at all the stuff, I might as well do a check on the charity. We are at $6,363 kicked in for charity so far. Seeing a couple of repeat names. Oh, thank you. I mean, and look, this is all cumulative. It's like, a little bit here, a little bit there. If you can do it, no minimum, do what you can kind of thing. It's all going to a great cause.
Absolutely, mate. An incredible worthy cause. Yeah, as my boy Diffie says, LVO is the Super Bowl, WTC is the Olympics. I love that analogy. I think that's very, very, very apt. Especially seeing as there's really nothing to win at WTC. You literally just get a trophy for your whole team, gets one trophy, and you get the accolades of being the best country of that year. I love that it has no money associated with it, purely for the honor and privilege.
Hey, it's a cool event. The ATC over here is one of the banner events that we love to play. It's to get that team, that camaraderie with the team. You get to go over. You're all competing in a shared cause. Very similar to the Adepticon team tournament, which is almost like that's the grandfather of team events. I remember hearing about that through like message boards and hushed whispers of things. Not hushed, but with the share of information. We didn't know what was happening on with this tournament up in Chicago. This is before Adepticon was just a mega event. But I love team events. Absolutely going into it with shared experiences, everyone competing for a common goal. Amazing.
Just an update from the table. So the 5 custodies that made it into that combat kill 8 of the purifiers. The Death Cult Assassin Death Cult Assassins charged into a lone purifier in the bottom left-hand corner that was gated their last turn to get engage points. Only caused 1 wound, and Dan saves it. So very well done. Morale. The 2 purifiers fail the morale. He re-rolls it, still fails. 1 guy runs away. Dan rolls for a combat attrition and rolls a 1, and the last purifier dies. Remember what we were saying about luck? Called it too soon.
So you don't want to be losing, but look, combat attrition comes for us all. Even our units like the Death Company that have historically not been susceptible to things like that. I like the fact in this edition of the game we have a meaningful morale phase basically across the board. The ways to mitigate it they exist, but nowhere near as prevalent as it used to be.
Green Ink _ says I met him at the WTC. Name yourself, dude. Who are you?
Heck
Green
yeah.
Ink. You could be anybody.
I love it, but that's what I was talking about. Going back is like you go to these things and you meet people. You meet people that become friends. Maybe you encounter. You don't even know it. Like you find yourself. You're a year into traveling to events. You go to 2 or 3 and you see the same people, and then sooner or later you're hanging out eating some nachos, drinking a beer.
Dude, absolutely right. I've made friends for life from going to these kinds of events, and I've shared experiences, especially at WTC and ETC, because they're such big events with so much lead up, so much prestige attached to them. In Australia, we work for like a whole year to go to that event, and we put in a whole year's work as a unit, as a team, and so you're very galvanized, and you have a lot of shared memories and a lot of shared experiences. It's amazing. Hey, Richard! Dude, fantastic. Yeah, I did. Richard was playing Mortarian for us in the 2018 ETC WTC. Absolute pleasure, man. Hopefully you're doing well over there in Britain at the moment. Hopefully you and your family and your partner are staying safe over there.
But the spirit of things, knowing people, like my club, I'm in a club called the Wrong Way Kids, and most of them are made up of people from all around the world. Like, because we show up and we hang out. I see these people more than I see some of my family members, kind of thing. Because we go to the same places 2 or 3 times a year, 4 times a year or so, and engage in this hobby that we love.
Update from the table. Dan scored 5 on his primary in the bottom of turn 3. He'd finally cracked double digits. Well done, Dan. Paladins push towards the middle of the table. The characters push out. Strikes in the bottom right. push onto the objective. He smites from the strikes, kills a custody. Smites from the boulders does 2 more wounds to a custody. The sanctuary on the paladins, astral on the paladins. The Libby caster -1 to wound on the paladins. They are a true Death Star now, Paul. You could be like, yes. The chappie smites the custodes and kills another. There are still 3 remaining in that unit. This is in the bottom right-hand corner, I believe. A lone purifier smites the death cults, but fails the cast. You should have cast that one first, unfortunately, I think, if you could have that done again.
Well, priority, yeah,
because it would have been a very high cast once you got to the 4th or 5th one. But yeah, let's have a transition back over to the Tabletop Titans game. It's currently 14-58 Manny's way, which is don't want to tell you, it's a bit of a problem.
That's a bit of a problem. I want to give a virtual high five to Dave of the Dead. You know why? I think in the chat knows why too. I'll tell you, but thank you.
All right, let's do that transition. Let's go have a look at the Tabletop Titans game. We've had a bunch of updates from our table boss. But I'm just going to have a quick look at the table first. Celestine's still holding strong in the middle. Looks like she's been joined there by some sisters, but also joined there by some Dark Eldar. There are still some units of Dark Eldar here, there, and everywhere. The bottom right-hand corner has a unit of Repentia on it, but there is a unit of Rax directly above them. I'll be interested to know what they're in. It looks like we've got a Reaper up on the top of that ruin on the right-hand side, which is pretty cool. Looks like lining up shots into the Repentia units. We are definitely into the movement phase for Adrian, though. So just going to jump to our table boss, see what's gone down there. Scroll. Man, there have been so many. We'll see how many words have been typed up.
We almost have 100 pages of notes over the course of this tournament. So bear with us a little bit while we get to the right section.
so amazing. Okay. Just trying to find the top of the turn. All right, end of turn 3. Brian got 3 for engage, and he finished off his scramblers and his direct assault again for 3. So Brian is 42, Adrian 43. Ridiculous. Top of turn 4, 5 points on primary for Adrian. Just recapping the last 2 turns. Scourges shoot into the Zephyrim, the Mandrakes into the Obsec Sisters. They fail a charge, but make it on the reroll. The Priest intervenes into some Cabalite Warriors. The Mandrakes into the Sisters, kills her and stops Adrian from holding the bottom objective, which is what we were seeing with the Repentia. Must have just moved over there at the top of Adrian's turn. The Priest kills 2 Cabalites. The Canoness takes 1 wound and kills 1 Mandrake. 1 unit of 3 left. The Cabalites on the Priest and nuke him. The Cabalites kill the Priest in combat. Serves you right, buddy. End of turn 3. Yeah, I just recapped those scores for you guys. Adrian only got 5 on the primary on this turn. Brian forgot 2 charges and thinks it could really have made a big difference. I wonder if they'll let him go back and do it. Because, I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Well, let's look at the score.
Well, it should be... Well, yeah, if you look at the scores, primary for 2018, we've got 38 for the Sisters, or it could be 48 plus Battle Ready, and 27 plus 15, so that's 12. So that's, 42 for Brian. So Brian is up as it is right now. That's interesting. We haven't had the 5 for primary added on for Adrian this time.
Long game currently favoring the Drakari.
Dude, Brian could win this. Brian legitimately could win this. 42-38 right now on the scores. 20 for primary for the Sisters, 18 for secondaries, 15 for primary for the Drakari, and 27. We know that bottom of turn is going to be hectic, powerful for Brian.
I've seen that look on the player before, or a player before, holding their breath, hoping nothing changes, hoping that something just magically stops the game right now and you get the win. Because this lead is tenuous. I mean, I joke around about the score because that was obviously my prediction, but it was more of just a hopeful prediction of anything, because I kind of want to see this list push on as an underdog. But I've certainly seen a look like that on the player's face.
Question, King Hef. If the Drakari does win, does it show the power of prioritizing the mission over killing power? 100%, man. All the killing power from Brian has been gone as of the end of turn 2. Legitimately, in the turn 2, he lost all his gunboats except for 1 Reaper. Apart from that, he's just playing with Venoms, Mandrakes, and Rax. That's literally all that's in his army right now, and he is killing the scoreboard. He's doing really, really well.
So in the beginning of a game, you have the world is your oyster. You have billions and billions of infinite options, right? There's many things you can do. I mean, sure, you set up what is your preference, but you're ruling out hundreds of things, dozens of things to figure out what the best way to engage your opponent is. As the game goes on, and certainly if you have some troubling turns that you maybe the luck was not on your side on, and so you've attritioned more than you thought that you would. Your options shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. And so, but if you don't recognize that, or you think that you have more options than you do, or you have not properly weighted a choice in your mind, then you are more prone to make a terrible choice. But there's
Absolutely
typically
right.
a path to victory. And if you can tiptoe through that path, there's still a way to come back from a game as long as there's time on the clock and you have models on the table.
Exactly right, my man. And I'm of the opinion that what makes Dark Eldar good and what actually the reasons why Harlequins are good is because they leverage a lot of MSU, a lot of potent, potentially explosive MSU at times. Not so much the Dark Eldar. This is more the Harlequins talking. But just the density of it's. Sorry, I should boil it down. Scoring ability, reliable scoring ability, a mass of scoring ability, and that is really what this list is built for. It has some killing potential, has some quite consistent shooting potential as well. But the fact is, you take away all his gunboats, which is what has happened, and what has he got? Scoring ability, and he's got consistency, speed, dynamics, a lot of stuff coming in from reserve. A lot of these MSU units that can do a little pinch hitting here, there, and everywhere, like these hex rifles, like the mandrakes. Man, I actually love mandrakes. I feel like playing Dark Eldar just because I love mandrakes so much.
They're gorgeous models. The models, I mean, I think some of the best models. They were the ones that, cool looking in sculpts, but then they came out with like this just out of control paint job as well, like on the box kind of thing. They just look beautiful.
And there's kind of nothing else in the game that really looks like them. They feel unique. They feel flavorful. They feel
But
very
the
special.
Drukhari they've got several models like that, like all that stuff, Archon's Court, all those things. There's like some weird models that I mean, I've never seen one on a table, but they have like a snake guy or something. But look, it's neat.
The slith.
Yeah.
The slith, yeah. So yeah, no, unfortunately, this is not the final round yet. Well, fortunately for Paul and I, because we love doing this so much, this isn't the final round. Final round starts in what is an hour and a bit, or is it 2 hours?
About an hour and change. So I think we're going to try to stick with these games until they get a natural conclusion, which we hope that they do. In this, I think either right after this or coming up soon, we're going to be chatting with the man himself, Reese. In about 33 minutes, we're going to be speaking with Reese, who has some cool things to announce, cool things to chat about. We may even do like the Grandpa's raffle. Look, call your friends, call your neighbor, tell them to get in on this Gleam. It is not too late to register. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll be kicking off or teeing up for the finals.
Tell your mum, tell your dog, tell your goldfish, rack up the whole family. We still got a hell of a show for you guys. Hello, we're on the big screen now. Look at us.
Yay.
Handsome. How are we so handsome after putting in so many hours? I don't know. Magic. Roll with it.
We've been here since Friday.
I don't know about Paul, but I have a whole powder team. Like whenever I step off stage, I have a whole contingent of servitors that like make me look presentable. Like I don't just roll out of bed like this guy.
This is some good lights for me. I need to do like a.
I look like a corpse. You look like you're the sun. It's
I'm full of life, vim, and vigor.
Yeah. Sanguinius himself to your left, and I look like I don't know. I look like death heated up.
Could be
and cold.
A flesh terror. You could be what's his name?
Look like
Seth,
like a death guard.
Seth, previously the worst chapter master in existence.
Hey, I actually quite like Seth.
Oh no, I do too. But I'm saying his stats. He had some some interesting stats compared to the other chapter masters. It didn't quite match up to his ferocity and the lore. But I think they've done a great job of the flesh terrors in general in that book. Yes, I did. I just found a way to talk about blood angels in a different way. Yes.
So he was this much better than a Space Marine captain and cost this much more than a Space Marine captain. That was the issue.
Wasn't he a Lord of War for a brief period of time? Like it was.
Yes, he was. But so was Dante. All the chapter masters were Lord of Wars for that brief moment.
Yeah.
It was a silly time. Yeah, I still think back fondly upon it though.
Oh yeah, no, it's just more. It's for to kind of poke back at. But I do think that the Flesh Terrors have a lot more going for them in this edition, or at least overall, not just one character here and there than they have in past. I love it.
So someone Titanium Sport underscore pre and post heresy Sanguinius. That's good actually. That's very good.
That is good. That is good.
Why it's good? Because he's dead. No, Adam is dad bought Korak. Yeah, I could get with that. I could get with that. That's oh, yeah, fair enough. I haven't done much the last 12 months.
So with this score, tighter than I think maybe it looked like in the beginning because there were so many losses. But we also, I don't know if we properly anticipated just how much he kept in reserve.
Well, yeah, of course. He only for a couple of CP, he can put a bunch of squads in reserve that walk on and give him a hell of a lot of scoring power. They get him engaged, get him scramblers. Incredibly good. Keep him in the game. Keep him sniping at the edges. Really, really cool.
So obviously, I don't think we've seen the explosive use of the hex rifles. I think the hex rifles had a bit of actual model error.
They had 2 amazing games. They can't have had a third, right?
Yep. That's what you see. It's like with the snipers are like ratlings. Sometimes they just go they go the distance, right? And then they need to take a game off. Just cool out. Let their keep their barrels from overheating.
All right. Just a quick update from our table boss. In the shooting phase, Celestine shoots into a Leman, does 0 wounds, scrambles with the Zephyrim in the top left-hand corner. I think that's possibly to complete that. The Colexis shoot into the Cabalites, does nothing. The Zephyrim shoot into the Cabalites, he loses 2, leaves 1 on an objective. In the charging phase, that same unit Zephyrim charge into the Cabs and their support Venom. The Colexis into the Venom, but fails the charge. Celestine charges the Leman and burns a Miracle Dice to guarantee it. The Retributors are going into the Mandrakes. So the Retributors are charging the Mandrakes, which is interesting, but they are bloody rows. They can do a bit of heavy lifting when you need them to. 1 Mandrake survives, 2 die. The Tabalites and the Venom both go down, giving the middle objective to Adrian. Celestine nukes the Leman, as was expected, and the Mandrakes into the Canoness, leaves her with 2 wounds left. The Canoness punch back and kills some amount of them.
That's a little rough. It's like because you want to be able to take down those characters. Now, look, I don't think there isn't much that actually stands up really well to Celestine.
Yeah.
When she has the charge, that was very expected. Certainly, just a kind of rank and file troop for sure. But the Canoness, you want to be able to take the Canoness down, which is a power piece. It's more of the Canoness has utility, right? I can't remember exactly how they're equipped, but they certainly have the ability to perform multiple functions on the table.
Is somebody changing my shade? Are you changing? Is Richard changing the shade of my
Adam
green now?
has you have taken the everlasting gobstopper in the factory, and now
what's going on? Jack of like a flame. Adam had to cut the emo haircut to get promoted to management at Staples. Oh, you guys. Oh man.
I'm glad you're back to normal. I was starting to I'm starting to go the other way.
No, you're good. I still look like I got lip gloss on though, or lip balm, the smoochie.
Oh,
natural. That's
in the charity, just had a $50 donation, $6,433.
Nice.
Just from that going to the charity. Yeah, they're gonna take this time to talk about that again. Can we come back over to the Glasshammer game just to see if there's been any hope, any change of score, or is it still looking pretty grim over there? Looking.
This game is still going to be in the motion for quite some time.
Nope.
29 to 87.
No, it's not.
That's a yikes. I think that is probably the game done. Looks like the Paladins did end up on the middle objective, but it was too little, too late. All the characters come out from the end of the board, and that is all she wrote there, guys.
Can we cut into the to what they're just? Can we go to the table sounds? Looks like maybe give
baby shield wall. We haven't even done a single wound to the Paladins, but that's what I was thinking is you're just going to steamroll. So I just need to get the points as quickly as possible.
Yeah, do you know I really wanted the second turn, but then I'm not sure. Maybe first turn I can come up. I can kill a couple, kill some sisters and kill that Retributor squad there. Yeah. And then maybe then I get the momentum going forward.
Exactly. The thing for me is I just wanted to go second. I wanted to go second because I would have just done exactly what I did anyway. Mm-hmm. But in the final turn, it's so easy for me to get 15.
That's the thing. You're so much faster than me. Yeah, you're so much faster than me. So. And like I say, as soon as you put a unit on there and you go, well, you can't line within 9 of me here. Then you did not. Like my speed is in gate.
Yeah.
So you can zone me out.
Yeah.
So,
and I think, guys, because obviously everyone's probably thinking, why the hell did you charge with all the
threatening Maybe they couldn't put damage on enough. I mean, it's really easy for us to try to diagnose this game after the fact by looking at the score, but I just see that unit as something that you can feel confident pushing up. I don't know if people can people hear us right now. Oh, oh. I mean, I would
Yeah.
just well, me and Adam chat anyway, but I just didn't know if I needed to log it away to repeat again. But I think the Paladins are a unit that you want to put up there, like deal with me right
Mhm.
now, or I'm going to be over there just wringing your neck here in a couple of rounds.
I hate to tell Tim CZ Kozowski. I hate to tell you, but unfortunately, the Aussie list did not win. For the Khan, out of or frantically finding more Repentia. In all honesty, the Dark Elder could beat the Sisters over on that, and then they'd be scrambling to find enough Venoms and Cabalites and something to proxy as Reapers, I'm assuming.
This has been they've both been interesting games, but I think that with the Paladins, I mean, I can't get over that. Like, I guess, but honestly, that's actually as proper threat assessment on Manny's part. Because if you didn't need to deal with them, you didn't need to waste things on them, then don't. If he's not going to put them and make them ultimately relevant in the game, do not go out of your way to dedicate resources to dealing with them that could possibly take you away from a real contested area somewhere else on the table.
Spot on, dude. Have you seen the scores updated at the bottom of that turn? The Sisters are now up by 2 points. Sorry, we're not into the bottom of that turn. Still rolling a bunch of dice. Actually, no, sorry, we are into the bottom of the turn. All right, let's just see what's happened in that one. So a bunch of Mandrakes died. Cabalites versus Venom both go down, giving the middle to Adrian once again. And yeah, he nuked the Lemayan. 44 to 42 going into the bottom of turn 4. 5 turns on primary for Brian. Man, they're going tit for tat on that. Straight into the shooting phase. Heck rifles shoot into a Zephyrim, kills 1. Reaper shoots into the Zephyrim. Adrian burns a miracle dice to auto pass. Jeez. Medusa's into the Retributors, kills 1, and Lemine into the Retributors, nukes the rest of the squad. Lemine into Retributors, nukes the rest of the squad. How many attacks does Lemine get in shooting?
I'm actually, no one knows, so I'm actually
Yeah.
going to look right now.
You probably just made it up. It's like, yeah, you just got 20 attacks. 20 attacks. Got Hurricane Bolter. Yep. But man, like look at Drakari. They're up by 3 points now, and with the bottom of turn, Adrian's only going to have one more say on the scores. I actually think the Drakari are going to win this. It's going to be Sisters versus Dark Eldar for the final, and no one could have predicted this.
Did you ask how many shots a Lemian has?
I don't think
0.
it has a shooting. Yeah,
0.
I don't think it has a shooting weapon. It must be already into combat.
Yeah.
Just like rushing straight through that one.
Well, at this point, I mean, they probably have a lot less
kills 1.
figures and stuff to worry about, units to worry about. So just you can blaze through these turns. It's one of the benefits of
Yeah.
like most of the time actually gets used in a round in the early turns of the game.
Mm.
Time management is huge in tournaments, by the way. I know we're talking about like that kind of tournament culture along the life of this broadcast, but trying to have equitable time dispersion use between both players is important.
Is massively important, massively. But yeah, it looks like, it sounds like he's finally killed a Canonist off the back objective, which is holding him up quite considerably. So maybe that'll free up a lot more primary points as well. I think that's the back left objective for us. He's got Celestine up on the top right-hand objective, and she's going to be there to stay, it looks like. So there's going to be a possible swing on the primary coming into the top of turn 5. Man, this game is tight, guys, and I'm really happy to be able to say that because I thought it was going to be a blowout. But I got to tell you, this table, the density of this table, would have been massive for Brian. Would have been massive for him. Yeah, allowing him to skirt the edges. Sorry, you okay, Paul?
No, yeah, good.
Sweet. Back to our chat. What have we got going on, guys? Apparently, they're going to predict that Nick will use demons for proxies for the Repentia, and both Nick and John both have Sisters armies. So yeah, even if this does happen, should be fine. So MTGVIS, I don't understand what's happening here. Why is Brian playing versus Sisters? Possibly to keep this even. rather than them both playing with unfamiliar armies, they're both playing with unfamiliar lists in what they're doing now and unfamiliar factions. So if you don't understand what has happened with this event, this is a 16 list RTT, e.g. Simulating the last 4 rounds of the LVO. 16 of the best and brightest content creators or players in this world have submitted lists for this event, and the lists progress, but the players don't. So this Drukhari list was a list that was written by JT McDowell, one of the producers and hosts of Play on Tabletop, which is a fantastic YouTube channel you should look up. They do very high production value battle reports. And the other one was created by Stephen Box of Vanguard Tactics, which is the Sisters Army. And these ones are both 2-0. This is the semi-finals, and they're playing off for a spot in the finals right now. And right now the Drukhari are up, which is ridiculous.
Well, look, I mean, if this list can do it, yeah, or I said this list is positioned very well. Like I think, like I don't know if it has the durability, like we said, to go the distance, but but they are have the firepower, I think, to deal with this, which is what nobody expected.
Yep, exactly. So, MTG, yeah, no problems. I'm very happy to explain, dude. Now, this game, let's just have a quick look. Looks like we've got, is that either a Pencha on the bottom right-hand corner, or is that Unit of Zephyrum? Either way, the bottom right-hand objective is clearly owned by the Sisters player, and directly above them, all the way up, is Celestine, who is dominating the top right-hand objective. Into the middle, it looks like that looks to have Drukhari upon it, probably Iraqs of some description, I would assume. So yeah, at least then if you're looking at the top left and bottom left, looks like Seraphim on the bottom left-hand objective. So there could be a dominant position for Adrian going into this bottom of turn. Both these guys are looking steady on the primary with a 20-20. So
no, they're playing hard. They're actually playing. You can tell that they're doing this. I mean, so they want to win. They are vested in the outcome of this. They are not taking this casually. They're very much in the spirit of the event, trying to get a natural conclusion for a winner to give us a great final.
Absolutely, and they're doing a magnificent job. Props to both these gents. All right, Canonist did go down, as we said in the shooting phase, and in the charge phase, he's charged a Homunculus into a diminished unit of Zephyrum, and the Scourge also into the same combat.
Homunculus underappreciated in close combat. Like they have the ability to absolutely. I mean, it's a small, like kind of gangly looking model, but it can get over there and do a bunch of damage.
Have they changed my skin tone again? Am I in grayscale? Is there any pigment on? What are you guys doing?
Coming to us from the Twilight Zone.
Hope you're having some fun. Jeez. You're having a good time back there.
I spent so much time figuring out if we could do it, not if we should.
Yeah. So in the fight phase, he lost three Zephyrum from the Scourge and the Homunculus attacking. End of Brian's turn, gets engaged for 3 points and direct assault for 3 points. E.g., he is in control of the middle objective. Man, Brian probably left up to 53 points on the scoreboard? Is it about to?
Yeah, let's look. Yeah. Oh, look. Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, man, he's going to get some points. He's going to do really well. This is now the onus is on Adrian to make sure that Brian can't have a strong turn 5 at the bottom of turn and really clean us up and seal the deal.
We mentioned a couple times about adding in battle ready. What does battle ready mean? Battle ready is the built-in 10 points of if you came with a painted army. That is, and they think they've done their best to try to remove the subjectivity about whether or not the army is painted or not. So if you put in best efforts and you've got, it's no longer a 3-color minimum, as it were, but battle ready is there to encourage painted armies at events.
Yes,
and let me tell you, you want that. If you're an independent tournament organizer out there, you want painted armies. You may know why, Adam, that you want painted armies, but the reason is you want people to come and see those spectacles, see those armies, and they go and tell their friends about the cool stuff that they saw at your tournament. And you know what happens the next time? More people come to your tournament.
I've been the tech magos in the back have been decided that I need to be dedicated to Slaanesh because I have this distinct pink-purple hue at the moment. So I'm obviously some kind of succubus or demonette. But yes, battle ready. So Battle Ready's been a new initiative jumped in 9th edition where you get 10 points towards your total score if you come with a Battle Ready army. Now, Battle Ready army isn't 3 colors. Battle Ready army is an appropriate application of 3 colors, e.g., your bolters are a certain color, your armor is a certain color, maybe your helmet's a different color, etc., etc. And fully based means not just a painted base, some kind of texture, a flock, whatever it may be upon there. I'm choosing to give and utterly play down and not give any more mention to my skin hue in order to drown this guy's enjoyment of this adventure and make him return me to my natural color.
Well, look at this. 53 points to the Jukari. 53 points to 44 is what we've got right now.
Exactly, dude.
So,
He's doing so well,
look,
man.
I'm serious. I'm serious about the Battle Ready. That's one of those things that I'll be honest though that it doesn't really come up very often. Like when you go to one of these events, people are going to be happy to be there. They're going to respect it. It's one of those things. It's like you dress appropriately to the occasion and you bring your best army. You can look at an army, you can tell if somebody tried. No judgment on quality, no judgment on how they painted, but you can tell if the intent was there to make their army look good. And what you're doing, it's one of the ways that you can telegraph to your opponent that you respect the game as much as they do.
Exactly.
And so I love it that it's part of it. I helped bring about the hobby track to the ITC. I believe in hobby as an extension of just what is part of what we do, right? And then in the tournaments like this are a way to go and showcase it to other people. I'm not saying, look, you don't have to come away with best painted, right? But I'm telling you, it's just a way to communicate that you're there respecting the hobby the exact same way the other guy is. And I think it's great that it's built into the missions for points.
Yep, exactly right. And I totally agree. I'm very happy to be a part of the game. I'm not necessarily think that it should be part of every single tournament. Maybe we should have some intro tournaments and beginner tournaments where it doesn't have to be a factor. But for the vast majority, for big ones such as this and for the LVO, absolutely love it to be there. Now,
Put the power on the TO. Like, look, when you're organizing the event, especially if it's an independent event, you are empowered to make that event the culture that you want to do. Like, and you should be like you have to set the pace and the culture for your events, and you have every power, and you should be empowered to do so. But you got to know your community. What does your community want? What does you and your immediate group of 5-10, your player group, your store group, or whatever, what do they want from a tournament? Build it around that, because that's going to get them jazzed about doing it.
Guys, wow, Adrian just got 15 for his primary going into his final turn. He's up to 59 points. I think he still has, just reading from the table boss, Adrian gets 15 for primary in his turn 5. He cannot scramble since he is locked in combat in his opponent's deployment zone. He moves the collectors onto the bottom right objective and uses a CP and miracle dice to advance and charge with the Repentia. So he's going to still make some plays on the bottom of this turn, but the fact is he's not going to get scramblers. That's a huge deal, guys. Massive deal.
Well, I think the Jukari having turn 5, if they bottom a turn 5, if they have any mobility left to be able to scoop up some points that Adrian's left on the table, that will be that'll be an exciting final.
Yeah, exactly right. This is already an exciting semi-final.
Yeah.
The other game was in the balance for a couple of turns, but due to I think the bullied nature or the deterrence, the Grey Knights may have not committed hard enough or fast enough or whatnot. But yeah, Manning definitely played a great game there. He ended up getting a very solid win over the Eric Lathuris written Grey Knights, the Pure Fire, because it has 30 purifiers. Hey! Yeah.
It only took you 19 hours to think of that one. So.
Huh? Oh, that was the whole reason the list was called that.
I know, I'm kidding.
Oh, wait, am I not getting a joke, or am I getting it too well?
Oh, no. Look, if I can't rib you from half a world away, what am I here for?
Yeah, exactly right.
But let me tell you that some of these games that we've seen are well worth the price of admission. And just with the stellar level of sportsmanship and play and strategic maneuvers that we've seen on the table, we've had some upsets, but that's what you want to see. Like if this was a predictable game, we wouldn't like it near as much.
If this was a predictable game, I would certainly not have been getting up as early as I have and streaming for as long as I have. Paul and I wouldn't be recording literally hours of content every week. There wouldn't be anything. If this was a predictable game, there'd be no community, whatnot. But the fact is, it's dice. It's dice. It's crazy. There's measurements. There's rolling. There's charges. There's all sorts of random ass things that can happen to everybody.
How many times?
Except sisters, guys.
Yeah, how many times have you taken something in an army list and been criticized for it? Or critiqued? Critiqued is probably better. We get to have discussions about what is good and what is best. And the truth is, what is good and what is best changes from environment to environment, mission to mission. You just have to, and you've got to make that decision on yourself. And then what is good to you? Like you may just like doing something. You may like a unit, and this game allows for the flexibility to put what you want into a list. And as you can see, as evidenced by the Shikari list, this guy, he chose what he wanted to play. He figured out what he thought was going to be had the best opportunity. And look, we're on the cusp of this thing getting into the finals. And no one, well, we know for a fact no one had this in their bracket going that far, but I'm not even sure anybody had it getting out of the second round or the first round.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, no one had it. This is the list that ruined everyone's brackets, by the way. Sonoki, I feel like it actually does bring some balance, as helps the guy who wants to spend time making the army look amazing. Combat, the guy who only cares about the min-maxing and tactical fielding, and tactically fielding the best list. It does. Yeah, true. Yeah. So if you're new painting but tried to paint and is still considered battle ready, I think if there's an obvious effort to paint your models, there won't be many TOs that will deny you battle ready. If there's
no,
an obvious
absolutely not.
you've made an effort, no one's going to slap your hands and be like, "You're not good enough. You don't deserve the points." That's not the kind of game that we play. That's not the kind of community we are.
I don't know anybody that feels that way either. And look, and I'm not saying always put the tournament organizer in some kind of compromising spot, but engage with them. It's kind of their job to, again, I told you, they're the cultural ambassadors of what they want to see at their events. And so if you were ever in question about, does this counts as, is that good enough? Can I do that? Is it okay? Does this count as battle ready? They're going to answer your question. Ask them. That they want to answer your question because they want to promote that good culture at their event for what they care about. So always ask if there's any kind of questions.
And so, unlike a lot of other sports or a lot of other competitive events and things of that ilk, you go to an NBA event and the guy who like owns the stadium or manages the team probably isn't an NBA player. Sometimes it is, usually it's not, But unlike that, every single TO is a player, is a gamer. They've played at events, they've run events, and they've been tournament gamers.
Yep.
So every one of them can relate to pretty much no matter where you are in your hobby journey. So reach out to them, chat with them. They're probably
you're a
usually
new
very
player,
approachable people.
Welcome to the hobby. Anybody else that's out there that's watching this kind of thing for the first time, welcome. We hope we're giving you a good taste of it and some good tips on what to expect when we can eventually get back to this again. Welcome to the hobby.
Okay, so nothing has happened in his shooting phase. Adrian has failed everything. He charges Repentia back to clean up the middle objective. Our discussion on the advance and charge strat leads to Brian vecting it, so he can't charge with the Repentia. The Archon goes down. Celestine into a Homunculus and does 2 wounds. Homunculus fights back. Celestine takes 2, leaving her with 4 wounds left. End of the turn. Adrian gets 3 for domination and 3 for direct assault. Apparently, Adrian did not see the Vect coming, and it caught him pretty unawares.
That's not a lot of points. That's it. That's how Vect gets you. But that's okay. Let's also let me diagnose. I made a joke right there, but let me also kind of break it apart. Is that these guys have been playing for now 2.5, 3 hours or so? I bet he went into this game knowing exactly that existed. But now, because of the fatigue of battle, the other 1,000 decisions he's had to make, he didn't account for that, and so it came out of nowhere. Seemingly out of nowhere, even though he knows it, everyone knows that exists. You just don't think it's going to happen to you, and you're going to forget about it deep in the game.
Well, there was no show notes that says he's vected anything before, so man, maybe Adrian was just like, he hasn't vected anything. He's probably not going to vect anything. And Brady, he's like, you unveiled my trap card, vect. No charge from the Repentia. Thank you very much.
That's fine.
What's significant there?
Get that reference.
What's crazy significant there is that the Repentia walked off an objective to try and get onto another one. I'm believing the wording of the Repentia one is that if they have advanced in the charge phase, you can pay a CP to charge even though you've advanced, and hence you can't vect it in the movement phase, and then you get to stay on the objective. He's moved and advanced, then he goes to use it to charge even though he's advanced with the CP. Brian goes, "Thank you much, sir. You cannot do that at all." And then he's left there stranded doing nothing. So technically, depending on the units he has available, he could get a big move in advance and get around those guys onto that objective somewhere, somehow. He might have some units here, there, and everywhere because it's very important that he gets at least a 10 on his turn. If he gets into the bottom left-hand objective, into Brian's home objective, he can get 5 points for vital ground, which would be absolutely massive. He's more than likely going to be getting 2, if not 3 points for engage as well. If he's got a 15 on primary, though, at the end of his turn, this does not matter. This game is over. 65 is what he needs to beat.
Irish Minotaur is already predicting a winner. A little bit of time left in the game though, so let's see. 65 to 53, got a little bit of hurdle to get over, but I think he's got the tools to do it still.
Yes, I agree. If he can get a 15, if you can just theory out how he gets a 15 here on primary, the game's over. They can pretty much just call it.
Yeah, depending on, like in a tournament, I would see how much time is left in the round. Like I've got the bottom of the turn. As long as there's time on the clock, I can really think about the best thing to do.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh, the Falcon
there
is
is
feeling
time.
safe.
This game is insane, Marco, and I agree. This is really cool. This is actually really cool, and not what we expected. Due to the density of terrain, I think it has enabled a lot of the Drakari army to hide and pick their battles. Mind you, they got smashed. They got smashed in the first 2 turns. They lost all their pretty heavy hitters, with the exception of 1 Reaper. He has 1 Reaper left of his actual significant damage dealers. I can't even see any Venoms left, guys. I see 0 Venoms on this table.
I know somebody said it before,
0.
but
0
don't give up.
Venoms.
Don't surrender.
No, don't give up. There we go. We got some Scourges that were in the bottom left-hand corner. They're leaving that position, moving up towards the middle. Interested to know why he's moving towards the middle. Doesn't he own that objective already?
Maybe going up for kill points, something to kill, making sure he gets something in there.
Yeah, possibly. He doesn't need any kills. There's none of his secondaries require killing. I would have thought he would have been staying on as many objectives as possible. Or maybe he's doing that for engage points. He needs to get the charge.
There's something moved up there to grab that. So yeah, there's one little. What is it? Is that a Lamian?
Yeah, Le Mans or Sliths or whatnot. Shoutcasters have said this game is a little weird. So the table watcher said this game is a little weird. I think their brains are cooked after a long weekend. Yeah, exactly right.
That tournament fatigue matters. It really does.
He's moving into kill Celestine apparently. Adrian spends CP and miracle dice to keep her alive. I think we're in the shooting phase. Yeah, the Reaper has jumped down onto that objective from the top. He was on the ruins on the right hand side. He's jumped down to be onto that objective. This Reaper pulls down Celestine, who is only on 2 wounds left, I believe, or was it 4 wounds?
And already come back. Is that correct?
Yes, huge deal. The Falcon is once again perched upon our.
Checking out the die rolls.
On that dice cam. Can we get ourselves moved, please? That would be fantastic. I want to see these die rolls. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And if now the Falcon's just hanging out in the dice cam. Hey, dice box. Let's see if the Falcon giveth or taketh away. It's got 1 hit on whatever that was.
See a couple hits, a couple of wounds.
Yeah.
Looking for it, trying to psych himself up.
If it's Celestine, she needs
trying to say, look, just trying to do the math. Like, yep. So kind of.
This is what he used the miracle dice and the CP on. Yep, bang! He made that one, and now he's going to take a 4 on his miracle dice, and he's just going to win. I think. There's a fail. He's going to exchange that with a miracle dice into a 4, and he's going to auto pass that one. Celestine's most likely to survive. Yikes! There we go. Interesting. Will that be enough to swing this back into Adrian's favor? We'll have to wait and see, guys. But man, what a big deal. The miracle dice are just so powerful.
I mean, when we do the reviews on these things and put out information on the stuff, you don't know how it's going to really resonate. Something you read on the paper, but you don't exactly know how it plays out. And I thought there was a lot of people out there that kind of discounted it because they didn't see it in action. So now that we've gotten, how many months of playing with this army, it's really played out to be a dominant effect.
Actually, absolutely has. Looks like he's got 1 hit. Oh, no, 2 shots. He rolled a 1 and a 4. Oh, no, so he's rolling the amount of shots. Oh, his CP rerolled the amount of shots. He's taking the little shots versus Celestine. Well, she only got 2 wounds left, e.g., he'll wound her on 2s with the strength 6 -1 shots. She's got 2+ armor, any 1s or 2s here, and she will drop. So what did he use his CP and his miracle dice on before? I'm interested to know. I'll check with the table boss after we see this roll. He's made 2 of them. He's got 2 more to make. He's made a 3rd one. I think she's going to
frustration. The frustration.
He's used another miracle dice to auto pass another save somewhere there. A table boss moves in a Celestine shooting phase. Adrian CPs and miracle dice to save the priest. The priest with a 4+ invulnerable dies. Crazy.
Here we go.
He's assaulting.
6.
I think.
Okay. Fair enough.
He's gonna shock Prowl Assault here with the Reaper into Celestine.
Well, like when you start looking at what your options are, like, okay, well, send in, roll it in.
Send it all in. Just send it. Sometimes you just gotta send it.
I don't know that. I mean, is it critical that he kills Celestine? I mean, I don't know, but
I think it might change it into a 10 for primary, into a 15. And like we said, if he gets 15 for primary, this game is over. He's looking to charge the Scourges into the middle. I'm assuming that's the priest that lived, which is why he needs to get onto the center objective, because he doesn't own it right now. Someone pointed out in the chat they think he doesn't own the center objective. Man, this thing is getting tense. Their brains might be fried, but man, their playing ability.
You can see the look on their face, like, what do I got to do to win? Like, well, you got to keep rolling dice. You got to play like the finals on the line, which it is.
Ho, ho, ho. Reaper just charged Celestine. Oh no, sorry. Did it charge Celestine or a model next to her? I'll check with the table boss.
Well, I don't know that I would charge something next to her. You don't want to be provoking any kind of heroic intervention if that's not your intent.
Guys, Brian holds 3 objectives for primary. I think they're just scoring up now. I think they've realized it doesn't matter. Brian holds 3 objectives for primary, 3 for direct assault, won the game. The Drukhari have won 74 to 65. What the hell even happened?
I'm not surprised. I mean, you asked me what I thought.
Those aren't my words. Those are the words from the table boss. He just says, "What the hell even happened?"
I'm being a little bit nonchalant. I actually am surprised, but I think this is the miracle story from this event.
Absolutely. This is the upset. It is the Drukhari upset. Just plowing through, doing the damage. My man, what an absolute dark horse list. Say what you will about it in the second game. It is pulled through against one of the strongest lists in this event, in this Sisters list, and it's beaten them. It's absolutely beaten. A big point here. Adrian didn't get scramblers. He didn't get 10 points for scramblers.
Yeah, was prevented from getting scramblers.
Which would have meant he won the
Yeah.
It would have meant he won the game by 1 point if he got it.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Adrian, for the stellar game.
I want to know what JT thinks about this. Is what I want to know.
Oh, he's probably losing his mind.
What does the architect of this list think? Is like when he was putting this together, was there any conceivable notion that it was going to go this far? I can't wait to tell Reese that Drukhari are going to be in the finals.
Top tier, Drukhari top tier guys. Don't listen to anybody. Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. This is a microcosm of what would be a much greater event. But man, denying JT has cooked up something special here that has the ability to keep playing a game against top level opponent. It gets score after score after score.
Yeah. No, think about this though. Is that we say this is a microcosm for sure, but this is player driven skill. This is having the close to the right tools, to affect what's going on out there in the world. I mean, how many lists? Like, let's think about Lictor Shame we were talking about earlier. No one would have predicted that at all, but it just had the right tools at the right moment. Maybe this is one of those stories.
Incredible. Do you know what won this game? No scramblers
Yeah.
and a perfectly placed Vect. Like a perfect pocket Vect. Just like, Vect, bang,
Yeah.
win the game. So powerful, so potent. Well done to Brian. Incredible game, Adrian. We're going to jump out of here. Soon, we're going to be joined by Reese, the man, Richard Robbins, who has some incredible things to give to us. We're going to jump out. We're going to take a break for as long as we can.
Chat. Thank y'all. We're gonna chill for about maybe 20, 25 minutes, half hour or so. Come back to the interview. We may even have one more 2 canned things to play at. Don't hold me to that. But then we'll jump into coverage for the finals. See y'all real soon.
Mwah. Mwah. Incredible.